Chapter 592. 592 Got it, Battle of Providence. Feng Xiu looked at Lu Ming with some doubts. But the next moment his pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another pile of ultimacy crystals appeared in the air. This time, each intent crystal glowed with a blue light and gave off an intoxicating intent. This time it was water element intent crystals. Intent crystals. Heavens, it's intent crystals again. They're no less than that pile of gold element intent crystals. How is that possible? Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Could he be a peerless genius from some super large domain? Possible? He just bid for the cross-domain token, so he must be a genius from another domain. No wonder he has so many intent crystals. There was another round of intense discussion. Fei Shui, Qin Qingfei and the rest looked at Lu Ming in shock. President Feng, there are 5,000 water attribute profound meaning crystals and 5,000 gold attribute profound meaning crystals. A total of 10,000 pieces. Sell them all. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll take them all. I'll pay 40 million supreme grade spirit crystals for 10,000 intent crystals. What do you think? Feng Xiu said. All right. Lu Ming agreed immediately. 40 million was not a low price. On average, 2,000 yuan was equivalent to 8 million supreme spiritual crystals. Although 2,000 yuan was sold for 9 million yuan previously, that was because Lu Ming was raising the price. Under normal circumstances, it might not be sold for 9 million yuan. But now there were even more of them, 5,000 yuan a set. If the secret Chamber of Commerce bought it and publicized it, it would definitely sell for a higher price when it was auctioned. After all, the more intent crystals there were, the more the price would increase. 5,000 yuan for a set was much more tempting than 2,000 yuan for a set. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and kept the 10,000 esoteric crystals in it. He then threw it to Feng Xiu. Many people's eyes were burning with desire. If this was outside, someone would have already made a move to snatch it. However, this was the secret Chamber of Commerce. Who had the courage to do so? Unless he didn't want to live. If they offended the secret Chamber of Commerce, even the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would not be able to protect them. Some people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming actually had so many ultimacy crystals on him. Did he have more? Many people had other thoughts. Lu Ming did not want to be so ostentatious, but he could not do it. He had to get the elixir of life. Moreover, he was going back tomorrow, so he wasn't too worried about leaving this place. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Qin Qingfei again and sneered. Now I have crystals to bid, right? Detestable. Qin Qingfei growled. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. 32 million. Qin Qingfei gritted his teeth and continued bidding. 33 million. Lu Ming increased the bid without any hesitation. 34 million. 35 million. 40 million. In a few moments, Lu Ming had raised the price to 40 million. At this moment, Qin Qingfei's entire body was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lu Ming. Quick, send a message to my father and ask him to transfer another batch of spiritual crystals. Qin Qingfei shouted at the middle-aged man. He was no longer fighting for the elixir of life. Instead, he was competing with Lu Ming. Second young master, it's better for you to give up. Old master just sent a message to tell you to give up. For 0,000,000 is too high. You can't compete for it. The middle-aged man said. What? No more competition? How can we not fight? Qin Qingfei's body trembled and he gritted his teeth. What's wrong? Are you out of crystals? If you don't, then obediently give up. Lu Ming sneered. This made Qin Qingfei so angry that he felt pain in his chest. He had lost the auction today. Kid, just you wait. Qin Qingfei left these words and left with the middle-aged man. 40 million, is there any higher bid? Feng Xiu's gaze swept across the audience. However, how could anyone bid 40 million? Feng Xiu asked 3 times and finally decided that the elixir of life was bought by Lu Ming. With the end of the elixir of life, the soul-stirring auction also came to an end. Ha, little brother, how should I address you? After everyone had left, Feng Xiu took the elixir of life and walked into guest room 10, laughing heartily. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Feng. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Ah, Brother Lu, you're welcome. This is your elixir of life." Feng Xiu passed the elixir of life to Lu Ming. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. The 40 million spirit crystals for the elixir of life is just enough to offset the 10,000 intent crystals. Here are 95 million supreme grade spirit crystals. Please check them. No need. Lu Ming took the storage ring and kept it. The secret chamber of commerce was spread all over the continent. It had existed for countless years and its reputation was unquestionable. Lu Ming was not worried about this. After that, Lu Ming, Fei Shui, and Feng Xiu bade their farewells and left the heavenly secret auction house. "Brother Lu, you shouldn't reveal your wealth. You've taken out so many intent crystals this time, so I'm afraid some people will be after you. You have to be careful." On the way, Fei Shui warned. "They dare to make a move in Hong City?" Lu Ming asked. "In Hong City, most people wouldn't dare to do so. However, we can't rule out the possibility of someone taking a risk out of desperation. It's better to be careful," Fei Shui said. Lu Ming nodded. "Lady Fei Shui, I'll be the host today. Do you want to give me face?" Lu Ming smiled and looked at Fei Shui. He and Fei Shui had met by chance, but she had taken care of him many times. Lu Ming felt that he could make friends with Fei Shui. "All right." Fei Shui also agreed. The two of them found a restaurant and started eating and drinking to their heart's content. "Brother Lu, with your cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for you to be listed on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory." After a few glasses of wine, Fei Shui's cheeks were red and her eyes were watery. She was extremely beautiful. The list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Ming muttered, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Soon he would have a battle with Saint Constellation, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents. With Brother Lu's talent, I believe it's only a matter of time before you enter the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Maybe you can even participate in the Battle of Providence in 2 years? Fei Shui smiled, as beautiful as a flower. To be honest, Fei Shui's appearance and aura were not inferior to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu or Mulan. She was one of the most beautiful women Lu Ming had ever met. A battle of karmic luck. Lu Ming had some doubts. This was the first time he had heard of it. That's right. The Battle of Providence is of utmost importance. All the geniuses in the entire East Barren will be participating. Not only humans but even demons will be participating. Brother Lu, have you not heard of it? Fei Shui said. No. All the geniuses in the East continent will attend? Lu Ming was very curious. I'm not too sure myself. I only know that the Battle of Providence is held once every 20 years. It doesn't only involve the Eastern Barren Territory, but also the Central Continent, Southern Nether, Western Desert and Northern Plains. However, there won't be any competition between them. It'll be a competition within each region. At that time, the 4 overlord forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and countless small forces will have intense competition. I heard that anyone who can rise above the rest in the War of Providence will become an unparalleled expert of the continent. Fei Shui explained. Chapter 593. 593 Assassination. All dead. Lu Ming was extremely curious. It actually involved the entire Divine Wilderness continent. It was really shocking. He wanted to ask more, but it was a pity that Fei Shui did not know much. She had only mentioned it by chance. At this moment, in a magnificent palace in Hong City, Qin Qingfei was discussing something with a few people. Second young master, are you really going to make a move on Lu Ming? However, in Hong City, you can't make a move unless you're in some special places. What if? A middle-aged man was worried. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. That kid has too much wealth. Besides the life potion, who knows how many more power Upanishad crystals he has. We can't let him go. Qin Qingfei's eyes were filled with greed. Since that's the case, whoever young master plans to send out must be done cleanly, and it's best if no one can find out. The middle-aged man said. Let the 3 phantom kills do it. All 3 of them are at the peak level 9 Martial King realm, and they're very good at coordinating assassinations. A peak king once died at their hands. The point is, no one knows that there are men. Even if they're discovered, they won't know that we did it. Xianxia sneered. Good idea, second young master. I'll do it now. With that, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. Brat, no matter how many treasures you have, they will all be mine in the end. Xianxia murmured, a cold smile on his face. In the restaurant, the two of them ate and drank as they chatted. It was already evening when the auction ended, but after 3 rounds of drinks, night had fallen. Thank you for your invitation today, Brother Lu. I'll take my leave now. I'll bring Brother Lu to the teleportation formation platform tomorrow. Fei Shui stood up and left. I'll be troubling you. Lu Ming nodded. After Fei Shui left, Lu Ming paid the bill and left as well. Lu Ming had an idea and did not return to his original inn. Instead, he turned a few streets and went to another inn to avoid being watched by people with ulterior motives. Walking into the room, Zhou Xian took out the elixir of life and opened the jade bottle, upon which an intense life essence immediately gushed forth. Life potion, this is life potion. Lu Ming closed the bottle, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Father, your injuries can finally be healed. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Yuntian had been a genius martial artist back then. As a martial artist himself, Lu Ming was well aware of the pain of not being able to cultivate. Lu Yuntian did not show it in front of them, but it did not mean that he did not yearn for martial arts and cultivation. Lu Ming knew very well that Lu Yuntian yearned for it. Lu Ming had been working hard for this. Lu Ming then kept the elixir of life in the supreme shrine. At this moment he felt a sense of danger. There's danger. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Buzz. 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 At that moment, more than 10 vines suddenly appeared in the room and wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and the spear's gleam swept out. It shattered the vines and he rushed out of the room. Boom. Lu Ming had just rushed out of the room when a huge metal bottle came crashing down on him from above. A huge net shot out from the metal bottle and covered Lu Ming. Below Lu Ming, the vines were winding around him like vipers. Buzz. 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 In the night, 3 figures flickered and pounced on Lu Ming like ghosts. Each of the 3 figures exuded a powerful aura of the peak level 9 Martial King realm. You're looking for death. Break. Lu Ming bellowed. His aura burst out and he took a step with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The heavens and earth rumbled and the vines below exploded. At the same time, a ray of spear light, which contained the powerful cutting power of wind concept, rushed toward the large net, and the large net was shattered. Buzz. 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 At this time the 3 figures made their move, striking out the strongest blow. A wisp of sword chi and a ray of saber radiance split into 2 and attacked Lu Ming's 2 vital points at an astonishing speed. However, what was more terrifying was that an arrow pierced through the night sky like a stream of light and headed straight for Lu Ming's back. It was too fast. The metal bottle above his head continued to press down. This was a sure kill situation. Even a peak-tier king would be killed if he was caught off guard. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current combat strength had already far exceeded that of an ordinary peak-tier king. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and hundreds of 3-colored true dragons flew in all directions. Bang! The jade bottle was sent flying far away by the dozens of 3-colored dragons. The 2 assassins on the left and right were attacked by dozens of true dragons. They coughed out blood and screamed twice before their bodies cracked and they died on the spot. The arrow was the most powerful one. It destroyed dozens of 3-colored true dragons, but it also disappeared. Let's go. Behind him, the expression of a figure holding a bow changed greatly, and he continued to escape into the distance. You tried to assassinate me and you still want to leave. Lu Ming took a step forward and cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. At this moment, the shockwaves of the battle had spread throughout the night. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings to watch. How bold. Someone actually dares to make a move in Hong City. That young man at the auction, as expected. Someone has become greedy and wants to steal the treasure. Looks like he's kicked an iron plate. That young man's battle power is so strong. It's too terrifying. He's even stronger than a peak-tier king. In the night there were sounds of discussion. Someone recognized Lu Ming. There were even people who were greedy for Lu Ming. At that moment they were secretly glad that they did not make a move. Otherwise they would only be dead. The black shadow was extremely fast, but Lu Ming was faster. He caught up with it in a few steps. Die. A ray of spear light flashed past. The figure's angry roars were useless and he was nailed to the ground. In a flash, Lu Ming devoured the blood essence of the three people and kept their storage rings. He then left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared 200 miles away. He found a place with no one and entered the Supreme Shrine. No one would be able to find him in the Supreme Shrine. I wonder who sent someone to assassinate me. Qin Qingfei? The first person that came to Lu Ming's mind was Qin Qingfei. He had already changed his residence temporarily, but he had been found in just a few minutes. Could be seen how powerful the person behind the scenes was. Of course, he could not rule out other people. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He then shook his head. He was leaving tomorrow anyway and he could not be bothered to add to the trouble. Then he closed his eyes and started cultivating. Not long after, Qin Qingfei's angry roar could be heard from his main hall. What? After killing Jiwai Ingsan we lost track of that brat. Trash, all of them are trash. Qin Qingfei roared. Second young master, that brat's battle power is far above our estimation. I'm afraid he's not weaker than a peak-tier king. In fact, he might even be a bit stronger than ordinary peak-tier kings. The middle-aged man said with a frown. Qin Qingfei took a deep breath. His eyes were extremely cold. Looks like I'll have to ask Big Brother for help. The second young master wants to invite the first young master. The middle-aged man was shocked. That's right. That kid wants to use the inter-province transportation formation? Naive. Qin Qingfei sneered and left his residence. Chapter 594. 594 Peerless Heaven's Pride. Time passed quickly and in the blink of an eye the sky was bright. Lu Ming sent a message to Flying Snow and then headed in the direction of the inter-province transportation array. Lu Ming saw Flying Snow outside the hall. Brother Lu, I've received news that you were assassinated last night. I've been trying to send you messages but I couldn't get them out. I thought something had happened to you. Fei Shui asked worriedly when she saw Lu Ming. It seemed that Fei Shui had received the news last night. They're just a few clowns, it's no big deal. Lu Ming smiled. He had been in the Supreme Shrine for the rest of his life, so his jade voice transmission talisman naturally could not transmit any messages. Fei Shui's beautiful eyes glowed. She had received news that the assassin was not a clown, but someone with extremely powerful cultivation. Later, based on the corpse, she had determined that it was the famous triple phantom kills. To be able to escape the assassination of the 3 phantom kills and even kill it, one could imagine the combat strength of the person. Fei Shui was even more curious. Was Lu Ming really from the Xianxia region? As far as she knew, only the saint planet on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Xianxia region could have such battle strength. Lady Flying Snow, let's go to the interdomain teleportation array. Lu Ming said. Fei Shui nodded and brought Lu Ming to the inter-province transportation formation. After passing through Tulavir checkpoints, they arrived at a huge square. From afar there was a huge altar-like building in the center of the square. It was the inter-province transportation formation. There were rows of soldiers in metal armor standing guard around the altar. Of course, these soldiers were not ordinary soldiers. Each one of them exuded a powerful aura. Most of them were at the peak level 6 Martial King realm, and some of them were even king tiers in the upper tier. This is an important place, what are you doing here? With a cold shout, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the two. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This middle-aged man was Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle, the one who had appeared last time. I'm here to take the inter-province transportation formation. Lu Ming said. You're still here. Didn't I tell you last time that there are no more spots? Hurry up and leave. The middle-aged man said as he waved his hand. I have my own quota. Lu Ming took out the spiritual zone teleportation token. What? The middle-aged man's eyes darkened when he saw the territory crossing token in Lu Ming's hand. With the token, as long as one's identity was clear, they could take the inter-province transportation formation. He had no reason to stop them. So you managed to bid for a territory crossing token. Alright, you're qualified to take the territory crossing teleportation array. Which domain you're going to? You can't go more than 20 domains away from the Hong domain. The middle-aged man said. The Xianxia region. Lu Ming said. Xianxia region. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Sure, go up. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Wait a moment. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Qin Qing Fei. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he turned around. Two young figures were rapidly approaching. One of them was Qin Qing Fei. The other person was wearing a green robe. He was tall and had a cold expression. He emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Qin Qing Shan. Fei Shui suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Her beautiful eyes looked at the green-robed man in shock. Qing Fei, Qing Shan, why have you come? When the middle-aged man saw Qin Qing Fei and the other man, he smiled and went up to them. Eighth uncle, my big brother and I came here to capture a bold man. Qin Qing Fei laughed coldly. He looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, how dare you steal from the treasury of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and steal a large number of esoteric crystals? Kneel down and wait for your punishment. I've stolen from the treasury? Which eye of yours saw that? Lu Ming sneered. Is there a need to look? The intent crystals you took out were all lost in the treasury of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There are still some in your storage ring. Hurry up and take them out to check. Qin Qing Fei shouted. Qin Qing Fei, you're talking nonsense. The treasury of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is so tightly guarded that even Sea of Soul Realm experts can't get in, let alone Lu Ming. You're talking nonsense. Fei Shui shouted in anger. Qin Qing Fei was clearly trying to pin a crime on Lu Ming without any evidence. How could he not be angry? Fei Shui, this is the truth. Are you trying to protect him? Qin Qing Fei shouted. You. Fei Shui's chest heaved. She had never seen such a shameless person. Fei Shui, move aside. No matter what, you can't do it. This brat must stay and be examined. If he's innocent, we'll naturally let him go. Qin Qing Shan stepped forward and spoke. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with a commanding tone. Qin Qing Shan, you're one of the top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. Are you as shameless as your brother? Fei Shui shouted. I said take this kid down first. When he is found innocent, we will naturally let him go. Qin Qing Shan said indifferently. He stepped forward and a cold aura emanated from his body, pressing toward Lu Ming. Brat, surrender without a fight, or do you want me to take action? If you want me to take action personally, don't say that I'm too ruthless if you hurt your tendons and bones. Qin Qing Shan looked at Lu Ming with an indifferent gaze. Although he knew that Lu Ming had killed the 3 phantom kills, he still did not think much of it. He was ranked 999th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Qin Qing Shan. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He remembered that he had seen Qin Qing Shan's name on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was ranked 999th after the sacred constellation. I'd like to see how amazing the geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. You want to fight me? He. Qin Qing Shan chuckled, but everyone could hear the disdain in his voice. Ah, kid, you think you can fight my big brother? You're overestimating yourself. Qin Qing Fei laughed. Brother Lu. Fei Shui called out softly. She knew how terrifying Qin Qing Shan was. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. The fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger. The battle with the sacred constellation was just around the corner after he rushed back to the Xianxia region. What harm was there in testing the strength of a sovereign on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming, right? You're not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been qualified to fight with me, but now you're far from it. Qin Qing Shan smiled and took a step forward. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from Qin Qing Shan's body. It was vast and mighty, filling the sky. The huge pressure was like a mountain pressing down on Lu Ming. Peak tier king. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Qin Qing Shan's cultivation had reached the peak king tier. He had just said that Lu Ming was able to fight with him half a year ago. This meant that half a year ago he was still a king tier. Now he had broken through. From the looks of it, the Holy Star had most likely broken through as well. Chapter 595. 595 The Interprovince Transportation Formation is destroyed. Come on. If you can defeat me, I don't mind staying. A powerful aura soared into the sky, breaking through Xianxia's pressure in one go. That's right, Xianxia's ranking was one rank lower than sacred constellations. If even Xianxia couldn't be defeated, then even if they returned to Tianxian region, they most likely wouldn't be a match for sacred constellation. Then what difference would it make if they returned or not? If you have the guts, let me see what capital you have. An extremely cold intent spread out from Xianxia's body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and a layer of ice even formed on the ground. Ice concept. What Xianxia had comprehended was the ice concept. Buzz. An ice-cold blade light rushed out of Xianxia's body. It was incomparably cold as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air. A long spear condensed and he thrust it forward. This spear attack only contained the intent of wind and fire. Boom. The saber radiance and the spear radiance collided with each other. The force shot out in all directions. Ice and fire filled the air and the wind howled. Kacha-kacha. The armored soldiers moved their bodies and stood in a row. Their bodies emitted rays of true essence light, which offset all the scattered qi. Qin Fei retreated rapidly, avoiding the rapid qi. As for Fei Shui, she took a few steps back and dodged the force. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the field. As for Qin Fei's eighth uncle, he took 2 steps back and blocked the force. After the explosion, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not move at all. So you've comprehended 2 intents. Interesting. Take this proud snow ice blade slash. Die. Xianxia shouted coldly. An even more powerful blade light burst out and slashed at Lu Ming. This was a blade light that was completely condensed with intent and true essence. It was bone-chilling, and wherever the blade light passed, snow-white ice crystals appeared in the space. This blade was stronger than the previous one. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by flames. In the flames, there were traces of lightning. Outside the lightning, the wind was whistling. Wind, fire, and thunder, all 3 intents erupted at the same time. True Dragon Strike. A 3-colored true dragon roared and flew out, clashing with the icy saber radiance. Instantly, Intent Realm filled the air and true essence began to abuse him. On Xianxia's side, waves of cold air spread out, forming a thick layer of ice crystals on the ground. On Lu Ming's side, the concept of 3 colors was raging. This move once again ended in a draw. 3 intents, he exclaimed. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. As for Qin Fei, Fei Shui, and the others, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. Not bad, you can make me serious. Xianxia's voice resounded. His palm glowed, and a battle saber that was suffused with an incomparably cold intent appeared in his hand. Is it just serious? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. The wind lightning spear appeared in his hands. A surging fighting spirit rose and a ray of spear light soared into the sky. Proud snow 8 slashes. Die. Xianxia shouted softly. His body brought with it a gust of cold wind as he pounced toward Lu Ming. A snow-white and icy blade light burst out from Xianxia's hand. After the first slash, the second slash followed. Saber after saber, the power was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the vital essence in Lu Ming's body was also boiling. His strong 7th-grade body also burst out. Combined with the 3 concepts, it turned into a dazzling spear light and blasted out. Boom. Boom. The 2 figures collided with each other. The saber and spear lights bombarded each other wantonly. The sky and the earth trembled slightly under the collision of the 2, as if they could not withstand the power of the 2. The 2 of them fought from the ground to the sky, exchanging dozens of moves in an instant. Buzz. Buzz. Then the 2 of them separated and stood on opposite sides of the void. Xianxia's eyes were incomparably gloomy. His killing intent was like a storm. He was a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Throughout history, he was the only one who could defeat someone of a higher level. Now Lu Ming, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, had challenged him and he could not even win easily. If this were to spread, his reputation would definitely be greatly reduced. He couldn't bear this. Therefore he decided that he would not only stop Lu Ming today but he would also take his life. He could only redeem his reputation by killing Lu Ming. Kill! Xianxia roared, his aura growing stronger. Buzz! However, at this moment, the regional teleportation formation's altar not far away emitted a bright light. Countless rays of light gathered in the air and formed a huge vortex. A figure suddenly appeared on the altar. This man looked to be in his 30s. His long hair was loose and he was wearing a gray robe. A large wine gourd hung from his waist. Boom, boom, boom. When this man appeared, the vortex in the sky didn't disappear. Instead, it shook violently and let out a violent rumble. Nest, didn't I just eat one of your eggs? Is there a need to chase after me? The man muttered. But the next moment, a violent roar came from the vortex. A claw covered in scales reached out from the vortex and grabbed at the man. The man's figure flashed and he flew down the altar. Bang! The claw slammed onto the altar. The altar rumbled and then exploded, sending gravel flying everywhere. As soon as the altar shattered, the vortex shrank rapidly. An unwilling roar came from the vortex, and the claw covered in scales also retracted and disappeared. Aya, the inter-province transportation formation is destroyed. Seems like I have to travel by myself. I thought I could be lazy. The muscular man muttered as he picked up the wine gourd at his waist and took a few gulps. At the scene, everyone was staring at this man in shock. Who was this man? Why did he suddenly appear? More importantly, the inter-province transportation formation was destroyed because of him. How did this happen? Lu Ming's pupils enlarged rapidly. He could not accept it. The interdomain teleportation formation was destroyed. How was he going to return? Half a year's time was up. Someone destroyed the inter-province transportation formation. Attack and capture this person. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle suddenly reacted and let out a hysterical roar. He was in charge of the inter-province transportation formation. Now that it was destroyed in front of him, he couldn't escape punishment. The hundreds of soldiers at the scene moved and surrounded the man. Hundreds of powerful auras converged and it was terrifying. The weakest of these hundreds of people was at level 6 Martial King realm, and more than 50 of them were king tiers of the upper tier. Even a peak king tier would have to retreat in fear when faced with such a force. However, the muscular man did not seem to see it. He picked up the wine gourd and began to drink again. Speak, who are you? Why did they destroy the interdomain teleportation formation of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me the truth and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle berated. Chapter 596. 596 The Great Battle with Qin Qingshan. I say, brother, you don't look very old, but you're old and blind. This altar was clearly destroyed by that claw. What does it have to do with me? The muscular man said. After he finished speaking, he took a few more sips of wine. He was unruly and wild. Nonsense. You're the one who attracted that claw. No, I suspect that you're using a smokescreen. You're the one who condensed it. Now surrender. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle shouted. The robust man's eyes swept around and he actually laughed. It seems that you have a good show to watch here. Come on, let's do it one by one. When you're done, we can talk about my business. Then he took out a chair, sat down and drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. Good wine's really good wine. Do you guys want a few sips? It's free. The robust man looked around and said. Playing the fool. Attack and take him down. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle roared. Kill. Kill. Hundreds of iron-armored soldiers shouted, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Hundreds of powerful Jinyuan converged and actually formed a huge palm, which grabbed at the robust man. This was a combined attack. With hundreds of soldiers working together, even a peak-tier king would be suppressed without any chance of escape. However, the muscular man did not even bat an eyelid. He opened his mouth and took another sip of wine. Then a drop of wine flew out. The muscular man flicked the drop of wine with his finger, and it flew towards the huge palm in the sky. There was no sound at all, but a shocking scene appeared. When the drop of wine touched the huge palm dissipated without a sound. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A drop of wine could easily destroy the joint attack of hundreds of armored soldiers. What kind of cultivation was this? Spiritual ocean tier. You're a powerful being of the spiritual ocean tier. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle shouted in shock. The muscular man did not comment and did not answer. He took 2 more sips of wine and said, "Continue with your business. When you're done we can talk about my business." Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle's expression was uncertain. He took out a jade talisman and sent out a few messages. Then he said to Qingshan, quickly capture that brat. I've already sent a message to the palace master and the others. They'll be here soon. All right. Qingshan nodded and looked at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that there would be an expert like you in the Xianxia region other than the Saint Planet. Now that the inter-province transportation formation has been destroyed, you can't return to the Xianxia region. Let's have a good fight. Qingshan's fighting spirit soared to the sky, and the blade light became even more resplendent. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed in the direction of the altar, feeling a little indignant. The altar had been destroyed. It seemed that he would not be able to return in a short period of time. Then he looked at Qingshan and said with determination, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." "Alright, I'll show you my peak combat strength ice transformation technique." Qingshan shouted. In the next moment an even colder aura spread out from his body. His entire body seemed to become transparent, as if he had turned into a block of profound ice. Even his hair had turned white. However, his aura had become even more powerful. Xianxia region. The man's eyes lit up when he heard the words Xianxia region. He looked at Lu Ming with interest. Fight. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his long hair flying in the wind, and his aura was imposing. Without saying anything else, Lu Ming took a step forward. His long spear emitted a dazzling light and expanded rapidly, becoming as huge as a mountain, blasting towards Qingshan. Break. Qingshan opened his mouth and spat out an ice river, which rushed toward the spear radiance. Boom. An earth-shattering boom was heard, and the spear radiance was sent flying upward. Lu Ming borrowed the force and flew high into the sky. Slash. The next moment, Qingshan slashed out a vast blade light. It was extremely terrifying and the void trembled as if it was going to be split in half. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. Then it was the second and third step. With 3 steps the space exploded and the blade light scattered in the air. Whoosh. Qingshan became one with his saber and pounced toward Lu Ming like a ray of saber light. Boom. The 2 of them crashed into each other. Their bodies retreated slightly before they crashed into each other again. At this moment Qingshan was much stronger than before. The blade light whistled and unceasingly swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming wielded his spear like a dragon. The long spear danced in the air, and the dragon's roars reverberated as he engaged in an intense battle with Qingshan. However, Lu Ming was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. A Peak King was also known as a half-step Sea of Soul Realm expert. He was only half a step away from the Sea of Soul Realm, and was extremely powerful. In terms of combat strength, a Peak King tier was 2 levels stronger than a Peak Level 9 Martial King. As for Qingshan, he was a peerless heaven's favorite to begin with, and he could fight against opponents 2 levels above him. Qingshan could kill an ordinary Peak tier king with a single move. Although Lu Ming was strong, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. He was still suppressed by Qingshan. However, it would not be easy for Qingshan to defeat Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand the attacks. Is this the talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory? It is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Brat, do you want me to inscribe an inscription for you to use True Yuan? Dandan whispered in Lu Ming's ear. No need. Lu Ming responded. His cultivation had been improving too quickly during this period of time. It could be described as crazy. His power had increased too quickly. It wasn't so easy to control it completely. He needed some time to adapt and get used to it. Now he could use Xianxia to train his own power so that he could control it perfectly. The battle continued, but at this moment, 3 figures appeared silently, exuding a terrifying aura. Palace Master, Vice Palace Master Qin, Vice Palace Master Wang, you're here. This is the person who destroyed the teleportation altar. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle was overjoyed when he saw the 3 of them. He flew over and bowed respectfully. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair but a ruddy complexion. He was the palace master of the Hongyu sub-palace of the Ditian Divine Palace. The other 2 were middle-aged. One was a burly middle-aged man and the other was a middle-aged woman. The 3 of them had extremely gloomy expressions as they looked at the muscular man. However, when the palace master of the Great Domain sub-palace saw the strong man, his expression changed abruptly. He was a little surprised and a little reverent. How dare you destroy the interdomain teleportation array of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me, who are you? On the side, the middle-aged man looked at the robust man with a gloomy expression and scolded. Vice Palace Lord Qin, don't be rude. The white-haired palace master suddenly called out. The others were stunned and looked at the white-haired palace master in confusion. Ha, Lord Yan, why have you come to the Hong domain? The white-haired palace master came to the man's side, bowed and smiled. Chapter 597. 597 Yen Kuangtu. This made the others at the side stunned. Then they looked at the strong man in shock. Could this person be a major character in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Otherwise, why would the white-haired palace master, a regional palace master with spiritual ocean tier cultivation, be so respectful to him? The robust man casually glanced at the white-haired palace master, took a sip of wine and said indifferently, look over there first, look over there first. He pointed at the battle between Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan and continued to watch with interest. White-haired palace master did not dare to say anything and started watching. The palace master's expressions changed. A peak level 9 martial king has such combat strength. Who is this man? I don't have such a person in the great domain. Where did he come from? The white-haired palace master could not help but say. Hee, I heard that kid is from the Xianxia region. How is it? You're pretty strong, aren't you? The robust man chuckled. So you're from the same place as Lord Yan. The Xianxia region is really full of talents. The white-haired palace master sighed and conveniently flattered. As for the other people on the side, they seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the strong man with eyes full of respect. Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan did not know about any of this. Their battle had already reached the point of white heat. Qin Qingshan had used all his strength without holding back. He had to defeat Lu Ming today. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he was extremely tenacious and was forcibly held back by him. Moreover, Lu Ming seemed to be getting more courageous as the battle progressed. Awesome. I'm getting better at controlling my own power. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this moment, the 2 of them had already exchanged more than 100 moves. Although Qin Qingshan was strong, he couldn't do anything to him. Lu Ming now had a better idea of the combat strength of the top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, or at least the last few. The sacred constellation was ranked ahead of Qin Qingshan, but it was only 1 rank higher. Even if it was stronger than Qin Qingshan, there was a limit to its strength. Boom. With a loud boom, the 2 of them were sent flying backward. Lu Ming retreated 200 meters while Qin Qingshan retreated 150 meters. That's right, let's end this battle here. At this moment the strong man spoke. Qin Qingshan took a casual glance and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He roared and was about to rush toward Lu Ming. Qingshan, stop. Let's go. Deputy Palace Master Qin shouted and waved his hand. A force appeared in front of Qin Qingshan. Father, why are you stopping me? Today I will definitely destroy him. Qin Qingshan roared. If he could not completely defeat Lu Ming in today's battle, his reputation would definitely be greatly affected. He was already at the bottom of the list, and it would be hard for him to accept the fact that he would fall out of the list the next time it was rearranged. Qingshan, I told you to stop, so stop. Deputy Palace Lord Qin's face darkened as he berated. Qin Qingshan's expression changed. His father rarely lost his temper at him. What was going on today? Then he looked around and saw the white-haired princess standing respectfully beside the man. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He looked at Lu Ming unwillingly, then went to Vice Palace Master Qin's side. It's over. I'll be leaving then. The man got up and stretched. With a wave of his hand, the chair on the ground disappeared. He strode toward Lu Ming. Little brat, follow me. The muscular man said to Lu Ming. Leave with you. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his face darkened. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of this strong man. If it wasn't for him, how could the inter-province transportation formation be destroyed? Brat, didn't you want to return to the Xianxia region? I'll send you back. The muscular man said. Do you have a way to send me back to the Xianxia region? Lu Ming was stunned. What's wrong? You don't believe me? It just so happens that I'm going back to the Xianxia region as well, so it's fine if I take you back with me. The robust man drank a mouthful of wine and said. I do. Lu Ming said hurriedly. He had seen how the white-haired palace master and the others were respectful to this man. This man must have an extraordinary identity. Perhaps he really had a way. Lu Ming could only hold on to a glimmer of hope. Senior, wait for me. Lu Ming called out and flew towards flying snow. Fei Shue's beautiful eyes were filled with radiance. Lu Ming's power had exceeded her expectations. If he could fight against Qin Qingshan at the 9th level of the Martial King Realm, then Lu Ming would be even stronger when he reached the peak of the King Realm. He would probably be able to fight against the top 700 or 800 on the list of top 1000 talents. Lady Flying Snow, I'm leaving. I'm indebted to you for your help during this period of time. This is for you. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and passed it to Fei Shui. Fei Shui took it subconsciously. We'll meet again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and flew towards the muscular man. The muscular man waved his hand and a stream of essential core wrapped around Lu Ming. He shouted, let's go. The next moment, Lu Ming and the muscular man disappeared. Fei Shue's mind entered the storage ring and her eyes flashed. 2,000 gold intent crystals lay quietly in the storage ring, exuding a strong intent. Brother Lu. Fei Shui looked up and saw that Lu Ming had already disappeared. Father, who is that person? Are we just going to let him go after destroying the inter-province transportation formation? Qin Qingshan asked Vice Palace Lord Qin. Deputy Palace Lord Qin pondered for a moment and looked at the white-haired Palace Lord. The white-haired Palace Master nodded and said, You're right, he is Yan Kuang too. What? Everyone else at the scene widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming's vision blurred. The next moment he was shocked to find that he had arrived outside Great City. Fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. Kid, where are you from in the Tianxian region? The muscular man sized Lu Ming up curiously. I'm from the Cloud Emperor mountain range in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Lu Ming said. The eastern part of the Tianxian region. What a coincidence. I'm also from the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, I haven't returned to the Tianxian region for decades. This time I heard that something had happened to the ancient barren city, so I went back to take a look. The muscular man took a few sips of wine and looked to the east. Ancient desolate city. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not say much. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Senior, I wonder when we will return to the Tianxian region? What's the rush? I don't mind having a few drinks with you for a while. The man laughed and landed on a hill outside Hong City. Then he casually sat on the ground and took out the roasted meat from his storage ring and began to eat. Lu Ming had no choice but to sit at the side. It'll be easier to travel after eating and drinking to your heart's content. Come have a mouthful too. The muscular man threw the wine gourd to Lu Ming. Chapter 598. 598 Tearing Through Space. Lu Ming reached out to take it and took a sip. However, Lu Ming's expression changed when he took a sip of the wine. He felt that the mouthful of wine had turned into a raging flame that was burning in his stomach. Boom. 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 Immediately after, the mouthful of wine transformed into waves of terrifying and scorching energy that crashed around in Lu Ming's body like stormy waves. From the outside, one could see that Lu Ming's body was expanding rapidly as if he would explode at any time from this energy. Too powerful, this energy was too powerful. It was rare for the man to look at Lu Ming with a serious expression. If Lu Ming could not withstand it, he would help. Devour. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a low growl. A powerful devouring force was emitted from his spine, devouring all the boundless energy in his body. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique at full force to refine it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh and opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flashed across his eyes, filled with a terrifying aura. Such pure and majestic energy. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He felt that the energy from that mouthful of wine was more terrifying than the energy from refining millions of top-grade spirit crystals. If it was not for the fact that Lu Ming's intent realm had not broken through, he felt that he could use the energy from that mouthful of wine to break through to peak-tier king. Of course, this was just an illusion. He couldn't break through to peak-tier king realm with just a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming's essential core had become thicker and purer. It had reached its limit. A mouthful of wine had more terrifying energy than millions of top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was shocked. He had seen the muscular man gulping down the wine. Not bad, not bad. You've refined a mouthful of my wine in only half an hour. It's my first time to meet a little guy like you. The muscular man looked at Lu Ming in shock. Many thanks for senior's wine. Lu Ming said. Do you want a few more mouthfuls? The muscular man said. No. I don't want it. Lu Ming waved his hands repeatedly. His intent realm had not broken through yet, so drinking it would be a waste. I'm Lu Ming. How should I address you, senior? Lu Ming asked after a moment of silence. Me? Yan Kuang-tu, I wonder if you've heard of it? The robust man said with a slight smile. What? You're Yan Kuang-tu? Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Yan Kuang-tu was a name that not many people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace did not know. This was especially true for the Detian Divine Guards of the Xianxia region. Yan Kuang-tu's entire life was a legend. Yan Kuang-tu came from a humble background. He came from an unknown small village in the eastern part of the Xianxia region. However, with his unparalleled talent, he grew up from a young man in a small mountain village, step by step, and finally became a rare heaven's favorite in the Xianxia region. Later he was even valued by the Supreme Lord of the Nine Suns and accepted as a disciple. After being taken in as a disciple by the Nine Suns Paragon, he displayed an even more terrifying talent. Countless geniuses and demon-level geniuses were all suppressed by him. He stepped on all the geniuses and rose up, becoming a peak expert of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It was said that Yan Kuang-tu's cultivation was no longer weaker than his master, the Nine Yang Supremacy. This legendary person was standing in front of Lu Ming alive and well. Lu Ming had the most special feelings. This was because the remnant soul of the Nine Suns Supreme Being was currently in the Supreme Shrine. The Nine Suns Supremacy could be considered as half of Lu Ming's master. Without the Nine Suns Supremacy, Lu Ming would not be where he was today. Since Yan Kuang-tu was the disciple of the Nine Suns Supreme, Lu Ming felt closer to him. Should I tell Yan Kuang-tu about the Nine Suns Supreme? No, I can't say it. This matter involves too many people. I can't take the risk. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, but he immediately rejected it. First of all, this matter was too outrageous. Also, Yan Kuang-tu was now valued by Martial Emperor De. What if he was on his side? If he said it, wouldn't he be courting death? Lu Ming decided not to say anything. At least he would not say anything before he was powerful enough. So it's Senior Yan. Senior's name reverberates like thunder in my ears. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and cupped his fists in a salute. You're welcome. All right, I'll take you back to the Xianxia region now. Yan Kuang-tu laughed. Go back. How do we go back from here? Lu Ming was full of doubts. Of course we're flying back. Yan Kuang-tu smiled. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. This aura was even more majestic than the vast ocean as deep as the universe. The moment this aura appeared, Yan Kuangtu immediately retracted it. However, Lu Ming was still shocked. He felt that in front of this aura peak-tier kings were like ants or dust. At this moment, Dandan shrank her head back in fear, her palms grabbing Lu Ming's shoulders tightly. Voila! Yan Kuangtu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space was torn apart like a piece of paper, revealing a deep, pitch-black spatial crack. Let's go. Yan Kuangtu grabbed Lu Ming's arm and stepped into the spatial crack. In an instant, Lu Ming felt the world spinning around him. It was pitch black all around him and he could not see anything. After a while, the sky suddenly brightened. Lu Ming realized that they had appeared in the sky above a vast mountain range. Then Yan Kuangtu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space cracked open again. Yan Kuangtu brought Lu Ming along and stepped into the spatial crack. He tore through space. He was tearing through space. If one's strength had not reached an unbelievable realm, it would be extremely difficult to do so. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Not long after, they appeared above another lake. Yan Kuangtu continued to tear through space. This process repeated as they headed towards the Xianxia region. Xianxia region, Xianxia city. These days it was extremely lively. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the atmosphere was joyous. This was because the number one genius of the Xianxia region, Saint Xianxia, the top one on the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, was about to marry the daughter of the Xianxia sub-palace master. Countless people from all over the Xianxia region came to congratulate him. In the past few days, Xianxia city's city gates had been opened wide, and everything was free of charge. On the first level of Xianxia city there was a huge square. Thousands of tables had already been set up. Today was the wedding day of Mulan and the sacred constellation. Many people were heading towards the square. Those who could enter here were all famous people in the Xianxia region. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to enter. At the edge of the square on a pavilion, Mu Xian and the palace master of the Eastern Palace, Mu Zheng, stood side by side, looking at the lively crowd below. "Zai, it seems that nothing can be changed. Lanner, that girl, wanted to resist, but in the end she still ended up like this." Mu Zheng sighed. "Lu Ming has disappeared for half a year. Wonder why?" Many people in the outside world are saying that Lu Ming is afraid and knows that he's no match for the sacred constellation, so he's hiding. I don't believe this at all. With Lu Ming's personality, even if he's no match for the sacred constellation, he'll still fight. Mu Shiyuan said. "There's too little time. It's true that it'll be difficult for Lu Ming to defeat the sacred constellation. It's good that he didn't appear. It's also good for Lu Ming." Mu Jing sighed. Chapter 599. 599 Lu Ming is hiding. What? At this moment, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan's eyes looked outside. In the sky, a few figures slowly approached. "Big brother and second brother are here. Xiaoyuan, let's go out." Mu Zheng pulled Mu Xiuan and similarly stepped into the air to meet those people. "Greetings, big brother, second brother." Mu Zheng called out. One of the two people in front was an old man with a head full of white hair, and the other was a burly man who looked to be in his 50s. That burly man in his 50s was Mu Zheng's elder brother, Mu Lan's father, and the current palace master of the Heaven Mystic Palace, Mu Tian. The white-haired old man was Mu Zheng's second brother, Mu Yi. The age of martial arts powerhouses could not be distinguished by appearance. Mu Tian, for example, was the oldest. However, he looked like he was only in his 50s. This was because his cultivation was the most profound and he had already broken through to the spirit ocean realm. As he looked the youngest. As for Mu Yi and Mu Zheng, they both looked like old men. "Greetings, eldest uncle, second uncle." Mu Xiuan stepped forward and bowed. Mu Xiuan's father was the fifth child, but he had died in battle in his early years. "Yes, let's go up and sit." Mu Tian nodded and walked up to the platform. At the top of the square, there was a row of high platforms, specially for people of status to sit on. After they sat down, they began to chat. "Sixth brother, I heard that Lu Ming is from your Eastern Palace. He was very arrogant before and actually challenged the sacred constellation. Now he's gone into hiding with his tail between his legs. Mui looked at Mu Zheng and said with a faint smile. Second brother Lu Ming is most likely held up by something. He might not be in hiding. The rumors from the outside world cannot be trusted. Mu Zheng said. Is that so? I heard that Lu Ming challenged the sacred constellation because of Lan. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't have a clear understanding of your own status. Is Lan worthy of you? Even if he has some talent, does my Mu clan lack talented youths? The sacred constellation is a supreme chosen. Mu Yi said with a cold smile. Even if they were brothers by blood, there would still be competition and discord. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng had always been at odds with each other. Thus, Mu Yi would not let go of any opportunity to attack Mu Zheng. Second uncle, I don't think so. Lu Ming is not an ordinary genius. Give him a few years and he'll definitely be on the list of top 1,000 talents. Mu Xiaoyuan interjected. Get on the list of top 1,000 talents? How ignorant, is it that easy to get onto the list of top 1,000 talents? Just based on a kid who came from the eastern mountain area? Young people are really whimsical. Alright, the elders are talking, don't interrupt. Mu Yi chided softly, his voice filled with faint disdain. Mu Shiyuan's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't continue to speak. Big brother has good eyes. Xianxia, born from the Xing clan, is a match for our Mu clan. Furthermore, he has unparalleled talent and is a peerless genius. He's a perfect match for Lanner. Mu Yi laughed. Mu Tian only nodded slightly and did not say much. Mu Yi continued. The key is that the forces on the side of the sacred constellation's mother are too strong. As long as we can get close to them after Lan and the sacred constellation are married, our Mu family will be able to develop steadily. We'll be impregnable. Mu Zheng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. It became slightly grave. Indeed, Xianxia's mother had an extremely great background. She came from the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and was the direct descendant of an extremely powerful clan. Although their Mu clan was extremely powerful in the Tianxian region, they were nothing when compared to the power of the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The main palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was the core of the palace. The sacred constellation was not only terrifyingly talented, but it also had a terrifying background. Lu Ming was far inferior compared to it. In a huge mansion in the 4th district of Tianxian City. This was the Xing family's residence. At this moment, a group of people gathered at the entrance of the mansion and chatted. I wanted to see Lu Ming being tortured by the young Master of Stars. I didn't expect that guy to hide and not dare to meet anyone. That's right. To think that I've waited for half a year with such high expectations. What a coward. He only knows how to talk big and show off for a moment. I've already expected this outcome. If he doesn't hide and really challenges the young Master of Xianxia, he'll definitely die. In the eyes of that kind of person, face is nothing, his life is definitely more important. These were all the heroes of the Xing family. Some of them had even been beaten up by Lu Ming before. Naturally, they hoped that the sacred constellation could torture Lu Ming. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would actually hide. This made them very disappointed. The young Master of Xianxia has come out. Someone shouted. A few people walked out of the mansion. Sacred Constellation was dressed in a festive red robe and walked in the middle. Beside him was a middle-aged couple. They were Sacred Constellation's parents, the current rulers of the Xing family. There was another man in his 40s. He was handsome and had a dignified aura. He was Xianxia's mother's elder brother, Xianxia's uncle. He had come from the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Xianxia, go to the Mu family and welcome the bride. Your father, uncle, and I will wait for you at the banquet. The mother of the Holy Constellation said. Yes, mother. Xianxia nodded. Then Saint Starlight's mother and the others stepped into the air and went to the square in the 1st district. As for the Sacred Constellation, it was heading towards the Mu clan. In a pavilion of the Mu family, Mulan was dressed in a bright red robe, which made her look even more charming. However, her brows were tightly furrowed, and there was not a trace of a smile on her face. Her eyes were listless and seemed a little empty. Lu Ming, what happened to you? Mulan said softly. Mulan knew very well that Lu Ming had gone to the weapon-forging sect. After that, news of the destruction of the weapon-forging sect spread and Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan was very worried that Lu Ming would be in an accident. She did not believe the rumors that spread that Lu Ming was afraid of the sacred constellation and that was why he was hiding and did not dare to meet anyone. It could be said that she had watched Lu Ming grow up. She understood Lu Ming very well. He would never hide just because he was no match for her. "Lan are you all right?" An old voice came from behind Mulan. Mulan turned around and saw an old man. She forced a smile on her face. "Grandpa." This old man was naturally Yen Lan. As Mulan's grandfather, he naturally had to attend her wedding. Ai. Yen Lan let out a deep sigh when she saw Mulan's appearance. He had hoped that Lu Ming would create a miracle. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan had resisted for more than 10 years. In the end, she had to marry someone she didn't like under her father's will. Perhaps this was fate. "Miss Mulan, young Master Xianxia is here to welcome you." A young woman walked in and said. Mulan's face revealed a sad smile. "Tell young Master Xianxia that I'll go immediately." Mulan said. "Lu Ming, where are you?" Mulan looked out of the window and let out a long sigh. She then turned around and strode out of the door. Chapter 600. 600 finally arrived. Yan Kuangtu brought Lu Ming along as they tore through space more than 20 times. Voila! When the 27th light shone into Lu Ming's eyes, Yan Kuangtu stopped. He did not continue to travel through space. "We're here." Yan Kuangtu's slightly complicated voice sounded as he looked to the east. 100 miles away, a pitch-black city stood tall, as if it had experienced the passage of time. That was Xianxia City. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. They had finally arrived at Xianxia City. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked. Traveling through space was too fast. There were 16 big domains between Hong Domain and Tianxian Domain, and many of them were larger than Tianxian Domain. And now they had arrived. It would only take about an hour. "Lu Ming, I won't be going to Tianxian City with you. I'm going to the ancient Baron City to check out the situation," Yan Kuangtu said. "Senior Yan, thank you for your help this time." Lu Ming cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude sincerely. You don't have to thank me. I destroyed the domain teleporting formation in the Grand Domain. You won't be able to come back, so of course I have to bring you back." Yan Kuangtu laughed. "Senior, I'll take my leave then." Lu Ming was in a hurry to return to Tianxian City. "Go." Yan Kuangtu took a sip of wine and waved his hand. Lu Ming turned around and headed toward Tianxian City. It's not easy to go to Tianxian City. This kid will most likely suffer a loss if he goes. Yan Kuangtu muttered. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming could not feel it at all. With a slight smile, Yan Kuangtu's figure moved and disappeared without a trace. "Dandan, inscribe the inscription of True Essence Explosion for me," Lu Ming said to Dandan. This time he had to win against the sacred constellation. He could not lose. Lu Ming had to be fully prepared. All right. She started to inscribe inscriptions on Lu Ming. This time he actually succeeded on the first try. Lu Ming felt his essential core surge and his body was filled with energy. The distance of 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming landed at the city gate and entered. As soon as he entered the city gate, he felt that something was wrong. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was a jubilant atmosphere. Lu Ming's expression changed when he found out about it. Today was the day that Mulan and the Holy Star were getting married. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming rushed to the square. The square was packed with guests. At the top of the square, Mu Tian and the others sat on one side, while the parents and elders of Holy Constellation sat on the other. The bride and groom have arrived. A voice rang out and everyone's eyes turned to the left side of the square. Their two figures walked over. They were Holy Star and Mulan. There was a faint smile on Sacred Constellation's face, while Mulan's face was devoid of any smile. She was as calm as still water. The two of them stepped into the center of the square. A martial artist's marriage was different from a normal person's. Ordinary people needed to bow to the heavens and the earth, but martial artists didn't. The cultivation of martial arts had always been a heaven-defying thing. Otherwise, there would not have been a lightning tribulation when he broke through to the martial king realm. Therefore, when martial artists got married, they would not worship heaven and earth. As long as they knelt down and paid respects to their elders and ancestors, the people of the Detian Divine Palace had one more thing to pray for, which was to pray to Martial Emperor Di. After these steps were completed, it would be considered an official marriage. Alright, now the newlyweds will kneel down and pay respects to the parents and elders of both parties. A voice rang out. Hold on. Just as Mulan was about to kowtow to the elders of both sides on the Holy Star, a voice resounded throughout the entire place. Everyone was shocked. Who would be so bold as to disrupt the wedding ceremony between Mulan and Holy Constellation? Did they not want to live? However, some people were different. When they heard this voice, their bodies trembled. Mulan's delicate body trembled when she heard the voice. She turned around abruptly with a pleasantly surprised expression on her face. Similarly, Mu Xian and Mu Jing also followed suit. Their expressions first changed and then revealed pleasant surprise. The people of the Xing family, on the other hand, looked gloomy. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the voice. A young man was walking towards the square step by step. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Suddenly someone shouted. It's really him. Didn't he hide? Why did you appear now? It can't be that he couldn't bear to leave Miss Mulan at a critical moment, so he steeled his heart and ran out, right? It's possible. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming had challenged the sacred constellation, everyone thought that he had challenged the sacred constellation because of Mulan. They all thought that Lu Ming was interested in her. Now that it had appeared, many people would naturally think in this direction. Lu Ming, he's finally here. Mu Xian muttered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming. Mulan looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Mulan seemed to be full of energy. Her eyes were shining. Lu Ming. Holy Star muttered, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. Lu Ming could not cause any fluctuations in him. Lu Ming. Xingyao and the others who had grudges with Lu Ming looked at him with a strong murderous intent in their eyes. This kid is Lu Ming? What was he trying to do? Disrupt the wedding? You're looking for death. Mu Yi shouted coldly. Under countless gazes, Lu Ming walked towards Mulan and the sacred constellation step by step. Then he stood more than 10 meters in front of them. Senior sister Mulan, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I knew you would come, kid. Mulan smiled as well. Her smile was even more radiant and charming than a flower, causing many young people to be momentarily dazed. Senior sister Mulan will catch up later. Right now we have more important things to do. Lu Ming smiled and looked at the sacred constellation. Half a year has passed on the sacred constellation. Let's have a battle. How dare you? Who is this little bastard? How dare he disrupt Constellation's wedding? He's courting death. Men, kill him. On the high platform, Saint Xingqian's mother's eyes flashed with a cold light as she shouted. Yes. Two middle-aged men rushed out and charged at Lu Ming at top speed. Boom. Two terrifying auras emanated from the two of them. Level 9 Martial King Realm. The two burly men were both Level 9 Martial King Realm experts, the top figures among the king tiers of the upper tier. Little bastard, kneel down. The two burly men ran on the ground like two giant wild beasts, causing the earth to rumble. The two of them instantly rushed to Lu Ming's sides, one on the left and one on the right, and clasped Lu Ming's shoulders. The Holy Star did not move, but Mulan exclaimed, Lu Ming, be careful. However, Lu Ming did not move. He seemed to be scared silly. Bang! Bang! The two burly men grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders with precision and grabbed one of his arms with their other hand. Hee hee, you want to challenge the Holy Star with just this bit of strength? What a fool's dream. Mu Yi immediately sneered. This brat really overestimates his own ability. The people from Sacred Glory also sneered. But in the next moment they could no longer laugh. Kneel down. The two burly men bellowed and their essential core exploded. They grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders and pressed him down. However, Lu Ming's posture was straight like an ancient divine mountain, standing on the ground without moving an inch. Chapter 601. 601 Suppressing you in 3 moves. The 2 burly men's expressions changed and their eyes were filled with shock. Kneel down. The 2 burly men let out another explosive roar. Their bodies were suffused with blood-red light, and even their bloodlines had erupted. The powerful vital essence merged with the will of heaven and earth and pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still did not move. The 2 big men's faces turned red. Most of the people's faces changed. What are the 2 of you doing? Do you want to play games? Mu Jing smiled faintly and looked at Mu Yi. Mu Yi's face darkened. Interesting. Mu Tian, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. This little bastard. His mother in the Holy Star City gritted her teeth, and her face turned even colder. The people of Sacred Glory were dumbfounded. Sacred Constellation, is this the battle you promised me? Lu Ming looked at the Sacred Constellation in disdain. You want to fight me? Let's see if you have the qualifications. Holy Constellation said calmly. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. His essential core suddenly exploded and he waved his arms. Bang! The 2 burly men were lifted up and slammed into each other. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and the 2 burly men screamed in pain. It was unknown how many of their bone armors had been broken. Lu Ming swung his arms and the 2 burly men's bodies were thrown hundreds of meters away like 2 pools of mud. They lay on the ground and screamed in pain. Many people's faces changed. The 2 burly men were both at the early stage of the Level 9 Martial King realm. In the Xianxia region they were definitely the top experts and overlords. However, in the hands of Lu Ming, they seemed so weak and could not resist at all. In just half a year's time, Lu Ming had actually grown to this stage? Isn't that too terrifying? A hint of surprise also flashed across Holy Constellation's eyes. Haha, this kid is not bad. He's worthy of being someone from the East. Mu Jing laughed. Before this, he had been ridiculed by Mu Yi. Now that he had finally found a chance to counterattack, he felt very proud. I've only defeated 2 early-stage Level 9 Martial King realm cultivators. Moreover, those 2 were caught off guard and didn't even display any martial skills. What's there to be proud of? Compared to the Holy Star, I don't know how far they're from it. Mu Yi's face was dark and he snorted coldly. He's only an early Level 9 Martial King realm warrior? His second brother's standards are really high. You don't even take a Level 9 Martial King seriously. Mu Jing said with a smile. This time Mu Yi's face darkened and he did not speak. And now? Lu Ming stared at the Sacred Constellation and said only 3 words, but it made everything clear. Didn't the Sacred Constellation want to see if he was qualified? What about now? Too weak. Holy Constellation's reply was only 2 words, but it showed great confidence. You're avoiding the battle. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the Holy Star. What a joke. Little bastard, you are not qualified to fight with the young master of Xianxia. If you want to fight, you have to get past me first. A cold sneer was heard as a figure stepped into the air and strolled in the air before appearing in the square. Everyone's heart trembled. There was no need to explain what it meant to walk in the air in Xianxia City. It's the Sacred Glory. He's going to make a move. He's an elder of the Xianxia sub-palace. That's normal. Lu Ming wants to challenge the Sacred Constellation today. He has to prove himself with his own abilities. Countless people were whispering in the surroundings. Many of them were powerhouses who had rushed over from other places in the Xianxia region. They had never seen Lu Ming before. At this moment they were curiously sizing up this outstanding young man. It had been a few years since anyone from the younger generation of the Xianxia region had challenged the Sacred Constellation. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the Sacred Glory and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "All right, it's time to settle your score. Settle accounts with me? Little bastard, I haven't seen you for half a year. I don't know where you got your confidence from." Sacred Light sneered and stepped forward. Boom. The aura of a peak-tier king exploded forth like a vast ocean. Xingyao's body also floated in the air. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, 10 moves, I'll suppress you in 10 moves. If I can't suppress you in 10 moves, I'll admit defeat. Lu Ming shook his head and stretched out 3 fingers. Xingyao was stunned for a moment, then sneered and said, what's wrong? If you don't have any confidence in yourself, could it be that you can only withstand 3 of my moves? No. Lu Ming shook his head again. 3 moves. I mean, I can defeat you within 3 moves. Otherwise, I'll admit defeat and leave. As soon as he said that, the entire place boiled. Lu Ming actually said that he could suppress the sacred glory within 3 moves. How was that possible? Crazy, he was definitely crazy. I thought he was a top figure, but it turns out he's just a hothead who overestimates himself. Does he know what peak-tier king tiers mean? Mu Yi sneered. Mu Xian and Mu Jing were also a little puzzled. They could not believe that Lu Ming could suppress the sacred glory in 3 moves. On the high platform, Mu Tian and Xingqian's uncle, Xingqian's father, the current head of the Xing family, Xing Tsang, also shook their heads slightly. With their cultivation, they could naturally tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level martial king realm. Was it possible for a level 9 martial king to defeat a peak king in 3 moves? You suppress me in 3 moves. Ha! Xingyao laughed wildly as if he had heard something funny. But the next moment he could no longer laugh. Lu Ming's body seemed to have lost its weight. He was suspended in the air and flew to the same position as the sacred glory, standing opposite it. The entire place fell silent. He's hovering in the air. He's hovering in Xianxia city. Could it be that Lu Ming has already broken through to the peak-tier king tier? Someone cried out in shock. No, it's a peak level 9 martial king. Lu Ming has comprehended the will of the wind, which is why he can fly. However, his combat strength is probably close to a peak level 9 martial king. Unbelievable. He can actually fight against a peak-tier king? How long has it been? He's so young. Everyone present was shocked. Mu Yi was dumbstruck, while Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. On the square, sacred constellation raised an eyebrow for the first time, showing a hint of interest. However, he was only interested in it. He was still confident. However, Sacred Light's face was completely gloomy. Lu Ming could actually hover in the sky above Xianxia city. In a sense, Lu Ming was already on the same level as him. Make your move. Use your strongest unique skill. Otherwise, you won't have the chance, Lu Ming said. His voice was calm but full of confidence. Arrogant. Sacred Light shouted and his aura burst out. He suddenly attacked. A huge flaming hand completely formed by the flaming sword Qi was a few meters long and wide. It was shockingly powerful as it came crashing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a ring of dazzling flames flew out. It expanded rapidly and became a few meters in diameter. It was filled with crimson flames and bombarded Lu Ming. The 2 attacks were as powerful as lightning and the space was boiling from the heat. Below, more than a dozen elders of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace waved their hands, and true origins spread out, forming a true origin barrier that isolated the area below. Chapter 602. 602 Chapter 602 Abusing Sacred Glory. As soon as the sacred glory was launched, it displayed a thunderous attack, hoping to suppress Lu Ming in one blow. Small tricks. Go. Lu Ming shouted. A spear's gleam rushed out of his body and soared into the sky. Bang. The sacred glory's giant flaming palm was directly crushed by the spear radiance. Buzz. Lu Ming soared into the sky and swept his spear at the huge ring. Clang. The huge ring kept shaking and the red flames were almost scattered. The ring made a cracking sound and a hole was opened, flying far away. Puchi. Holy Light's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating rapidly. How did this happen? Holy Light screamed in horror in his heart. It was simply unbelievable. The 2 moves that he had used almost all his strength on were easily countered by Lu Ming. Moreover, he was injured by the ring. Such combat strength was simply terrifying. Suppress. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. His figure rushed towards the sacred glory like lightning. He looked down from above and swept his spear. The holy light roared and burst out with all its strength. It almost turned into a man of fire and struck the most powerful blow. However, it was all in vain. Under Lu Ming's spear gleam, all his attacks turned into nothing. The huge spear light hit the holy brilliance directly. The holy brilliance screamed and flew down. Stop. Lu Ming waved his hand and a primordial qi ribbon rolled up, wrapping around the holy brilliance and stopping it from falling. Then Lu Ming's body fell and his feet stomped on the old face of the sacred glory. This kick contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. No. Holy light roared. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's foot accurately landed on the sacred glory's face. The sacred glory's body was like a meteorite, falling rapidly and heavily on the essential core shield below. A deafening explosion, accompanied by a blood-curdling screech and the sound of bones breaking, resounded throughout the entire area. Then everyone saw Xingyao lying on the true essence shield like an old dead dog, twitching all over and blood flowing out of his mouth. Especially on his face, there was a clear shoe print, which almost flattened his old face. CSI. Everyone gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. 3 moves, it really was 3 moves. Including the last kick, it was exactly 3 moves. 3 moves. Lu Ming had really suppressed the holy brilliance in 3 moves. He had even beaten the holy brilliance half to death. This. On the high platform, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan were also dumbstruck. Although they had hoped that Lu Ming would win, they were not very confident. After all, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the 4th level of the martial king realm half a year ago. It was already a miracle for him to become a late-stage king in half a year, let alone a peak-tier king. Never in their dreams did they expect that not only did Lu Ming win, but he also won so cleanly and in such an exciting way. This brat, this brat. Mu Jing kept muttering in a low voice. He was extremely excited. How long ago? A year and a half ago, when Lu Ming had just entered the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, he had not even reached the half-step king realm. In a short 1.5 years, Lu Ming had reached the peak of the king's realm. It was simply a miracle. There had never been such a miracle in the history of the Xianxia region. Beside Mu Jing, Mu Yi's mouth was wide open. He was dumbfounded and his face was also filled with disbelief. Below the square, Mu Lan looked up at the young figure in the sky with great excitement. In her heart, images of the past kept flashing. The young man in Fiery Wind City, the young man who had needed her protection at that time, had walked his own path as time passed. Not only had he far surpassed her, but he had also become a top expert in the Tianxian region. He had become a mountain that could shelter her from the wind and rain, protecting her. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming challenged the sacred constellation, Mu Lan knew that he did it for her. After that, Lu Ming disappeared for half a year. Half a year later, just as she was about to get married, Lu Ming appeared again. He stood in front of her domineeringly and blocked everything for her. At this moment, her eyes were wet. She knew that she had made the right choice. Lu Ming strolled down and appeared in front of Xianxia. And now? It was still the same sentence. Now, did he have the right to stand in front of the holy star? Everyone's gaze followed Lu Ming's body as he moved. In the Xing family, the young men who had grudges with Lu Ming and had even fought with him had complicated looks in their eyes. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and respect. More than half a year ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. But more than half a year later, Lu Ming had already left them far behind. He was already able to stand in front of the holy star. They were far inferior to Lu Ming. They were no longer on the same level. At the thought of this, the heroes of the Xing family were dejected. Many people had previously concluded that Lu Ming had hidden away out of fear. At this moment they were so ashamed that their faces were red. Lu Ming did not hide out of fear. He was probably cultivating somewhere. On the high platform, Mu Tian Xing Tsong and Xianxia's uncle's eyes flickered slightly as they sized up Lu Ming seriously. Clearly, they had finally acknowledged Lu Ming's combat strength and were serious about it. The sacred constellation had been calm from the beginning, but now, it was as if there were stars shining in his eyes, bright and dazzling. Not bad. The sacred constellation spoke. "Let's fight in the air," Lu Ming said. Then he rose into the air and appeared in the sky. The holy star emitted rays of starlight and rose into the sky as well. It appeared in the sky facing Lu Ming. At this moment, many people's hearts were beating fast. They stared at the two young figures in the sky with wide eyes. Was Lu Ming and the sacred constellation finally going to fight? Half a year ago, Lu Ming's challenge to Saint Constellation had spread throughout Xianxia city. Some people only laughed it off when they heard it. They thought that it was a joke. Even if it was not a joke, it was impossible for Lu Ming to really challenge the sacred constellation. He was too far away and did not have the qualifications at all. Even if they were to fight, it would be a one-sided battle. The sacred constellation would probably be able to suppress Lu Ming with one palm. However, now no one would think that the holy constellation could suppress Lu Ming with one palm. Lu Ming had just used his strength to prove that he was qualified to fight against the sacred constellation. Some people even started to worry about the holy star. Half a year ago, the sacred constellation had been at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. At that time, the battle prowess of the sacred constellation was said to be no weaker than that of a peak king. However, Lu Ming was not weaker than a peak tier king. He had suppressed a peak tier king in 3 moves. Had the holy star broken through to peak king tier? If he had not broken through, would he be a match for Lu Ming? Everyone was staring at it. "Your combat strength is not bad. Half a year ago you might have been able to fight me. But now the result will not change." Boom. As soon as Sacred Constellation's voice fell, a huge pillar of starlight rushed out of Sacred Constellation's body, reaching the sky and into the endless void. A powerful aura filled the air. Peak tier king. Chapter 603. 603 The Great Battle Against the Sacred Star. The sacred constellation exuded a terrifying aura and a vast pressure. It was the aura of a peak tier king. Peak tier king. The holy star has broken through to peak tier king. Heavens, the sacred constellation was already incomparably powerful to begin with. Now that it has broken through to peak tier king, just how powerful is it? No wonder he's a peerless heaven's favorite on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's really terrifying. Right now, apart from the Palace Master and a few Sea of Soul Realm experts, no one in the Tianxian region is his match. Lu Ming is finished. He's definitely no match for them. There was an uproar in the audience. Many people had thought that Lu Ming could fight against the Holy Star City, but they had changed their minds. Lu Ming was only at the peak of Level 9 Martial King realm. Although he could defeat the Divine Glory, the Divine Star and the Divine Glory were two completely different concepts. The Holy Star that had broken through to peak tier king could probably kill the Holy Light with one move. Haha, let's see how that kid is going to fight now. Mu Yi sneered. Xianxia, make your move as soon as possible and cripple that little bastard. Don't delay the auspicious day of the wedding. Holy Constellation's mother called out. He really did break through to peak tier king tier? Lu Ming muttered. Back in the Great Domain, Qin Qingshan's ranking was one rank lower than that of the Sacred Constellation. Since Qin Qingshan had already broken through to peak tier king, Lu Ming guessed that the Sacred Constellation had most likely broken through to peak tier king as well. It was indeed the case now. Lu Ming, if you admit defeat now and destroy your cultivation, I can spare your life. The Holy Star's entire body was suffused with starlight, like a god descending from the heavens, inspecting the world with great confidence. Ha, Holy Star, you think you can beat me? Lu Ming stood in the air, his long hair flying in the wind. His eyes were like two unsheathed divine swords, revealing a sharp fighting spirit. I will let you understand the difference between you and me. Saint Constellation's eyes glowed with starlight. At this moment, the starlight on his body was boiling like a raging flame. Slash. With a soft cry, a starry sword hundreds of feet long, condensed and slashed at Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out a palm. The Heavenly Path Palm was a martial arts technique that was infinitely close to the heaven level. However, under the activation of Lu Ming's current cultivation, it unleashed a terrifying and unparalleled power that seemed to exceed its original level. A huge handprint with 9 fingers appeared. The patterns on it were clear like heavenly Tao inscriptions. It emitted a terrifying aura and smashed toward the starry sword. An earth-shattering boom resounded in the sky and a bright light appeared. Some of the weaker cultivators felt a sharp pain in their eyes, and they couldn't help but close their eyes. In the next moment the light disappeared and the palm and the giant sword disappeared at the same time. Holy Star, there's no need to test me. Show me your true strength. Otherwise you will end up like the Holy Brilliance. Unknowingly, a long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hands and his fighting spirit soared. I'll grant you your wish, Star Point Sword Art. The starlight on the sacred constellation became even more resplendent. It was clearly daytime, but in the depths of the sky, there were rays of starlight falling down and landing on the sacred constellation. The star intent realm was indeed marvelous. At the same time, a dazzling battle sword appeared in Saint Xianxia's hand. As he waved the battle sword, stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Then stars fell toward Lu Ming one after another, turning into swords of stars. They were like streams of light shooting toward Lu Ming. Hundreds of streams of light covered the area and completely locked onto Lu Ming's retreat path. There was no way to avoid it. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming stood still and stabbed with his spear. Hundreds of three-colored true dragons flew out and roared as they charged at the stars. Boom, boom, boom. Like fireworks exploding, the sky was filled with resplendent lights. However, the crowd was not in the mood to watch. Their eyes were completely locked on Lu Ming and the Holy Star. It's my turn. Let's go, Lu Ming said softly as he strode forward. His long spear shone brightly as he thrust it forward. A huge three-colored true dragon roared and pounced at the sacred planet. Point Star Sword, 10,000 swords unite. Saint Starlight waved his hand, and it seemed as if there were tens of thousands of stars that entered Saint Starlight's battle sword. Boom. A violent boom was heard in the sky again. Many people felt their eardrums vibrating and their heads rumbling. In their shock, they hurriedly circulated their true essence to protect their eardrums. In the sky, a bright light appeared and then disappeared. Kill. Kill. The two figures got closer and closer and finally they collided heavily. The space trembled violently as if it could not bear the burden. Boom. 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 The two figures turned into two streams of light and kept clashing in the air. A wanton force cut through the void and kept falling. If it weren't for the Elder's true essence shield, the tables and chairs below would have all been destroyed. But even so, the true Yuan barrier was still shaking, and the dozen peak-tier King Elders' expressions changed. Just the overflowing qi was enough to make them feel tremendous pressure. If they really participated in the battle, wouldn't they be easily killed? Was this still the power of a king tier? At the scene, countless eyes were staring at the sky without blinking. Their eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against the sacred constellation and fight it to this extent. Today, regardless of whether Lu Ming won or lost, his name was bound to shake the Tianxian region and leave a heavy mark in the history of the Tianxian region. Damn it, Xianxia will definitely be able to kill this little bastard. The mother of Holy Constellation growled in a low voice, and her eyes revealed a sinister look. Boom. Boom. The battle in the sky continued and it was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Buzz. At that moment, a layer of blood-red light emanated from the sacred constellation. Then starlight spread out and a scroll appeared above Xianxia's head. The scroll was unfurled and 7 stars shone on it. That was the 7 stars of Heavenly Dipper. There were 7 Esilavir chakras on the scroll, and they were emitting rays of light. This was the second bloodline of the Holy Star, a 7th-level king bloodline. The sacred constellation's bloodline erupted, and its aura became even stronger. You have the bloodline but I don't? Explode. Boom. His second bloodline was unleashed. He was also a 7th-level king. Now Lu Ming's 2 bloodlines had both advanced to the 7th level of the king level. However, Lu Ming did not unleash the 9-dragon bloodline. Lu Ming decided that in the future he would try his best not to use the 9-dragon bloodline in crowded places, especially in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Although the 9 Suns Supreme had already helped him seal his aura, who knew if someone would guess something from his appearance? It was better to be careful. The eruption of their bloodlines caused the battle between the two to become even more intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Look, Lu Ming is at a disadvantage. That's right. He's no match for Lu Ming and is being suppressed. The number of attacks from the sacred constellation is increasing, but Lu Ming's attacks are decreasing. That's right, Lu Ming is going to lose. He's only a peak level 9 martial king after all. It's already a miracle that he's been able to fight the Holy Star until now. Chapter 604. 604 You're strong, I'm stronger. Kill. The Holy Star was so powerful that it filled the sky with starlight. The sword chi was like a tide sweeping toward Lu Ming. On the Holy Star, whether it was the physical body cultivation techniques or martial techniques, they were all extremely powerful. They far surpassed ordinary geniuses, and their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Ordinary geniuses on the same level as him couldn't even take a single move from him. Slowly he began to suppress Lu Ming and gain the upper hand. At that moment, a storm of killing intent was brewing in the eyes of the Holy Star. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. He was a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory and had entered the Peak King's realm. He had wanted to fulfill his ambition and push his ranking up. But now he was being blocked by a peak level 9 martial king realm martial artist and could not even fight for a long time. If word of this got out, it would definitely be a fatal blow to his reputation. His thoughts were exactly the same as Xianxia's. This was the pride of a peerless genius. Star-slashing sword. With a loud roar, the Holy Star body combined with the sword and slashed out with the strongest sword. This sword seemed to be able to cut down the stars in the sky, hence its name Star-slashing sword. Gakudo path attack. Lu Ming also cast his strongest attack. Boom. The two beams of light collided in the sky like a sun exploding. It was a terrifying scene. The endless storm and chi fell down. The true yuan that the peak-tier kings had laid down started to shake violently, and the expressions of the peak-tier kings changed as they were forced back. On the high platform, Mu Tian's eyes flickered. With a wave of his hand, a wave of true yuan spread out and covered the true yuan of more than a dozen peak-tier kings. Only then did it block the overflowing energy from above. After the explosion, the two figures quickly retreated. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters, while the Holy Constellation retreated about 500 meters. It was clear who was stronger. The two of them faced each other. Lu Ming, you're pretty strong, but it's all over for today. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, an even stronger aura burst out of his body. He was much stronger than before. Heavens, the Holy Constellation is actually still hiding its strength. This is a special use of a special bloodline. Everyone's bloodline contains endless mysteries. Ordinary people can only use their bloodline to increase their combat power. But some geniuses can comprehend some mysterious things from their bloodline, such as martial techniques or secret techniques. That's the kind of person Holy Constellation is. Lu Ming is finished. He's even less of a match. Cries of surprise came from the surroundings. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Previously, Xianxia had done the same. He had almost turned himself into an ice man, which had greatly increased his combat strength. That was also a secret skill that he had comprehended from his bloodline. Until now, Lu Ming had not comprehended anything from the blood meridian. The bloodline of the 9 dragons could devour all things. It could also be said to be a secret skill that one would possess upon awakening. As for his second bloodline, it had always been obscured by a layer of clouds. Now he could only see the word suppress. It was as if there was something blocking it. Lu Ming could not observe it at all, let alone comprehend it. Lu Ming. Below, Mulan had a worried look on her face as she clutched her clothes tightly. Lu Ming, this battle is over. The Holy Star stepped on the air, its aura thick and powerful. Is it really over? Yes, it's time to end this. It seems like I still have to use that power. Lu Ming said softly and sighed. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Ming's aura burst out and rose rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura was wild. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's aura has increased too. Oh my god. And the increase is so rapid. It's even more than the increase of the sacred constellation. How terrifying. Sensing the violent essential core in his body, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. This was the explosive power of the Dandan inscription formation. Earlier on, Lu Ming had been suppressing the essential core in his body, keeping it at Lu Ming's original strength. He wanted to see how far his own strength was from the sacred constellation. The sacred constellation was indeed stronger than Qin Qingshan. How did this happen? The people from the Xing family, Xing Xingqian's mother, Mu Yi, and the others all cried out in disbelief. This guy is forever unfathomable. Mu Lan let out a breath and smiled. Mu Xiaoyuan and Mu Jing were also the same. Holy Constellation's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a hint of disbelief flashed through them. Sacred Constellation, it's time to end this battle. Battle! Lu Ming shouted, stepping on the void and slowly walking out. With every step he took, the void trembled violently. The power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out. Slash! The holy stars exploded, and the battle sword was incomparably fierce, as if it could split open space. Lu Ming's first step was easily broken, but the second step's power swarmed in. When the holy star broke through the power of the second step, his expression changed slightly. He felt great pressure, but immediately the power of the third step arrived. The third step was even stronger, several times stronger than the second step. Slash! The holy star roared and slashed out with its sword. Boom! With a huge boom, Holy Constellation's body shook violently and retreated rapidly. The crowd was in an uproar. Xing Xingqian had retreated and he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, had actually managed to force the sacred constellation into a disadvantageous position. No, Constellation can't lose. That little bastard, he deserves to die, he deserves to die. Mu Qing of the sacred constellation screamed with resentment. Ah! The holy star let out a long cry, its hair flying in the air and its starlight boiling. He could not stand being suppressed by Lu Ming. What are you shouting for? Your fate has already been decided. Lu Ming sneered and strode forward. Brat, let's stop here. It's enough for today's battle. Next, let's pretend to lose to sacred constellation. At this moment, a voice was heard in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then he sneered. It seemed that someone could not sit still. Lu Ming's gaze swept around. Kid, you don't have to look anymore. I'm Saint Constellation's uncle. I'll be frank with you. Saint Constellation's status isn't something you can compare with. He's not only a member of the Sheng clan, but also the bloodline of my Shang clan. You can't defeat him. Today the one who wins must be Saint Constellation. If you defeat him, I guarantee that you will die. That voice rang out again. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the high platform. Finally, his gaze landed on a middle-aged man with a jade crown on his head. This person was Saint Xingqian's uncle, Shangguan Wuchen. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Laughable, truly laughable. Seeing that sacred constellation was at a disadvantage, someone jumped out and actually wanted him to lose to sacred constellation on purpose. The reason was that the holy star had some bullshit Shangguan clan's bloodline, and that her status was higher than his. Otherwise Lu Ming would have to die. Lu Ming had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. It was simply despicable and shameless. Lu Ming would listen to him. Obviously not. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and the spear's gleam intensified. He used his actions to announce that he would not compromise. Chapter 605. 605 Chapter 605 Secretly Taking Action. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward. The three-colored concept surrounded his body. He held a long spear in his hand and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood still, straight as a mountain. Roar! A huge three-colored true dragon with thick scales roared and pounced toward the Saint planet. It was the same true dragon strike, but its momentum was much stronger than before. Saint Starlight bellowed in rage. With a wave of his hand, a small tower shimmering with starlight appeared in front of him. The small tower rapidly expanded and blocked in front of him. Holy Constellation had already lost all confidence and started to defend. Boom! The three-colored true dragon pounced on the small star tower, and the small star tower was directly sent flying. The Saint Star retreated at an extreme speed and its body trembled slightly. A trace of blood was left at the corner of its mouth. He was injured. Boom! However, Lu Ming did not give him any chance to catch his breath. His long spear turned into a shocking spear radiance. It was incomparably huge and smashed down on him with the force of Mount Tai. This spear directly smashed the holy star 1,000 meters away, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Sacred Constellation is going to be defeated. Heavens, I never thought that there would be someone in the Xianxia region who could defeat the Sacred Constellation. The people at the scene stared at the sky with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Ever since the rise of Sacred Constellation, it had been unrivaled. No one could compare to it. In the Xianxia region, no matter what kind of geniuses or monstrous talents they were all trash in front of Sacred Constellation. There was no way to compare them. His cultivation speed was terrifying and his combat strength was unparalleled. He had suppressed the younger generation of the Xianxia region to the point where they couldn't even breathe. In the competition between the younger generation, he had never lost a single battle. After that, the Sacred Constellation even left the Xianxia region and went to other large regions to cultivate and compete with the geniuses of other large regions. How's the battle record? The others didn't know, but he was listed on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. It had been many years since anyone from the Xianxia region had made it onto the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. This was enough to prove everything. The Holy Star had too much light on it. However, was such a peerless heaven's favorite going to be defeated today? To be defeated by someone younger than him and with a lower cultivation. Many people thought they were dreaming. Damn you, you little bastard. Seeing that Holy Constellation had been sent flying, its mother, Shangguan Wuling, screamed with a ferocious face. You're looking for death. At the side, Shangguan Wuchen slapped the chair handle and shouted in a low voice. Then he flicked his finger and a stream of energy pierced through the void and entered Lu Ming's body without a sound. None of the Martial King realm martial artists present felt it. Beside Shangguan Wuchen, Xingtsong's brows raised and a cold smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Mu Tian's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered with a trace of displeasure, but he did not move. In the sky, Lu Ming's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. Just as he was about to finish off the Holy Star in one go, his expression suddenly changed. He felt an unfamiliar true essence suddenly appear in his meridians. This true essence was like a prehistoric beast, rampaging in his meridians. His meridians swelled in pain, and the true essence in his body was almost scattered by this true essence. Despicable. He actually tampered with it secretly. Lu Ming's mind was sharp. The first person he thought of was the middle-aged man, the uncle of the Sacred Constellation. Stars, attack with all your might. At this time, Shangguan Wuchen's voice rang in Holy Constellation's ears. Holy Constellation had thought that they would definitely lose today. However, at this moment, their eyes lit up and they let out a long roar. The light of the stars boiled, crossing the void and charging towards Lu Ming. The dazzling sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Damn it! Lu Ming bellowed and waved his long spear to block. But now, the quintessential essence in Lu Ming's body was scattered and his meridians were swollen and painful. He could not use 10% of his quintessential essence and his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was sent flying thousands of meters away by the sword of holy stars. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh, you're really despicable and shameless. You actually use such a despicable method. On Lu Ming's shoulder she shouted loudly. Dandan's voice spread far and wide. At the scene, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Just now, Lu Ming clearly had the upper hand and was about to win. Why did he suddenly stop his attack and the Sacred Constellation suddenly showed its might and injured Lu Ming with one move? Hearing Dandan's cry, some people's eyes flickered and they had all kinds of guesses in their hearts. Could it be that someone was secretly interfering with Lu Ming? Mu Lan, Mu Zheng, Mu Xuan, and the others' eyes flickered with anger as they looked at the high platform where the Sheng family was. Only a powerful being of the spiritual ocean tier would be able to do something like this without anyone knowing. What do you mean by someone did something? This little bastard has obviously cultivated some kind of evil cultivation technique that has greatly increased his combat strength in a short time. Now the side effects are acting up. Shangguan Wuling said coldly. Seeing that holy constellation had the upper hand, she was overjoyed. Kill. How could the sacred constellation miss this opportunity? Violent attacks poured toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. Damn it, swallow. Lu Ming controlled the nine-dragon bloodline with all his might. A powerful devouring force was produced at his spine, and it devoured the primordial qi. At the same time, he was barely able to block the attacks of the sacred constellation. Like this, he was naturally no match for the holy star. He was sent flying and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt waves of intense pain coming from his inner mansion. It's useful. However, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that the true essence was being devoured by the bloodline of the nine dragons. Although the true essence was struggling like a wild beast, it was still slowly being devoured. Block it. I only need to block it for a dozen breaths. Then this true essence will be devoured. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Lu Ming burst out with three kinds of intent and circulated the essential core that he could control, trying his best to resist. Boom. 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 The others could see that Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and could only resist passively. Under the storm of attacks from the Holy Star, he was like a lonely boat in the ocean that could be destroyed at any time. Die, die, you little bastard, you still want to fight with my son. Shangguan Wuling's heart let out a low roar of resentment. Lu Ming. Mulan clenched her fists tightly. She was extremely worried. Soon. One breath after another passed. The true essence was being swallowed by the bloodline of the nine dragons inch by inch. 2 more inches, 1 more inch. Pa Lu Ming died. You want to compete with me? Xianxia laughed. Today he had to win. Although he had guessed that it was his uncle's doing, what did it matter? It was fine as long as he could win. Buzz. He slashed out a powerful sword light, aiming for Lu Ming's neck. He had already decided to kill Lu Ming and did not mind finishing him off now. Oh really? You only know how to use such underhanded methods, yet you're still worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and the aura on his body exploded. Roar. A 3-colored true dragon flew out. The Saint Planet was caught off guard and was directly blown away. Cracking sounds came from its chest. It was unknown how many bones were broken. It flew 2,000 meters away and blood spurted out of its mouth. Its eyes were full of disbelief. The stars. Shangguan Wuling screamed. Bang. Shangguan Wuchen slapped the chair again and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming had actually broken his essential core. Chapter 606. 606. You are not worthy to be my opponent. You're looking for death. Let's see how many you can break. Shangguan muttered in his heart. He flicked his finger and another stream of essential core flew toward Lu Ming. On the other side, Mu Tian furrowed his brows. The displeasure in his eyes grew. He flicked his finger as well and a stream of qi flew out and collided with Shangguan Wuchen's qi. The two forces cancelled each other out. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes turned cold and he said, Brother Mu, what do you mean by this? Brother Shangguan, don't go too far. As the palace master of the Tianxian sub-palace, I must ensure the fairness of the duel. Mu Tian transmitted his voice. Mu Tian, don't you want to marry your daughter to Xingqian? Shangguan Wuchen said coldly. That's another matter. Mu Tian transmitted his voice, his attitude unyielding. At this moment, Lu Ming took a few steps forward, crossing the void and heading toward the sacred planet. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but who knew if another burst of true essence would come. Boom. 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 The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps took 3 steps in a row, and a violent force blasted toward the holy star. Xianxia was seriously injured. How could he resist it? He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The other people present were all stunned and they couldn't think straight. Previously, Lu Ming had the upper hand and was about to win. Suddenly, his combat strength was greatly reduced and he was suppressed by Sacred Constellation. However, Lu Ming suddenly erupted again and seriously injured Sacred Constellation. What was going on? Let's end this, Lu Ming muttered. He held the spear with both hands and the huge spear's gleam smashed down on the Sacred Constellation. Stop. This battle is considered a draw. A loud roar suddenly rang out and reverberated throughout the entire area. It was Shangguan Wuchen's voice. A draw. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The spear's gleam did not stop at all. Bang! This spear heavily smashed into Xianxia's body. He screamed and fell to the ground like a meteorite. Finally, he heavily smashed into the True Yuan light screen like a chick falling on it, causing a large amount of blood to spray out. The True Yuan light screen trembled violently, and the holy star lay on it like a pile of mud. Although he was not dead, he did not know how many of the bones in his body had been broken. The entire place was silent and the air seemed to have frozen. Did Lu Ming win? The stars. Shangguan Wu Ling screamed and rushed down from the stands to the side of the Sacred Constellation. Little bastard, how dare you hurt Xianxian so badly? Die, I want you to die. Men, skin this little bastard and throw him to the dogs. Shangguan Wu Ling let out a bitter scream. Immediately, some elders of the Xing family burst out with powerful auras. What are you guys doing? Does the Tianxian region really belong to your Xing family? Mu Jing stood up and shouted, his aura erupting. Sixth brother, what are you doing? This is the Xing family's business. Why are you interfering? Mu Yi said coldly. Shut up. Shut up. Mu Jing shouted. Then he strode forward and stared at the Xing clan. Some of the Mu clan elders who were close to Mu Jing also stood with him and stared at the Xing clan. Mu Yi's expression was extremely gloomy. At that moment, the Sacred Constellation spat out another mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Ming with resentment. Sacred Constellation, you've lost. You don't have the right to marry senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming stared at the Sacred Constellation and said slowly. Mulan's eyes were a little moist. Lu Ming, did he finally do it? He had finally defeated Sacred Constellation. When she was young, Mulan had said in front of Sacred Constellation, Mu Tian, and Xing Tsong that she wanted to find someone to defeat Sacred Constellation and prove that Sacred Constellation was not worthy of her. She would have a better choice. At that time, Mu Tian, Xing Tsong, and the rest had treated Mulan's words as a joke and had agreed to it. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Lu Ming, one day I'll trample you under my feet and cut off your head. Holy Constellation stared at Lu Ming with resentment and hissed. After this battle, his reputation would hit rock bottom. Hee hee, Holy Constellation, I remember that half a year ago you said that you would let me know what despair is. I would never be able to catch up to you in my entire life. How about now? Lu Ming said calmly. Half a year later I'll let you know what despair is. You'll never be able to catch up to my footsteps. These words had been said by the Sacred Constellation half a year ago, and many people still remembered them. The past was still vivid in his mind. However, half a year later not only did Lu Ming catch up to him, but he also defeated him in a domineering manner. How ironic was it when he recalled the sentence now? Holy Constellation's face was extremely gloomy, but he could not refute. Now I'll give you a sentence. Today I can defeat you, but in the future you will never be able to catch up to me. From now on, you, the Sacred Constellation, are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming's voice was calm, but everyone could hear his strong self-confidence and unshakable determination in his martial arts. In front of everyone's eyes, it was as if they were seeing a peerless genius, showing off his brilliance in the divine wilderness continent. You. Holy Constellation's chest heaved up and down rapidly, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Boom. And NBSP. At this moment, a terrifying energy began to spread out, pressing down on everyone's hearts like a vast ocean. Instantly, everyone felt breathless and their hearts beat faster. They looked in shock at the place where the aura had erupted. It was Shangguan Wuchen. Shangguan Wuchen stood up with a gloomy face. The aura on his body was as deep and vast as the ocean. What future? You have no future. I told you to stop and end it in a draw. This was the best ending, but you didn't listen. You're seeking your own death. Shangguan Wuchen spoke in a gloomy voice. Every word was full of killing intent. A drawl? What a joke. Do you think everyone here is a fool? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He looked at Shangguan Wuchen fearlessly. He did not believe that Shangguan Wuchen would dare to lay a hand on him with so many people present. They're not fools, but in front of the Shangguan family they have to be fools. Shangguan Wuchen sneered and stepped on the air. His words were overbearing and overbearing. The rest of the people had unsightly expressions on their faces, but when they thought of the Shangguan family's power, they all kept their mouths shut. Second brother, kill him. Kill this little bastard. Shangguan Wuling screamed. Today you will die. Shangguan Wuchen's words were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Shangguan Wuchen was really going to kill him. Lu Ming's essential core circulated rapidly, raising his aura to the maximum, ready to break out of the encirclement. Brother Shangguan, don't go too far. At this moment Mu Tian stood up and said in a dignified voice. A powerful aura enveloped Shangguan Wuchen. Mu Tian, what are you doing? Is your Mu family trying to go against my Shangguan family? Can you afford the price? Shangguan Wuchen looked at Mu Tian, still as domineering as ever. Big brother, don't be silly. Mu Yi said from the side. Shut up. Mu Tian coldly rebuked. Chapter 607. 607 Fighting against a spiritual ocean tier warrior. Mu Yi's face paled and he obediently shut his mouth. This is the Xianxia sub-palace and I am the palace master. Lu Ming is the Emperor Sky Divine Guard of the Xianxia sub-palace. Even if Lu Ming has done something wrong, he will be dealt with by the Xianxia sub-palace, and it is not Brother Shangguan's turn to do anything. Mu Tian's strength was also unyielding. He had his own standards and bottom line. Moreover, he was the palace master of the Profound Sky sub-palace. If he just watched as Lu Ming was killed by Shangguan Wuchen, how would the other Detian divine guards view him? How much of his prestige could he still retain? In the future, how many people would be convinced by him? Mu Tian, are you really going to stop me? Shangguan Wuchen's face darkened. However, Mu Tian had no intention of stopping. The Mu family was able to rise rapidly in the Tianxian region, and it wasn't as if they didn't have any background. The Mu family also had some background, but he didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Brother Mu, if you want to find an opponent, I'll accompany you. At this moment, Xing Tsong stood up and an aura that was as deep as the ocean burst out from his body. The aura enveloped Mu Tian. Mu Tian's expression changed. Hee. Shangguan Wuchen sneered and continued to walk toward Lu Ming. Mu Tian's expression was a little gloomy. However, the divine azure was not any weaker than him. With the divine azure holding him back, it was difficult for him to save them. You're just a lowly ant-like thing. You want to be on the same level as a true dragon? Even if you have such thoughts, you'll be sentenced to death. Shangguan Wuchen looked down at Lu Ming from above, his eyes full of disdain. It was obvious that he was comparing the sacred constellation to a true dragon and Lu Ming to an ant. The reason was that the blood of the Shangguan clan flowed through the holy star. Boom. With that, Shangguan Wuchen slapped Lu Ming. A palm print exuded a terrifying aura and pressed down on Lu Ming. The pressure was like a vast ocean pressing down on Lu Ming. Gakudo Path Attack. At this moment, Lu Ming exploded with all his strength, even his 9-dragon bloodline. His essence, qi and spirit were highly concentrated, forming a dazzling spear. This shot was Lu Ming's ultimate attack. It was his strongest attack at the moment. Everyone only saw a spear radiance soaring into the sky and colliding with a palm print as vast as the sea. Then endless light flashed. Countless pairs of eyes were wide open, staring at the sky. Lu Ming was going to take the attack of a Sea of Soul Realm expert head-on? Would he be smacked to death in one palm? Boom. With a shocking boom, the dazzling spear radiance was shattered. A figure fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming landed on the ground. First he slid backward for a few hundred meters, then he took a few dozen steps back. With every step he took, The ground let out a violent roar as if a mountain was crashing down. If it weren't for the fact that the ground of Xianxia city was extremely hard and covered with inscriptions, there would have been dozens of holes in it. After a few dozen steps, Lu Ming supported himself with the long spear and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His arm trembled non-stop and he could no longer feel anything. His body was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to split apart. A layer of blood seeped out of the surface of his skin. Is this the power of the spiritual ocean tier? It's indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. His most powerful attack could easily kill normal peak tier kings, but he was still heavily injured after taking a Sea of Soul realm attack. This was even with the protection of the 9-dragon bloodline, which had devoured a part of the attack power. Moreover, he didn't even know how much of his strength he had used. He didn't die. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes turned cold. Lu Ming's vitality had exceeded his expectations. Let's see how many moves you can take. The killing intent emanating from Shangguan Wuchen's body became even colder. Lu Ming. Mulan shouted worriedly and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Shangguan Wuchen waved his hand, and a terrifying pressure fell on Mulan, making it difficult for her to move. On the other side, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan were also extremely worried. They wanted to help, but facing a spiritual ocean tier expert, they were completely powerless. I can only take a gamble with the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's eyes glinted with determination and he began to communicate with the lightning cauldron. To be honest, today's matter was somewhat out of his expectations. Before this, he had no idea that Sacred Constellation actually had such a strong backing and background. He didn't expect that besides Xing Tsong and Mu Tian, there were also spiritual ocean tier elites. He also didn't expect that the other party would be so strong that he wanted to kill him in front of so many people. However, even if Lu Ming had already known, he would still do so and would not back down. There were some things that could not be cowered. Cowering was not in his character, nor was it in his path of martial arts. Kill. Kill. Shangguan Wuchen uttered the word coldly. A terrifying palm print appeared again and headed toward Lu Ming. The palm print had yet to reach Lu Ming, but a terrifying pressure had already locked onto him. This palm was much more terrifying than the previous one. Unable to avoid it, he could only take it head-on. Come, even if I die, I'll make you shed a layer of skin. The ruthlessness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. Although the lightning cauldron was powerful, Lu Ming was not confident that he could kill Shangguan Wuchen in one blow. However, he could at least severely injure him. Just as Lu Ming was about to take out the lightning cauldron and fight to the death, a ray of rainbow light suddenly shot out from his body. The rainbow light condensed into a blurry figure in the sky. The figure slapped out and the world shook. The palm print that Shangguan Wuchen had struck down was directly slapped away without a trace. That is, Senior Yen? Lu Ming naturally stopped controlling the lightning cauldron and looked at the blurry figure above his head. Although it was blurry, Lu Ming could recognize it at a glance. It was Yen Kuang-tu. At this moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. They looked at the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head in a daze. Just now they had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. However, a figure suddenly rushed out of his body. It was unbelievably powerful. With a slap, it directly destroyed Shangguan Wuchen's palm print. Many people could not react in time. This is... Mu Tian and Xing Tsong could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes lit up and he said coldly, "Little bastard, it turns out that there's a powerful man behind you. No wonder you're so arrogant. But let me tell you, no matter who the Shangguan family wants to kill, no one will be able to save you. Kill." Shangguan Wuchen suddenly shouted. A sword appeared in his hand and the sword Qi soared into the sky. This combat sword was definitely a spirit weapon of the 6th level. It was extremely powerful. It expanded rapidly in the air and became 1,000 feet long, slashing down at Lu Ming. The power of this sword was terrifying. The space trembled like water, creating ripples. However, the figure above Lu Ming's head slapped him again. Clang! The slap hit the combat sword and made a sound like metal hitting metal. Everyone was dumbfounded to see Shangguan Wuchen's combat sword flying away from the slap. This scene was too terrifying. It was just a blurry figure and one could tell at a glance that it was not a real body. However, it was so terrifying that it had sent Shangguan Wuchen's sword flying with its bare hands. Chapter 608. 608 Backstage Backing. What level of existence was this? There was actually such a strong person behind Lu Ming. At this moment they could not help but re-examine Lu Ming. It seemed like this young man who came from a remote village in the eastern part of the Xianxia region was not as simple as they had thought. His own battle prowess was unrivaled, and he had even surpassed the realm of the sacred constellation. Now, a terrifying expert of unknown cultivation had appeared behind him. How could this background be simple? Your Excellency, who are you? I'm a direct descendant of the Shangguan clan from the main palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This is a matter of my Shangguan clan, so I hope you won't meddle in our business. Shangguan Wuchen said as he stared at the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head. However, the voice just stood there without moving or speaking. Second brother, keep attacking. This is just a shadow and it has limited energy. Today this little bastard must die. No matter who is behind him, we are the disciples of the Shangguan clan. How dare he touch us? Shangguan Wuling screamed. Sir, since you're determined to protect this kid, you must be prepared to become the enemy of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Wuchen spoke again. Haha. You want to be the enemy of the Shangguan family? So what? Don't try to scare me with that bullshit Shangguan family. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the sky. Everyone was shocked. When did someone appear in the sky? Especially Shangguan Wuchen, Xing Tsong and Mu Tian, the 3C of Soul Realm experts, their expressions changed drastically. A person had appeared above their heads, and they couldn't even sense a trace of his aura. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. In the sky, a figure was sitting in the void. He was holding a gourd and drinking wine. Senior Yen. Lu Ming exclaimed in joy. Your Excellency, who are you? Although you have a profound cultivation base and I admit that I'm no match for you if you really offend my Shangguan family for this kid, I'm afraid that it will bring you unnecessary trouble. Shangguan Wuchen continued, his tone still full of threat. However, he didn't notice that Xing Tsong, Mu Tian, Mu Yi, Mu Zheng, and the other elders of the Tianxian region were all stunned. They looked at the figure in the sky with surprise and complex emotions. Shangguan, let's just forget about today's matter. At this moment, Xing Tsong spoke to Shangguan Wuchen. What? Shangguan Wuchen was stunned. Xing Tsong, what did you say? The one who was seriously injured and humiliated today is your own son, and you actually want to forget about it? Are you even a man? Shangguan Wuling glared at Xing Tsong and shouted. All right, I'm doing this for your own good. Xing Tsong said. Who is he? At this moment, Shangguan Wuchen spoke. He felt that Xing Tsong should know the other party. He is Yen Kuang too. Xing Tsong said with a complicated tone. He didn't lower his voice so everyone heard him. Silence. The entire place fell silent. All eyes were on the unruly figure in the sky. Yen Kuang too. He was a legend in the Tianxian region and even in the Eastern Barren Territory. In the Detian Divine Palace of the Tianxian region, it could be said that there was no one who didn't know about it. He was a peerless heaven's favorite from the Tianxian region 100 years ago. Many of the older generation had watched him grow up, but most of them had never seen Yen Kuangtu before. At this moment, they were naturally staring at this legendary figure with wide eyes. Slowly many people became excited. They discussed excitedly and looked at the figure in the sky. Yen Kuangtu. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes were also filled with shock. Then he thought of what he had just said and his face suddenly turned pale. His words might have been useful to others, but to Yen Kuangtu they were completely useless. What was Yen Kuangtu's status? What cultivation level? He was an extremely powerful and lawless man. Even the Shangguan clan's ancestor would have to tremble in fear and behave himself in front of him. With Shangguan Wuchen's status, it was impossible for him to meet Yen Kuangtu even if he wanted to. He also thought of some rumors about Yen Kuangtu. It was said that Yen Kuangtu was a completely lawless man. Once, a super family had provoked him and he had directly killed his way to the family, almost exterminating them. In the end, Martial Emperor De did not punish him. The strength of that superfamily was even stronger than their Shangguan family. The more he thought about it, the paler his face became, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lord Yen, what wind blew you here? Mu Tian flew up to the sky and cupped his fists in greeting. Although Mu Tian's status was higher than Yen Kuangtu's, he was already the palace master of the Heavenly Profound Palace when Yen Kuangtu was still in the Heavenly Profound region. However, things were different now. Yen Kuangtu's status in the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace was much higher than his. When he saw Yen Kuangtu, he had to address him as Lord. Master Yen, you haven't been back to the Xianxia region for decades, have you? I'll immediately order people to prepare a banquet to welcome you. Xingtsong also flew into the air and said with a smile. Hee hee. Yen Kuangtu took 2 more sips of wine and said, Xingtsong, don't try to get close to me. Are we that close? Xingtsong's face froze and he stood there awkwardly. Back in the Tianxian region, Yen Kuangtu and the Sheng clan could be said to be mortal enemies. They were even fiercer than Lu Ming was now. Many people of the same generation as Yen Kuangtu and the Sheng clan had been beaten up by him, and many had died by his hands. Back then, the Sheng clan had regarded Yen Kuangtu as a target they must kill. He even forced Yen Kuangtu to leave the Tianxian region and go to other large regions to train. After that, he rose rapidly and the Sheng family dispelled all their thoughts. Now Yen Kuangtu didn't exterminate them, so why would he care about them? Master Yen, I didn't know it was you just now, and I'm sorry. Shangguan Wuchen also flew up to the sky and said in a trembling voice. You don't know it's me? Your Shangguan family is really arrogant. You're bullying the weak, aren't you? Are you bullying my young brother Lu Ming because he has no background and no one to back him up? If I wasn't prepared, he would have been killed by you. Yen Kuangtu sneered. No. I was just testing the strength of this little brother Lu. Shangguan Wuchen broke out in a cold sweat. Second brother, what are you doing? We are the disciples of the Shangguan family, why should we be afraid of him? We must kill that little bastard today. Let's see what he dares to do to us. Shangguan Wuling screamed again. Little sister, shut up. Shangguan Wuchen was shocked and scolded. Shangguan Wuling had married into the Tianxian region and had stayed there all year round. Although she had heard of Yen Kuangtu's reputation, she had no idea how terrifying he was. She had never heard of Yen Kuangtu's battle achievements. Shangguan Wuchen was really afraid that Shangguan Wuling would anger Yen Kuangtu. Second brother, why are you so timid? Who is the Shangguan family afraid of? Kill this little bastard, I will definitely skin him alive and make him regret hurting Xingchen. Her protectiveness made Shangguan Wuling look like a crazy hag. What a vicious woman. Yen Kuangtu's eyes turned cold and he slapped out. Chapter 609. 609 Chapter 609 Ending, Dejected. Pa. A crisp sound rang out and Shangguan Wuling screamed out in pain. Her body flew far away and one side of her face was swollen. Shangguan Wuling cried out hysterically. Her hair was disheveled like a fierce ghost. Buzz. Yen Kuangtu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Wuling. His eyes turned cold and a terrifying killing intent burst out. This killing intent was terrifying to an inconceivable extent. Once the killing intent was released, everyone felt as if they had come to the hell of Azura. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. Ghosts were wailing and wallevers were howling. Cold to the bones, cold to the depths of the soul. Everyone's face turned pale. Shangguan Wuling, who was in the center of the killing intent, was suddenly stunned. Then an expression of extreme fear appeared on her face, and her entire body began to tremble violently. You wicked woman. Killing you will only dirty my hands. Yen Kuangtu's indifferent voice came out of his mouth. He then looked up at the sky and said, I won't interfere in a battle between young people, but if you elders want to bully the weak, then I don't mind bullying the strong. The strong bullied the weak. Overbearing and arrogant. If someone else had said this, they would have looked down on them. But since it was Yen Kuangtu who said this, it was absolutely reasonable. This was strength and Yen Kuangtu had this strength. Today it's a fair fight. Lu Ming is the winner. So the Xing family can get lost. The last "get lost" was like a thunderclap, the sky rumbled and everyone's eardrums hurt. Although Xingtsong, Shangguan Wuqian and the others were unwilling, they did not dare to say a word. They hurriedly brought the dumbfounded Shangguan Wuling, the seriously injured Xingqian and the others and retreated. In an instant, not a single person from the Xing family remained. "Senior Yan, thank you for saving me." Lu Ming walked forward and cupped his fists sincerely to express his gratitude. You don't have to be so polite with me. Also, don't call me senior one after another. I'm only 100 years old. I'm not that old. Call me big brother." Yan Kuang-tu laughed. "Big brother Yan," Lu Ming said. He and Yan Kuang-tu were of the same generation. Yan Kuang-tu waved his hand and the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head disappeared. He looked at Lu Ming and then at Mulan. Good boy. I was still wondering why you were in such a hurry. So you're here to snatch a beauty. Good, this is what a man should do." Yan Kuang-tu patted Lu Ming's shoulder. "Mulan greets Senior Yan." Mulan walked up to Yan Kuang-tu and bowed. Yan Kuang-tu sized Mulan up and laughed. "Boy, you have good eyes. This girl is worthy of you. How about this? It's better to have the wedding today than today. I'll also have a cup of wine to drink." "That's right. Today Lan and the sacred constellation were supposed to get married, but you snatched it away halfway. I'll leave Lan to you from now on." Mu Tian also walked over. "Father, Senior Yan. You're courting death," Mulan shouted. A blush flashed across her beautiful face. She was so beautiful that nothing could compare. Marry senior sister Mulan?" Lu Ming was stunned. The reason why he had challenged Sacred Constellation was because Mulan had said that she didn't want to marry Sacred Constellation. He had only wanted to help Mulan and had never thought of marrying her. Indeed, although Mulan was extremely beautiful, he had never thought about it. "What's wrong? Lu Ming, you don't want to marry her?" Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Mu Tian's face darkened. I. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. At this moment, two figures appeared in his mind. Xianxia and Qiuyu. He knew very well that Qiuyu was interested in him. Also Xianxia. How was she now? He had disappeared for such a long time. At this moment, for some reason, Xianxia's figure was particularly clear in his mind. "Lu Ming, what do you mean by this?" Mu Tian shouted coldly, his face extremely gloomy. Today Lu Ming had kidnapped the bride on the way and challenged the sacred constellation. This matter would spread throughout the Tianxian region very quickly. In the end, Lu Ming did not marry Mulan. What would the others think of Mulan and him then? Mulan's eyes flickered as if she had thought of something. Her eyes were a little dejected as she said softly, "Father, please don't misunderstand. I'm asking Lu Ming for help because I don't want to marry the sacred constellation. I don't mean anything else. Moreover, Lu Ming is still young, so he should focus on martial arts." Lan Mu Tian looked at Mulan with a complicated expression. "I'm sorry, senior sister Mulan," Lu Ming said apologetically. It wasn't that Mulan wasn't beautiful enough or that she wasn't good enough. To be honest, which man wouldn't be tempted by a woman like Mulan? It would be a lie to say that Lu Ming was not tempted. However, he really didn't have any thoughts of getting married. Moreover, there were two other people in his heart. "Why are you saying sorry? I have to thank you for today. From now on I'm free." Mulan smiled sweetly. Her smile was bright and charming like a blooming flower. "Father, Senior Yan, I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first." With that, Mulan turned around and strode away. However, the moment he turned around, Lu Ming saw the sadness in Mulan's eyes. "Ai." Lu Ming sighed. Yan Kuang-tu rolled his eyes and thought, "It seems that my little brother Lu is also a playboy. He still has someone else in his heart." Thinking of this, Yan Kuang-tu naturally didn't say a word. It was very difficult for outsiders to say anything about this kind of thing. Humph. Mu Tian cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and snorted coldly. He then turned to Yan Kuang-tu and said, "Lord Yan, it's been a long time since I've returned to the Tianxian region. Why don't we go for a drink?" "Oh good. It's time to have a good drink. Old man Mu, I remember that you've secretly kept some good wine. I've always wanted to drink it but couldn't. It's time to take it out now." Yan Kuang-tu laughed. Alright, I'll definitely take it out this time. Mu Tian said. Brother Lu, do you want to go for a drink? This old man's private collection is really good. Yan Kuangtu looked at Lu Ming. I'd better not go. Lu Ming shook his head. He did not know why, but he felt a little guilty and could not face Mu Tian. Alright then, I'll take my leave. Yan Kuangtu seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. He did not say anything else and left with Mu Tian. At the scene there were waves of excited discussions. What happened today was really full of twists and turns, beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming, who they thought was hiding and would not dare to fight, appeared at the critical moment. Furthermore, he displayed terrifying strength and actually defeated a peerless genius, the sacred constellation. This was truly terrifying. If Lu Ming broke through to the peak-tier king realm, how powerful would his combat strength be? Just as Lu Ming was about to win, Shangguan Wuchen made a strong move to kill Lu Ming. He had never expected that the person standing behind Lu Ming would be the legendary Yan Kuangtu. In the end, the Xing family was completely defeated and had to retreat in embarrassment. I believe that today's matter will soon spread throughout the entire Tianxian region. Lu Ming's name would also resound throughout the Tianxian region. He was the #1 genius in the Tianxian region. Chapter 610. 610 Mulan's thoughts. The crowd slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, it seems like you've hurt someone's heart. Mu Shiyuan's white clothes fluttered as he walked over. Brother Mu, please don't make fun of me. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Lu Ming, you don't have to overthink it. Just like what Mulan said, you're still young and should focus on martial arts. I'm really looking forward to how far you can go in the future. Mu Shiyuan sighed. When he first met Lu Ming had not yet reached the king tier. He was still young and weak and needed his guidance. However, Lu Ming had left him far behind. How long had it been? It was simply too fast. Maybe he's another Yan Kuang too. Mu Shiyuan sighed in his heart. Brother Mu, I'm going back to recuperate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Okay, you should go back now. Mu Shiyuan said. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. Lu Ming, you're an idiot. You rejected such a beautiful lady. You're simply wasting her. What a pity, what a pity. On the way, Dandan shouted and sighed. Shut up, you perverted turtle. Lu Ming picked up Dandan and stuffed it into the supreme shrine. He didn't head to the 4th area but rented a house in the 1st area. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Lu Ming took out a few healing pills and swallowed them. Then he circulated the true war dragon technique and began to heal his injuries. Earlier he had taken one of Guan Wuchen's attacks head-on and was severely injured. The bones in his arm were broken and his muscles were torn in many places. However, Lu Ming's current physical body was extremely powerful and his vitality was extremely tenacious. While he was talking earlier, his body was already healing on its own. With the help of the medicinal effects, he was recovering even faster. In a pavilion in the 4th area, Mulan and Mu Xun stood side by side, looking into the distance. You're angry with him? Mu Shiyuan said. No, I didn't. Mulan said calmly, feelings can't be forced. Moreover, Lu Ming is still young. He should focus on martial arts. Actually, you should know that there should be someone else in his heart. Mu Xiuyuan sighed. Mulan's eyes flickered. She then smiled sweetly and said, I know, of course I know, but do you think I'll lose? I've decided I'm going to have a good fight. Compete. Mu Xian stared blankly for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, Haha, this is more like the Mulan I know. Speaking of which, Lu Ming is indeed outstanding. I can't miss out on him so easily. If I were a woman, I'd also fight for him. However, the distance between us is getting bigger and bigger. So, I've decided to go to that place to cultivate. I can't be left behind by him too much. Mulan's gaze looked into the distance as she spoke. You've finally decided to go there to cultivate. Mu Shiyuan's eyes lit up. That's right. In the past, father arranged for me to go, but I didn't want to listen to everything he arranged, so I didn't go. Now I should go. Mulan sighed. It's the right choice for you to go there to cultivate. Otherwise, with your physique, it would be a waste. It's not too late to go now. Mu Shiyuan said. Half a day later, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. His 7th grade body had displayed an extremely strong self-healing ability. The spiritual ocean tier is indeed powerful. I wonder what level of spiritual ocean tier that Shangguan Wuqian is at, and how much of his power he has used. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming estimated that Shangguan Wuqian's level in the spiritual ocean tier should not be too high. Otherwise, even if it was a casual palm strike, it was not something that he could withstand. When I break through to peak tier king, I wonder if I can fight against Sea of Soul Realm experts. Lu Ming was very much looking forward to it. However, what he needed to do now was to forge a spirit weapon spear. The Wind Lightning Spear of Upper Level 5 had been broken again after it had taken a hit from Shangguan Wuqian during the battle with the Holy Star. Given Lu Ming's current explosive power, a 5th level spiritual weapon was no longer of much use. Lu Ming stood up and headed to Elder Huang's residence. Whoa, Lu Ming, you animal, don't just grab things and stuff them into that damn place. Suddenly he heard Dandan's voice. He did not know when it appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder again, panting. Nest. Lu Ming was shocked. This guy could actually run out of the Supreme Shrine on his own. Don't you know who I am? I'm the head of the top 10 war beasts and I've existed for countless years. My inscribing skills have long reached a level that can shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods cry. How can a mere supreme divine hull trap me? I'm exhausted. Dandan boasted shamelessly as she laid on Lu Ming's shoulder with her turtle shell facing down, panting heavily. Stop bragging. A person who often fails to carve an inscription, no, a turtle, is still kind enough to talk about his own inscription technique, shocking the heavens and earth, crying ghosts and gods. Lu Ming was full of disdain. Kid, what do you know? If I wasn't injured. A man and a turtle quarreled noisily and soon they arrived at Old Huang's residence. Lu Ming walked in directly. Elder Huang, I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming said loudly. Clang, clang, clang. A clatter came from a room and then an old man with messy hair rushed out. Ah, Lu Ming, you're finally back. I thought you were dead. Did you bring back the 1,000 refined blood gold? Elder Huang grinned and looked at Lu Ming. I've brought it back. Lu Ming waved his hand and the 1,000 refined blood gold appeared in his hand. Yeah, this whole piece is enough. Sigh, it's a pity for Xianlong. Old Huang sighed. Obviously, Old Huang had also received the news that the weapon forging sect had been destroyed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and did not say much. Alright, you don't have to think about anything else. I've studied the inscriptions on the broken spear you gave me and learned a lot. I've extracted the infinite black gold from the broken spear. I can start refining it now, but it will take 3 days. You can come and get it in 3 days. Old Huang said. Alright then, I'll have to trouble you, senior. Lu Ming passed the 1,000 refined blood gold to Elder Huang. Alright, go. Elder Huang took the 1,000 refined blood gold and rushed into the house. Lu Ming smiled. This Elder Huang was really an amazing person. This old man is just an ordinary inscription master. He's not even a true inscription master, so I don't think he can forge any good spirit weapons. Dandan muttered. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really bragging without thinking. Elder Huang was the #1 inscription master in the Xianxia region. Furthermore, it was not easy to find a true Ming refiner. It was too difficult and the requirements were too high. Lu Ming strolled along the streets. Not long after, he arrived at the courtyard that Mulan had sent him off to 6 months ago and walked in. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lu Ming quietly comprehended the thunder concept. As long as his thunder concept broke through to the completion of level 1, he would be able to easily cultivate the other 2 concepts to the completion of level 1. With enough resources, Lu Ming could break through to peak tier king. The next day, a figure walked into the courtyard. It was Yan Kuang too. Chapter 611. 611 An appointment for a battle of Providence. Big brother Yan, you're leaving? Yan Kuang had come to bid Lu Ming farewell. Yan Kuang too nodded. I've seen everything I need to see. I'll leave in a bit. Yan Kuang too looked at Lu Ming with anticipation in his eyes. I'll be waiting for you in the main palace for the Battle of Providence. The Battle of Karmic Luck. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? You don't know about the War of Karmic Luck? Yan Kuangtu said. I've heard of it but I don't know the details. Lu Ming said. He had heard Faxier mention it before. Lu Ming, the Battle of Providence is of utmost importance. All the geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory will participate, including the demons. Not only can they help their forces to obtain boundless providence, but they can also help themselves to obtain great providence. With your talent, it's not impossible for you to stand out in the Battle of Providence. Back then, it was because I participated in the Battle of Providence that I achieved what I have today. Yan Kuangtu explained. You can actually fight for luck? Lu Ming was somewhat shocked. Wasn't fate just like luck, something that was born naturally? It was so mysterious, how could they still fight for it? Of course. Yan Kuangtu nodded and said, there's a saying that goes, man is the master of fate. Luck is also up to people to grasp. Therefore luck can also be fought for. Talent, hard work, resources and perseverance are all important to a warrior. But luck is just as important. Only those with great luck can become the strongest. Your luck isn't weak, but if you don't participate in the battle of luck, you'll be pulled apart by the other geniuses. From then on you'll be reduced to a foil. You won't be able to become a bright star of this era, and it'll be difficult for you to become the strongest person on the continent. So this time, all the geniuses of the East Continent will participate. No one will miss it. The Battle of Karmic Luck. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation but he was a little hesitant. They had to go to the headquarters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace because of the Battle of Providence, which was too close to De and Martial Emperor. Would the Nine-Dragon bloodline be sensed? Also, if he represented the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the battle, it would be equivalent to helping the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to fight for the great fortune. He would definitely be unwilling to accept this. Luck was also extremely important to a large force. If a force was lucky enough, it could recruit more geniuses as its disciples, and the next generation would have more and more powerhouses, and their strength would become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, Lu Ming would have to stand against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He did not want to help the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace increase their luck. Lu Ming, there are still 2 years before the Battle of Providence. You must improve your strength as soon as possible in these 2 years. I'll be waiting for you in the main palace. Yan Kuangtu's figure flickered and he disappeared in an instant. The divine dragon's head could be seen but its tail could not be seen. The Battle of Karmic Luck. Lu Ming repeated this sentence, his eyes revealing a look of deep thought. I'll participate. I'll definitely participate. Retreating isn't my martial Dao. I don't have much time left. My cultivation and martial Dao can only advance courageously if I have an intense collision with all the geniuses in the world. My cultivation can only improve faster. If I retreat and hide in a place to practice, my martial arts will improve very slowly. When the 10 years are up, I will still have to face Martial Emperor De. I might as well give it a try. After a long while, Lu Ming's eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit and a firm will. He decided to participate in the Battle of Karmic Luck. And NBSP, he might have a lot of resources and a pile of intent crystals, allowing his cultivation to rise extremely quickly. That was for the Martial King realm. After breaking through to the Sea of Soul realm, the resources needed would be even more terrifying. His current resources were simply not enough. The higher one's realm was, the more difficult it would be to raise one's cultivation. The resources required would be even more terrifying. He wouldn't be blinded by such a small achievement. After making up his mind, Lu Ming no longer felt any pressure. He only had an indomitable will. Then he continued to cultivate. A day later, in a hall of the Xing family, Xing Tsong, Xing Xingchen, Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling were sitting. After 2 days of recuperation, Holy Constellation's injuries had recovered a lot and were almost completely healed. Damn it! That little bastard deserves to die. And that Yan Kuangtu, he deserves to die too. Shangguan Wuling shrieked, her killing intent soaring. She had actually been slapped by Yan Kuangtu in public. This almost drove her mad and her killing intent was incomparably strong. Little sister, Yan Kuangtu is not someone we can provoke. Even the old ancestor is no match for him. It's best not to say such things. On the side, Shangguan Wuchen said. Second brother, are we just going to let this matter go? Shangguan Wuling said. Of course not. We can't deal with Yan Kuang too, but we can't let that little bastard Lu Ming off. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Yes, it's all that little bastard's fault. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Shangguan Wuling was filled with killing intent. Since she could not deal with Yan Kuang too, she could only direct all her anger onto Lu Ming. The Battle of Providence is in 2 years. At that time, we'll have plenty of opportunities to kill that little bastard. Shangguan Wuchen said coldly. He then looked at the sacred constellation and said, Xianxia, come with me to the main palace to cultivate. It's best if you take revenge personally and behead Lu Ming. I will personally cut off his head. Holy Constellation's eyes were extremely cold and he clenched his fists. Let's go to the main palace together. The Battle of Karmic Luck is in 2 years. We'll definitely have to go. Xing Tsang said. All right, let's go to the main palace together. Shangguan Wuchen nodded. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days that he had agreed to meet with Elder Huang had arrived. Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed to Elder Huang's residence. Elder Huang. Lu Ming called out softly as he walked into the courtyard. Buzz. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're here. The long spear that you wanted has been refined. Take a look. Elder Huang took out a long spear and threw it to Lu Ming, who caught it. It's so heavy. Lu Ming caught it and felt that it was extremely heavy. The weight was more than 1 million catties. Of course, with Lu Ming's current strength, he did not feel any pressure when he used it. Lu Ming took a closer look. The blood-red spearhead was made of indestructible steel. It had distinct edges and was filled with an indestructible feeling. The body of the spear was dark red and was made of 1,000 refined blood gold. There were some strange patterns carved on it. There were also some black dots scattered all over the spear. Lu Ming fell in love with it at one glance. Buzz. Lu Ming injected his essential core and waved the long spear slightly. The long spear vibrated, stirring up a wave of air. Lu Ming, the tip of the spear is made of indestructible fine steel and is sturdy and immortal. The body of the spear is mainly made of 1,000 refined blood gold, which contains infinite black gold. In the future, as long as you have precious metals, you can refine them into the spear and it will continue to evolve into a higher grade spirit weapon. Old Huang looked at the spirit weapon and was a little proud, but also a little regretful. It's a pity that my inscription technique can only stop here. This one is the limit of upper level 6, but I can't go any further. What a pity. Chapter 612. 612 The Tao of Inscription. Many thanks, Elder Huang. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He kept the long spear and expressed his gratitude to Elder Huang. Go. This time I've studied your broken spear and have benefited a lot. I'm going to enter seclusion and properly comprehend it. Old Huang said as he waved his hand. Lu Ming nodded and bowed. He then left and returned to his own courtyard. With a move of his hand, a dark red long spear appeared. Lu Ming waved it noisily. The long spear was like a dragon as it danced in the air. The sky was filled with dazzling spear radiance. After a long while, Lu Ming kept his spear and stood still. It's indeed a good spear. The circulation of Zhenyuan is extremely smooth, and Zhenyuan can burst out as much as I want. It's a great help to me in displaying my strength. Lu Ming was very satisfied. With this long spear, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased again. Let's give this spear a name. What should I call it? Since it's based on infinite black gold and can evolve infinitely, I'll call it Infinite Spear. No, I'll call it Infinite Dragon Spear. That's right, that's a nice name. Lu Ming muttered. He looked at the long spear in his hands and grinned. So fucking cliché. Dandan looked down on him. Hey, are you itching for a beating? How is it cliché? Infinite Dragon Spear, how domineering. Lu Ming waved the long spear in his hands. It's just a spiritual weapon of the upper 6th level. The inscription just passed the mark. What's there to be happy about? I told you that the old man's technique was not good. The materials were good, but they were wasted by him. If it were me, TSK say, hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a man. I have normal hobbies, not any bad ones. Dandan began to boast shamelessly again. As it was speaking, it saw Lu Ming looking at it with a burning gaze. It was so frightened that it immediately shrank its head back into its turtle shell, leaving only its mouth to mumble. Lu Ming sized up Dandan carefully, his eyes darting around. Dandan, you always say that you're a peerless master, the head of the top 10 war beasts or something. Since you're so powerful, why don't you teach me some peerless martial arts such as god-level martial arts techniques? How about 8 or 10 books? So that's what you're here for, no problem. Dandan's head popped out of the turtle shell again. She stood up on her hind legs and stood on Lu Ming's shoulders, her 2 claws on the turtle shell behind her back, looking like a peerless master. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and his heart was thumping. If Dandan really had a god-level martial technique, not to mention 8 or 10 books, even 1 or 2 books would be enough to make her rich. Now Lu Ming felt that his offensive martial arts technique was somewhat monotonous. Although the 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps was powerful, it was difficult to cultivate. In a battle, it was an explosive martial technique that lacked some variations. If the opponent was prepared, they would be able to avoid it. As for the 3 absolutes of Dragon God, it was the same. They were all explosive martial arts techniques. They were extremely powerful and could kill in one strike, but they lacked variation. If the other party could block his attack, Lu Ming would have fewer tricks up his sleeve. This was also something he had felt during the 2 battles with Xianxia and the Sacred Constellation. Lu Ming needed to cultivate other martial arts techniques to assist him. After all, only 1 or 2 martial arts techniques were still a little lacking. If he could give him a few, that would be great. No, I didn't. Dandan spoke. The 2 short words extinguished the flame in Lu Ming's heart. Nest, without you, what's there to be proud of? You're a liar. You only know how to brag. Lu Ming was unhappy and looked at Dandan in disdain. Hey kid, what's with that expression? I can't remember because I'm injured. Otherwise, let alone 8 to 10 god-level martial arts techniques. Even if there were 100, I would still be able to take them out. Dandan said unhappily. However, the look of disdain on Lu Ming's face became even more obvious. He obviously did not believe Dandan's words. How could Lu Ming believe that 100 books of divine-level martial arts techniques were as common as cabbages on the roadside? I'm so angry. Kid, I'll tell you. Although I can't remember the martial techniques, I still remember the Tao of Inscription very clearly. I have the peerless Tao of Inscription and the top-notch cultivation technique for cultivating the mental fire. Do you want me to teach you the Tao of Inscription? I'll make you convinced. Dandan was so angry that her eyes were wide open, and her turtle shell was moving up and down. The Tao of Inscription. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Cultivating martial techniques already required a lot of thought and energy, so wouldn't it be even more exhausting to cultivate the Tao of Inscription? Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Furthermore, the Tao of Inscription was only a supplement and did not increase one's combat power much. Hey kid, do you think that the Tao of Inscription can't improve your combat power much? You're really inexperienced. Let me tell you, none of the inscription masters you've seen are qualified. They're just cultivating casually to help with martial arts. There's not a single true inscription master. If you become a true inscription master, once you reach level 5, your combat power will be terrifying. Martial artists of the same level will not be able to withstand a single blow. In ancient times, the Tao of Inscription was prosperous. It was the main Tao, and it even suppressed the martial Tao. To true inscription masters, challenging those of higher levels was a common occurrence. Dandan glared at him and lectured. A true inscription refiner is that strong. Lu Ming was skeptical. Nonsense, of course. True inscription blacksmiths can inscribe auxiliary inscriptions, battle inscriptions, explosive inscriptions, divine weapon inscriptions, and so on. They can even inscribe peerless killing formations in an instant, killing the enemy without a trace. Do you want to learn? I have the top-notch mental fire cultivation method here. If this cultivation method were to be spread out, it would definitely result in an earth-shaking outcome. Even a more powerful existence would fight for it at all costs, let alone a martial emperor. Dandan said proudly. All right, how do I learn it? Lu Ming was tempted after hearing what Dandan said. Give me some jade talismans first. You don't have any foundation in the Tao of inscription, so I'll inscribe some basic things as well as mental cultivation methods and how to light up the mental fire. I'll show you so that you have an idea of what to do. Dandan said in a rare serious tone. Lu Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand he took out more than 10 crystal-clear jade cards and threw them to Dandan. Dandan opened her mouth and more than a dozen jade tokens flew into her mouth and disappeared. Dandan's mouth was like a bottomless pit. Lu Ming saw him swallowing everything into his mouth and taking out things from his mouth. Alright, I'm going to inscribe it now. You can cultivate in peace and wait for me for a few days. Dandan leaped, ran into a room and disappeared. Lu Ming continued his cultivation. 5 days later, Dandan appeared. She climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and threw him a dozen jade tokens. Everything is inside. Take a look for yourself. Oh, this lord is exhausted. Hurry up. For the sake of this lord's diligence, give me a few stalks of spirit medicine. Lu Ming was speechless. He casually took out a few stalks of level 5 spiritual herbs and threw them to Dandan. After dismissing her, he walked into the room and started to look at them. He stuck the jade token between his brows and naturally understood the contents of the jade token. This jade tablet contained some basic knowledge about the Tao of inscription. It was extremely complicated. Lu Ming closed his eyes and digested the information carefully. 2 hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Chapter 613. 613 The Underworld God Meditation. So the Tao of inscription is so complicated and profound. Its history is so ancient that it's even older than martial arts. Lu Ming muttered in shock. In the past he had thought that the Tao of inscription only existed to support the martial Tao. It seemed that he had been wrong and mistaken. The primordial era was an era that was even older than the ancient primordial and primordial times. When the human race first appeared, there was no martial arts. The human race had comprehended a kind of pattern based on the traces of the world and the great trend of the mountains and rivers. This pattern was the earliest inscription. In the end, it developed and expanded, forming a kind of great Tao. The Tao of inscription was one of the oldest Taos in the world. The Tao of inscriptions could be used to forge weapons, refine pills, inscribe formations, and so on. In order to practice the Tao of inscription, one must first light up a mental fire in the sea of consciousness. Mental fire was also known as the fire of inscription. Only by igniting the mental fire could one be considered to have officially stepped onto the path of inscription. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, acylavir, and gold. Alchemists were divided into 9 levels, and the color of the mental fire at each level was different. A level 1 mind fire was red and a level 2 mind fire was orange. And so on. The mental fire of a 9th rank alchemist was golden. Each person had 10 mind lamps in their sea of consciousness at each level. The more mind lamps were lit, the stronger the mind fire. Mental fire was the foundation of an inscription master. The stronger the mental fire, the more precise one's control of inscriptions would be. Generally speaking, at each level one could advance if they could light 3 spirit lamps. For example, if a first-level alchemist lit up 3 red spirit lamps, he could advance and break through, turning the color of his spirit fire into orange and lighting an orange spirit lamp. After cultivating and lighting up 3 orange lamps, he could continue to break through. However, this kind of inscription master was just an ordinary inscription master. They were mainly used to assist in the cultivation of martial arts. They were also the inscription masters that Lu Ming often saw. Only by lighting up 6 mind lamps at each level or even more, could one be considered a pure inscription master, known as a true inscription master. Of course, if one could light up 10 spirit lamps at each level, they would be perfect and the strongest inscriber. However, according to Dandan, it was too difficult to light up 10 spirit lamps. Such an inscriber would become extremely powerful once they reached rank 5. This jade token only contains some basic knowledge. Take a look at the rest. There's also an introduction on how to cultivate and some low-level inscriptions that I've collected and mastered. Kid, I'll let you have a good look. On his shoulder, Dandan said triumphantly while chewing on the spirit herb. Lu Ming took out another jade card and placed it between his eyebrows. This jade tablet contained all the records about the level 1 inscriptions. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Lu Ming was dazzled. After a long time he picked up another jade card. This jade card also had a level 1 inscription. After that, 6 to 7 jade plates were filled with level 1 inscriptions. In total there were more than 3 million types. Lu Ming was shocked. He had never eaten pork but had never seen a pig run. Although Lu Ming was not an alchemist, he still had some general knowledge. Although level 1 inscriptions were the lowest level inscriptions and were the most numerous, it was already good enough for an ordinary inscriber to master hundreds of them. However, there were more than 3 million of them here, which was simply terrifying. Then Lu Ming continued to watch. After that were the level 2 and level 3 inscriptions. Dandan did not have a level 4 inscription. There were also over 1 million types of level 2 inscriptions and over 600,000 types of level 3 inscriptions. The number was shocking. How is it? I've lived for countless years and have come into contact with countless inscriptions. Now do you believe me? At the sight of Lu Ming's shocked expression, Dandan felt extremely pleased and proud. This time Lu Ming did not give a heavy blow. This fellow had actually mastered so many inscriptions. Perhaps what it said was true. The last jade tablet contained a cultivation technique for cultivating the mental energy fire. The cultivation method was called the meditation of the underworld. Lu Ming comprehended for a while and opened his eyes. Kid, how is it? Isn't this spiritual cultivation technique earth-shattering? Dandan immediately asked smugly. I don't feel anything. Lu Ming shook his head. No feeling? You really don't know your stuff. Dandan pursed her lips and said, that's true. You haven't started cultivating yet, so you won't be able to experience the wonders of this cultivation technique. Let me tell you, if this cultivation technique is leaked, even a martial emperor will hunt you down. All the inscription masters in the world will hunt you down. It's that serious. Lu Ming was skeptical. Nonsense, do you think I would lie? Kid, you don't have a fire seed now, but you'll know the benefits when you find one. Light your spirit fire and start cultivating. Also, let me tell you, if you want to cultivate the Tao of inscription, you must be careful with the flame and it must be strong. If you use an ordinary flame to ignite the mental fire, it will have a great impact on your cultivation of the mental fire later on. The higher the level of the flame, the more powerful it will be. In the future, your cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. The power of the mental fire will also be stronger. In the future, whether it's refining weapons, refining pills, or inscribing inscriptions, it will be of great help to you. Dandan warned. Lu Ming nodded. Since he was going to cultivate, he would naturally cultivate in the best direction. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time? He planned to wait until he found a satisfactory fire seed before lighting up the mental energy fire. For the time being, he would put the matter of inscription aside. After that, he continued to comprehend the thunder concept. 3 days later, Mu Xian came to find him and told him that Mu Lan had left for a secret place far away to cultivate. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He knew that Mu Lan was most likely still angry with him. Otherwise, why didn't she even come to say goodbye? He could tell that Mu Lan was interested in him. How could he not have feelings for Mu Lan? However, in his heart there was someone he could not let go of. Mu Xian said a few words and left. Lu Ming was deep in thought. Let's not think about these things for the time being. Now, improving my strength is the most important thing. Everything can wait until I pass the test of DE and Martial Emperor. Now it's time to go back. Lu Ming planned to return to the Lu family and use the elixir of life to treat Lu Yuntian's injuries. The next day, Lu Ming left Tianxian City and headed east at top speed. Given Lu Ming's terrifying speed, he arrived at the Eastern Palace in just 5 days. Lu Ming is back. The moment Lu Ming entered the Eastern Palace, the news of his return spread throughout the entire palace. Teleportation and disappearance happened very quickly. The news that Lu Ming had defeated the sacred constellation had already been sent back to the Eastern Palace. Countless people rushed out wanting to meet Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed, avoiding the crowd and appearing outside the Eastern Sky Courtyard. He saw a figure outside the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Chapter 6:14. 614 The Zhuang siblings. Palace Master. Lu Ming called out. This figure was actually the palace lord of the Eastern Palace, Mu Zheng. It turned out that Mu Zheng had already returned to the east. Lu Ming, I knew you would be here. Mu Zheng said with a smile. Palace Master, please come in and sit. Lu Ming smiled. Mu Zheng nodded and the two of them walked into the eastern sky courtyard. Lu Ming, what are your plans from now on? Mu Zheng asked as the two of them sat down in the courtyard. I plan to go home first. After a while I'll go to other large regions to train. 2 years later, I'll participate in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming did not mention Desolate but told her his plans. So you already know about the Battle of Providence. Seems like Yan Kuangtu told you about it. I was going to tell you about this as well. This matter is of great importance to you. If you can perform well in the Battle of Providence, you might be able to reach Yan Kuangtu's level in the future, or even surpass him, and become the new legend of the Xianxia region. Mu Zheng looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes, full of anticipation. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. The legend of the Xianxia region? To be honest, he didn't care. By the way, Palace Master, I have something to ask you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and asked. Oh, what's the matter? Mu Zheng said. Immediately, Lu Ming asked Mu Zheng about old Zhuang's family. When they were on their way to Tianxian City and were ambushed by the people of the Sky Corps sect, old Zhuang had given him his storage ring before he died. Lu Ming had once said that he would hand his storage ring to his family. Yes, I'll send someone to investigate. I'll give you the news tomorrow. Mu Zheng nodded. He chatted with Lu Ming for a while more before he bade farewell and left. On the second day, Mu Zheng indeed sent a message. Old Zhuang did have a family living in the Myriad Stars City. He had a son and a daughter. Lu Ming immediately went to the Myriad Star City. To the north of Myriad Stars, there was a small courtyard with weeping willows fluttering in the wind. It was quite elegant. However, at this moment, it was broken by an inharmonious scene. A group of people surrounded the front of the courtyard. Bastard, don't even think about taking my sister away. A furious roar rang out. The voice came from an 18 or 19-year-old young man. The young man was tall and burly and he looked simple and honest. At this moment, his face was full of anger as he stared at a middle-aged man with a refined appearance in front of him. Behind the young man was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. The girl had a delicate and sweet appearance. One look and one could tell that she was a rare beauty. At this moment, the young girl was also staring at the middle-aged man with an angry expression. The young man's name was Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the young girl's name was Zhuang Xiaoro. Their father was old Zhuang, who had been ambushed and killed by the Heavenly Corpse sect on their way to the Tianxian region with Lu Ming. The scholarly middle-aged man they were glaring at was called Yao Gu. He was a good friend of their father and also the Detian Divine Guard of the Detian Divine Palace. His cultivation was similar to old Zhuang's. When old Zhuang was still around, Yao Gu had a good relationship with him. He had taken good care of Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. He did not expect Yao Gu to reveal his beast-like side after the incident with old Zhuang. He actually wanted Zhuang Xiaoro to be his concubine. Hee little brat, you think you can stop me? Let me tell you, when your father went to the Tianxian region, he borrowed a mid-level 5 spiritual weapon from me. Although he is dead, the spiritual weapon still needs to be returned. Either you give me the spiritual weapon, or let your sister be my concubine and serve me well. Then I will forget about the spiritual weapon. Yao Gu laughed coldly. His eyes scanned Zhuang Xiaoro's body without any restraint, and they were filled with passion. He had been coveting Zhuang Xiaoro's beauty for a long time. It was just that he could not lay his hands on her back when old Zhuang was around. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's faces were pale. Both of them were martial grandmasters, so how could they have a middle-level 5 spiritual weapon? I will return the middle-level 5 spiritual weapon to you. I will work hard to cultivate and earn spiritual crystals to buy a spiritual weapon to return it to you. Don't take my sister and Xiaoro away. Zhuang Xiaoshan stood in front of Zhuang Xiaoro and said, Wait for you to return? When will I have to wait? 10 years, 20 years or 50 years? Perhaps you won't be able to take out a middle 5th level spiritual weapon in your entire life. Right, move aside. I'm an acquaintance of your father, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. Yao Gu sneered. But Zhuang Xiaoshan stood there stubbornly, glaring at Yao Gu. Yao Gu frowned. Brat, Lord Yao gave you face, but you don't know how to appreciate it. You're really looking for death, get lost. A big man with a knife scar on his face shouted. He strode forward and slapped Zhuang Xiaoshan. Zhuang Xiaoshan gritted his teeth, and a long spear appeared in his hand, stabbing toward the knife-scarred man's palm. Little brat, you're just a 9th grade great martial master and you dare to resist? You're overestimating yourself. The man with the knife scar sneered hideously. He turned his palm into a claw and burst out his Jin Qi. He grabbed Zhuang Xiaoshan's long spear and shook it. This man with a knife scar was a half-step king warrior, which was much stronger than Zhuang Xiaoshan. With this shake, his Jin Qi exploded, shaking the long spear. Zhuang Xiaoshan screamed and flew backward, hitting the wall of the courtyard and cracking it. Zhuang Xiaoshan continued to spit out blood. Brother! Zhuang Xiaoro cried out in shock and rushed to Zhuang Xiaoshan with tears in her eyes. Xiaoro, let's go, let's go. Zhuang Xiaoshan shouted. Go, where do you want to go? You can stop dreaming. The man with the knife scar strode forward and sneered. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's faces were filled with despair. Little beauty, it's your fortune that Lord Yao has taken a fancy to you. Go back and serve Lord Yao well. If you serve him well, you'll have a good life. The man with the knife scar sneered and reached out to grab Zhuang Xiaoro. Bastard, get lost. Zhuang Xiaoshan roared and struggled to get up, but he was already seriously injured. The bone armor on one of his arms was broken, so he couldn't exert any strength at all. Zhuang Xiaoro shouted in anger and tried her best to resist, shooting out a few rays of light. However, she was only a 5th grade great martial master, which was much weaker than the scarred man. She was easily defeated by the scarred man. He grabbed her shoulder and injected his true qi into her. Zhuang Xiaoro's true qi was sealed and she had no power to resist. Brother! Zhuang Xiaoro screamed as tears streamed down her face. Xiaoro! Zhuang Xiaoshan roared angrily, his eyes almost splitting. He struggled to get up, but the man with the knife scar kicked him, and Zhuang Xiaoshan flew far away, coughing up blood. Yao Gu waved his folding fan and sneered. In the surroundings there were also some residents watching, but no one said a word. The myriad star city was too huge and the number of people was unknown. Such things happened every day. It was impossible for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to manage everyone. Moreover, the majority of the people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were in the plain. The myriad star city was merely a city that was used as a transit point. Moreover, Yao Gu himself was a level 4 Martial King realm lower tier. In the myriad star city he was the peak existence. Who would dare to provoke him? Let's go. We'll go back and serve Lord Yao. The knife-scarred man's eyes swept across Zhuang Xiaoro's body and a light flashed. Chapter 615. 615. How do you want to die? This little girl is really pretty and has a good figure. If Lord Yao is tired of playing with her, perhaps he will reward her to me in the future, hee. The knife-scarred man thought happily. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was because he had this idea. Because in the past, Yao Gu had given women he was tired of playing with to his subordinates. Behind Yao Gu, the others gritted their teeth and looked at the man with the knife scar enviously. They secretly regretted not moving faster just now and letting that guy beat them to it again. You'd better immediately let go of your dirty hands. At this moment an extremely cold voice rang out. His voice was like the snow in winter, cold and bone-chilling. A young man around the age of 20 strolled over and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was naturally Lu Ming. After he got old Zhuang's address and his family's situation, he immediately rushed over, but he encountered this scene. The knife-scarred man looked at Lu Ming gloomily and sneered, "Kid, are you talking to me? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to let go of your dirty hands. Otherwise die." 1. Lu Ming said coldly. "Ha, brat, you're very arrogant, but arrogance requires skill." The knife-scarred man laughed. 2. Lu Ming said coldly. The knife-scarred man's face changed and he angrily shouted, "Kid, do you know who my master is? My lord is a lower-tier king and a level 3 Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. You'd better behave yourself." 3. Lu Ming coldly spat out the word 3 and said, "Time's up, you have no chance." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. In the next moment he appeared in front of the scarred man, clasping his throat and lifting him up high. The scar-faced man's eyes popped out immediately. He could not exert any strength at all. There was fear in his eyes. Just now he did not react at all. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. Naturally he let go of Xiao's shoulder. "Brother." Xiao quickly ran to Zhou Xian's side to check on his injuries. "Xiao, I'm fine." Zhou Xian struggled to get up. He looked at Lu Ming with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Who is this young man? Is he father's friend? Why didn't I hear father mention it before?" Zhou Xian and Zhou Xiao looked at Lu Ming and thought to themselves, "Lord Yao, save me, save me." The knife-scarred man shouted. At this moment Yao Gu's expression was grave. He did not see clearly how Lu Ming had attacked. "Don't cry out. No one can save you today. Go on your way," Lu Ming said coldly. "No, no." The knife-scarred man screamed in horror. His hands were grabbing and his feet were kicking as if he wanted to grab a trace of hope. However, in Lu Ming's hands he was just a little chick. He could not resist at all. "Gotcha." Lu Ming exerted some force and broke the knife-scarred man's neck. The knife-scarred man's cries stopped abruptly. "Brat, how dare you? You actually dare to kill people in the 10,000 Stars City." Someone quickly informed the law enforcement team of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace to take down this evil demon. Yao Gu roared. The reason why he did not make a sound just now was that he was waiting. He was waiting for Lu Ming to kill the knife-scarred burly man. Then he would have an excuse to call the law enforcement team. In the Myriad Star City, it was fine to injure or even maim people. But killing people was not allowed. They would be punished by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's law enforcement team. This was the rule. Sometimes when dealing with someone one didn't need to use force to solve it. One could just use their brain. Yao Gu thought smugly. As for the sacrifice of the knife-scarred man's life, what was that? It was just a dog. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming did not seem to know that he had committed a serious crime. He looked at Yao Gu and the rest with a cold expression, his killing intent overflowing. Yao Gu's expression changed and he shouted angrily, "Brat, what are you trying to do? Do you still want to kill us? You're simply guilty of the most heinous crimes, you're crazy and you're a demon. You scums. You're a scourge if you stay in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You must all die." Lu Ming strolled forward, his voice cold. "Brat, you think killing a half-step king is that big of a deal? I'll cripple you." A lever 1 Martial King realm burly man jumped out and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This punch was accompanied by the will of the mountain. It was like a burly man smashing toward Lu Ming with shocking power. Bang! The next moment he was kicked by Lu Ming and flew out. He fell on the ground dozens of meters away and was no longer breathing. He was dead. "Brat, you've killed another person. You're dead." Yao Gu roared. "You talk too much nonsense." Lu Ming shouted coldly and flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen spearlights burst out. After that, more than a dozen shrieks could be heard. Yao Gu's men, regardless of whether they were martial kings or above, were all nailed to the ground by the spear ray. He only spared Yao Gu. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The surrounding onlookers gasped. In their eyes, this young man was too ruthless. In the 10,000 Star City, he didn't show any mercy and killed more than a dozen people in a row. Wasn't he afraid of the law enforcement team's punishment? Or was it because he had already killed one person in the beginning and decided to go all out? At this moment Yao Gu's face was ashen and a trace of fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xian and Zhou Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Lu Ming had killed so many people. The law enforcement team was about to arrive. What should they do? "So, how do you want to die?" Lu Ming looked at Yao Gu. You're finished, you've killed so many people, you're finished." Yao Gu roared, but his body retreated. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of him. "Ah, I'll kill you." Yao Gu was shocked and immediately roared. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. The attack of a level 4 martial king was extremely shocking. The surrounding spectators retreated, afraid of being affected. But the next scene left them dumbfounded. Lu Ming did not even take out his spiritual weapon. He directly slapped Yao Gu with his bare hand. With a clang, Lu Ming's palm landed on Yao Gu's saber. Yao Gu's medium level 5 saber was sent flying away, but Lu Ming's palm was not affected at all. He continued to slap Yao Gu. Pa! A slap landed on Yao Gu's face and a crisp sound was heard. Yao Gu spun around on the spot for dozens of times and then looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. He could not even fight back against Lu Ming. Who was this young man? It was too terrifying. Yao Gu's heart was suddenly filled with endless fear. "So, how do you want to die?" Lu Ming looked at Yao Gu indifferently. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds came from the sky. More than a dozen figures streaked across the void and flew over. Powerful auras emanated from these people. Among them there were 3 lower-tier king-level experts. The Emperor Sky Divine Guard's law enforcement team had arrived. Who dares to kill people in the Thousand Stars City? A furious roar came from the red-robed middle-aged man who was the leader. The burly man was a level 5 martial king and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. Chapter 616. 616 He is Lu Ming. My lords of the Tribunal Council, this kid is an evil spirit. He started a massacre as soon as he came out. Look at how many people he has killed. Now he wants to kill me. Seeing the arrival of the law enforcement hall's people, Yao Gu was ecstatic as if he had found a life-saving straw and he screamed madly. What? The burly man in red robes from the law enforcement hall looked in the direction that Yao Gu was pointing at. His expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming. He had seen Lu Ming before. At this moment he recognized Lu Ming. Yao Gu did not notice the change in the red-robed man's expression. He stepped back and looked at Lu Ming with a cold expression. Kid, who cares who you are? He must be punished for killing people in the Myriad Stars City. Yao Gu roared in his heart. How dare you, Yao Gu? Kneel down and admit your guilt. The red-robed man roared. Ha brat, why aren't you kneeling and admitting your guilt? Yao Gu laughed heartily, but his smile froze in the next moment. He realized that the red-robed man had actually called out his name. He turned around stiffly and looked at the red-robed man. He smiled and said, My lord, did you get the wrong name? What do you mean by wrong name? I recognize you. You're Yao Gu, right? I'm talking to you, why aren't you kneeling? The red-robed man bellowed and a powerful aura descended on Yao Gu. Yao Gu, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were all stunned. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. Wasn't the one who killed him that young man? Now how could he make Yao Gu kneel? Sir, is there a mistake? He's the one who killed them. Yao Gu pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. How dare you slander Lord Lu Ming? Who is Lord Lu Ming? If you didn't commit any major crimes, why would he kill you in a fit of anger? Kneel down. The red-robed man shouted. What? Lu Ming? Yao Gu's face turned deathly pale. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Then his eyes were filled with endless fear. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Could this young man be Lu Ming? The news of Lu Ming's victory over the sacred constellation in the profound sky sub-palace had spread throughout the eastern sub-palace, and even the Myriad Stars City. What kind of person was the sacred constellation? He was a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, and his cultivation had reached the Peak King realm. It could be said that in the Xianxia region, apart from the few Sea of Soul realm experts, no one could rival him. Even such a person was defeated by Lu Ming. How powerful could Lu Ming be? Now Lu Ming was the strongest expert in the Xianxia region. With his talent he could even be on equal footing with Sea of Soul realm experts. What kind of status was this? Other people would definitely be punished for killing people in the Myriad Star City, but Lu Ming would definitely not. Who would dare to punish him? When one's power reached a certain level, they could override the rules. Brother, he's Lu Ming. He's Lord Lu Ming. We're saved. After Xianxia's shock, she was extremely excited. The young man who had helped them was Lu Ming. They knew that they were saved. No one could touch them. Yeah. Xianxian said dumbly. He looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of endless admiration. Lu Ming was only a few years older than him, but his achievements were 108,000 times higher than his. He was his idol. Bang! Yao Gu's body trembled like a sieve. Then he actually knelt down. When he found out that the young man in front of him was Lu Ming, he knew that he was finished. But he didn't want to give up, so he started to beg. Lord Lu Ming, please spare me. The Zhuang siblings and I were just joking. We were just joking. A joke. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You think I'm blind? You probably thought that the two of them lost their support after their father passed away, right? It's a pity that you don't know that their father and I are best friends. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but it spread to the entire venue. Life and death friends? Lu Ming and old Zhuang were actually life and death friends. At this moment, countless people looked at Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro with envy. Although old Zhuang was dead, the Zhuang siblings could do whatever they wanted in the Tianxian region now that they had Lu Ming as their backer. Yao Gu's face was filled with despair. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a ray of spear light shot out and pierced through Yao Gu's dantian, scattering his cyclone. His cultivation was completely crippled. All of you can leave first. I will handle this. Lu Ming told the people of the law enforcement hall. Yes. The people from the tribunal council left respectfully. As for Yao Gu and the rest, they had no eyes and offended Lu Ming. They would die in vain. Lu Ming waved his hand and a stream of essential core wrapped around Yao Gu, bringing him to the Zhuang siblings. I'll leave him to you guys. Kill him. Lu Ming said. Kill him. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were shocked and hesitant. People of the martial path should repay kindness with kindness and hatred with hatred. If I hadn't arrived just in time today, have you thought about your own fate? What's there to hesitate about? If you still hesitate after killing your enemies, what's the point of cultivating? Lu Ming's voice was like thunder, ringing in the Zhuang siblings' minds. Their eyes were filled with determination. I'll kill him. Zhuang Xiaoshan struggled to get up. Brother, I'll do it. A long sword appeared in Zhuang Xiaoro's hand. No, spare my life. For the sake of my many years of friendship with your father, please spare my life. Yao Gu cried out in fear. Just now, why didn't you let us go on account of your many years of friendship with my father? Die. Zhuang Xiaoro's voice was cold as she thrust her sword into Yao Gu's heart. Yao Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. Finally he stopped breathing. He only wanted to bring Zhuang Xiaoro back and play with her. He had done this many times and there had never been a problem. Why did he have to encounter Lu Ming this time? Good and evil will always be rewarded. This was Yao Gu's last thought. Lu Ming nodded. In the world of martial Dao, the strong preyed on the weak. If one's heart wasn't hard enough, how could one survive in this world? Especially those who were extremely beautiful but had no strength. Their ending was usually very miserable and they would become other people's playthings. Lu Ming hoped that they would change after experiencing this. Lord Lu Ming, thank you for your help this time. Otherwise Xiao Rou Shi. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro came to Lu Ming and thanked him. You don't need to thank me. It's my duty. Sigh, I didn't have the strength to save your father back then. Lu Ming sighed. The Zhuang siblings' eyes were red. Old Zhuang's storage ring appeared in his hand. He handed it to Zhuang Xiaoshan and said, This is your father's storage ring. I'll give it to you now. Picking up old Zhuang's storage ring, the brother and sister's eyes turned even redder and tears flowed down. Then the brother and sister looked at each other and suddenly knelt down in front of Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, please accept us as your disciples. The two of them said in unison. Chapter 617. 617 Two disciples. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He had never expected that the Zhuang siblings would want to acknowledge him as their master. Lord Lu Ming, please accept us as your disciples. We will definitely work hard in our cultivation and not embarrass you. Zhuang Xiaoshan kowtowed and Zhuang Xiao quickly followed. Lu Ming frowned. He sized up the two of them. Although their aptitudes were not top-notch, they were considered to be outstanding talents. They might be able to achieve something after some training. However, Lu Ming had never thought of taking in disciples. He was not old and most importantly he did not have the time to teach the two of them. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. The surrounding onlookers also looked on curiously. They were all guessing whether Lu Ming would accept it or not. How about this? I'll take you all in as my in-name disciples. Lu Ming said after pondering for a while. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were overjoyed. They bowed and said, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Although they were only in-name disciples and not personal disciples, the two of them were satisfied. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He did not expect that he would have a disciple so soon. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times and said, All right, get up. But I'll tell you first that I don't have time to teach you during this period of time. I'll bring you to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to cultivate first. I'll teach you when I'm free in the future. Many thanks, Master. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao bowed again and then stood up. All right, let's go to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace first. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming brought the Zhuang siblings and headed towards the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The surrounding onlookers were all extremely envious. Old Zhuang's son and daughter are so blessed to have Lu Ming as their master. It's really a blessing that they have accumulated over 8 lifetimes. That's right. This time he's going to be successful. Old Zhuang can also die with a smile. I'm so envious. Everyone was in a heated discussion. The news that Lu Ming had taken in 2 disciples had also spread. Lu Ming led the Zhuang siblings into the eastern sky courtyard. Xiaoshan, you should heal first. Lu Ming passed Zhuang Xiaoshan a bottle of healing pills. Many thanks, Master. Zhuang Xiaoshan took the elixir, swallowed one and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a stream of vital essence flew into Zhuang Xiaoshan's body to help him heal. Zhuang Xiaoshan's injuries recovered quickly. Then Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Half an hour later, Zhuang Xiaoshan's condition had stabilized and he opened his eyes. At this moment a figure stepped through the air and arrived. It was Mu Zheng. Xiaoshan, Xiao, this is Palace Master Mu Zheng. Lu Ming introduced the two of them. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were both shocked. They quickly walked to Mu Zheng's side and bowed. They had grown up in the Myriad Star City and had heard of Mu Zheng's name for a long time, but they had never seen him before. They did not expect to meet this legendary figure the moment they acknowledged Lu Ming as their master. The two of them were very excited. Lu Ming, I just received news that you have accepted 2 disciples. I was just about to come and congratulate you when I received your message. Mu Zheng laughed. Palace Master Mu must be joking. Palace Master, I'm afraid Lu Ming won't have much time to guide them in the future. I want to leave the 2 of them in the Eastern Sky Courtyard and cultivate in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. What do you think? Lu Ming said, of course, no problem. Don't worry, I'll come and teach them when I have time. Mu Zheng said straightforwardly. Many thanks, Palace Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists. As for the Zhuang siblings, they were naturally overjoyed. Take these 2 command tokens. In the future, you can enter and leave the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace as you wish. Mu Zheng gave Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao a token each. The brother and sister were naturally overjoyed and thanked him once again. Mu Zheng smiled and then took his leave. Xiaoshan, continue to heal your injuries. When you've recovered, I'll teach you some martial arts techniques. Lu Ming said. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Zhuang Xiaoshan's injuries had already healed. Lu Ming also taught them based on their talents, passing on some cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Zhuang Xiaoshan's bloodline was a black mountain. Lu Ming found a low-class heaven-level cultivation skill, the Thousand Mountains technique, in the storage ring for Zhuang Xiaoshan to cultivate. As for Zhuang Xiaorou's blood meridian, it was a small blue sword. It was crystal clear and had a strong water attribute. Lu Ming found a soft water sword technique, which was also a heaven-level low-rank technique. He also gave them a few suitable martial arts techniques. Most importantly, Lu Ming had imparted the myriad spiritual combat body to the two of them. After that, he gave each of them 3 drops of mid-grade primordial origin liquid to help them refine their fleshly bodies. The cultivation of the two of them improved every day. This was all he could give the two of them for the time being. In the future they would have to rely on themselves. As for the true war dragon technique, one had to start cultivating it before the invigorated meridian realm. Otherwise, one would not be able to cultivate it. The 3 absolutes of the dragon god also required the comprehension of many different intents. There was no way to teach them these. 7 days later, Lu Ming left the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace under the reluctant gazes of the Zhuang siblings. Now Lu Ming had to return to the Blazing Sun Empire to treat Lu Yuntian's meridians. Lu Ming flew towards the Blazing Sun Empire at top speed. The Blazing Sun Empire had been stable ever since it was unified. Everyone knew that Lu Ming was standing behind the pool. No one would have second thoughts. With the help of the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley, the imperial family's power was rapidly recovering and becoming more prosperous. The Lu family in the eastern region of the Blazing Sun Empire had also become an extremely special family. Although they were not very powerful, everyone had to give them face. The Lu family had been developing rapidly in this period of time. Countless powerful martial artists had joined the Lu family. The Lu family's strength had expanded by dozens of times, and their business had spread to hundreds of cities nearby. However, no one in the Lu family would forget that all of this was brought about by Lu Ming. Without Lu Ming, everything they had would have vanished in an instant. In the courtyard of the Lu clan's patriarch residence, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were sitting at a stone table. They were brewing tea and chatting as they drank. Even though Lu Yuntian was the patriarch of the Lu clan, he would not show his face for the minor matters. He would leave everything to his subordinates to handle, and he was happy to be idle. I wonder how Ming-er is doing now. Li Ping suddenly sighed. What's wrong? I miss Ming-er, Lu Yuntian said. Don't you want to? Li Ping rolled her eyes. What a womanly woman. Ming-er is now at the golden age for cultivation, so he naturally has to go out and explore. We'll stay at home and take care of our bodies so that Ming-er won't worry. Lu Yuntian said. Although he said that, the longing in his eyes could not be dispelled. You're the only one with a tough mouth. Li Ping glared at Lu Yuntian. Father, mother. At this moment, a figure appeared in the courtyard. It was Lu Ming. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping shuddered. They looked at Lu Ming and were overjoyed. Ming-er, you're back. Father, mother, Ming-er has returned to see you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Chapter 618. 618 The Secret Under the Earth Cave. It's good that you're back. Come, let mother take a good look. Li Ping happily pulled Lu Ming to sit down and look around. Lu Yuntian was all smiles as well. Father, mother, Ming-er is very well. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and sat down with Li Ping and the other two. Father, Ming-er came back this time mainly to treat your meridians. Lu Ming said. What? To treat my meridians? Lu Yuntian's hand, which was holding the teacup, suddenly trembled. Clearly Lu Yuntian was rather shocked. Ming-er, is what you said true? Can you really cure your father's meridians? Li Ping also looked at Lu Ming excitedly. That's right. Father, mother, this time Ming-er has obtained a bottle of the legendary water of life. It can definitely cure father's injuries. Lu Ming moved his hand and the elixir of life appeared in his hand. Elixir of life, I didn't think that there would be such a treasure in the world. Lu Yuntian said excitedly. Dad, take it. I'll help you refine it. Lu Ming, give me Lu Yuntian the elixir of life. All right. Lu Yuntian received it and took a deep breath before drinking it in one gulp. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming placed his palm on Lu Yuntian's back. quintessential essence continuously gushed into Lu Yuntian's body to help him refine the water of life. The water of life transformed into a vigorous life force that nourished Lu Yuntian's meridians. Wherever this force passed by, Lu Yuntian's broken and withered meridians would be reconnected. Furthermore, they would become more energetic and tougher. 2 hours later, the elixir of life had been completely refined, and Lu Yuntian's meridians had been completely healed. In fact, they were several times stronger than before. His body was filled with life energy and his blood and qi were full of vitality. Alright, I'm really alright now. Lu Yuntian circulated his cultivation technique and looked at the fiery red true energy on his palm. He was so excited that his entire body trembled and tears welled up in his eyes. Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had already reached the martial grandmaster realm. Now that his meridians had recovered, he immediately recovered a little of his cultivation base with Lu Ming's help. It had been so many years. He had thought that he would never be able to practice martial arts or recover his true qi, but now he had it all back. No one could understand Lu Yuntian's current feelings. Ming-er, thank you. Lu Yuntian took a deep breath and looked at Lu Ming. Father, you and I are father and son, there's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Lu Ming said with a smile. He was extremely happy to see Lu Yuntian recover. That's great, that's great. Beside him, Li Ping was also extremely excited. In this world, no one understood Lu Yuntian better than she did. Lu Yuntian had always had a heart for martial arts. He was a natural-born warrior. The fact that he could not cultivate was a huge blow to him. Now everything was fine. Father, take these cultivation methods, martial arts techniques and medicinal pills. Lu Ming took out the cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, elixirs, spirit weapons, and other things that he had prepared for Lu Yuntian. These were all carefully selected by Lu Ming. They were the most suitable for Lu Yuntian of all levels and were enough for Lu Yuntian to use until he reached the martial king realm. Ming-er, do you have enough for yourself? Lu Yuntian asked. He was afraid that Lu Ming had given him so many resources and he would be useless. In comparison, Lu Ming was more important. He was already very happy that he could cultivate. He had to leave the resources for Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming was at the golden age for cultivation. Father, don't worry. Ming-er has a lot of resources on him. Lu Ming smiled. Only then did Lu Yuntian receive it. Father, this bottle is a mid-grade innate original fluid. Take it with mother and slowly use it. Not only can it help you cultivate your body, but it can also improve mother's body. In the end, Lu Ming took out the bottle of mid-grade connate original liquid and handed it to Lu Yuntian. Mid-grade innate original liquid. Lu Yuntian's heart trembled. He knew very well that the value of a mid-grade connate original fluid was simply an astronomical figure. It was a figure that he could not imagine. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuntian looked at Lu Ming seriously and asked, Ming-er, what's your current cultivation level? I'm at the peak of the 9th level of the martial king realm, but it'll take some time before I can break through to the peak of the king realm. Lu Ming did not hide anything. Peak level 9 martial king realm. Lu Yuntian's heart skipped a beat. Then he was overjoyed. Good. Father will take this bottle of innate original liquid. Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. The peak of the 9th level of the martial king realm was a realm that he did not even dare to think about. Lu Ming had reached it at such a young age. How could he not be happy? This was Lu Yuntian's son. The three of them chatted for a while longer before Lu Yuntian rushed into his room impatiently and started cultivating. Lu Ming smiled. With Lu Yuntian's talent, he believed that it would not take long for him to recover to his peak cultivation. The news of Lu Ming's return did not spread. In the following days, Lu Ming would chat with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. He would spend the rest of his time fully comprehending the concept of thunder. Half a month later, Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had recovered to the peak of the 9th grade master realm. He would be able to return to the great master realm very soon. At that moment, Lu Ming's thunder will finally had a breakthrough and reached the full circle of level 1. Now I'll start to upgrade my wind and fire intense to the completion of level 1. Lu Ming entered the supreme shrine, took out middle-grade profound meaning crystals and started to break through. 7 days later, Lu Ming had used 3 of each of the 2 middle-grade profound meaning crystals to break through his wind and fire concepts to the full circle of level 1. With all 3 intents at perfection, Lu Ming's cultivation base should have been able to reach peak tier king. However, he did not have enough resources. Lu Ming only had about 6 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. It was not enough for him to reach the peak tier king level. He had no choice but to put it aside for the time being and focus on cultivating the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. He had already achieved level 1 perfection in all 3 intents. He could cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 6th level. 3 days later, Lu Ming was on his way to the imperial capital. He started to think about the things under the earth cave again. Lu Ming did not manage to dig it out when he was at the 1st level of the Martial King realm. Now he wanted to give it another try. However, before he went to the earth cave, he first found Huaqi and talked to him about the past. Then he went to the earth cave. No one noticed Lu Ming's figure. Without a sound or trace, Lu Ming arrived at the lowest level of the earth cave, which was the 14th level, the level that Lu Ming had dug out earlier. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, this place did not affect him at all. He continued digging. The 15th level, the 16th level, the 17th level. When Lu Ming dug out the 17th level, he wanted to continue digging, but he realized that the bottom was empty. Lu Ming dug a hole and dashed down. He realized that there was a huge underground cave below. In this place, the fire spiritual energy was so violent that it was unimaginable. In the air above the underground cave, a ball of fire was burning like a sun. Endless heat spread out from the ball of flames. Nest, this is the earth core flowing flame. Kid, you've struck it rich. Dandan suddenly shouted. Chapter 619. 619 Igniting the Fire of Spirit. Dandan shouted, extremely excited. Core flowing flame. Lu Ming had some doubts. Kid, you're really lucky. The earth core flowing flame is a top-grade flame in the world. If you use it to light up your mind fire, it'll be perfect. Kid, I'm starting to envy your luck. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If I absorb this flame, there won't be any fire tribute spiritual chi here. Wouldn't this cultivation holy land be ruined? Lu Ming said. What waste. Let me tell you, if you absorb this core flowing flame, the value of this place will truly burst out. Don't tell me you haven't realized that this place is actually a spiritual eye? It's just that it has been absorbed by the core flowing flame in the past and even blocked it. After you absorb this core flowing flame, the spiritual energy here will spread out, turning this place into a real cultivation holy land. Dandan explained. It's actually like this. Lu Ming observed carefully and realized that there was indeed a continuous flow of spiritual energy from below. Most of it was absorbed by the earth core flowing flame and was even burned by the hot flames. The remaining spiritual energy spread out with the hot flame aura, forming fire spiritual energy. Lu Ming finally knew how the earth cave was formed. Kid, this is no time to lose. Let me teach you how to light up your spiritual fire. First, visualize 10 spiritual lamps in your sea of consciousness. Dandan began to teach. Lu Ming started to visualize the spirit lamp in his sea of consciousness according to Dandan's method. The sea of consciousness and the Dantian, in a sense, were infinitely large, like 2 universes. Although the lightning cauldron occupied a part of it, Lu Ming could visualize the spirit lamp in the other part of his sea of consciousness. Slowly, in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, there seemed to be 10 lamps. However, all 10 lamps were extinguished and did not light up. Now catch the core flowing flame and use to absorb it into your sea of consciousness. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming waved his palms and 2 huge palms formed, grabbing the earth core flowing flame. Boom! The earth core flowing flame shook violently as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to escape. The 3 intents of wind, fire, and thunder burst forth. Combined with his essential core, he grabbed the earth core flowing flame tightly and brought it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that his essential core was burning. The temperature of the core flowing flame was too high. If not for the fact that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm and that his 3 intents had reached the great circle of level 1, he would not have been able to deal with the earth core flowing flame. Even an ordinary late-stage king would be burned to death. Refine. Lu Ming muttered. He used his essential core and intent to temper the violent elements in the core flowing flame, making it more docile. 2 hours later, Lu Ming began to cast the meditation of the underworld, absorbing the earth core flowing flame and lighting up his mental energy fire. And NBSP hoo-hoo. Wisps of earth core flowing flame flew into Lu Ming's glabella and appeared in his sea of consciousness. Boom. In an instant, Lu Ming felt as if he was in magma. The terrifying temperature and flames were burning his body, including his soul. Hot, it was too hot. Kid, you must hold on at this time. The better the flame, the more dangerous it will be when you ignite the mental energy fire. However, the benefits will be unimaginable. Danden's voice sounded. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the core flowing flame, starting to light up his mental energy fire. Give me some. Lu Ming roared, controlling the core flowing flame to light up a lamp. Who? All of the earth core flowing flame rushed towards the first lamp. The first lamp emitted a fiery red light, followed by a wisp of flame on the wick. At first the flame was very small, but slowly the flame on the wick grew bigger and finally it burned fiercely. It was a success. The spirit fire had been successfully ignited. However, this was only the beginning. It was far from the end. When the first lamp's flame burned to its limit, the second lamp's wick also emitted a wisp of flame, and the flame grew from small to large. Kid, the core flowing flame is too strong. This is an opportunity to light up many spirit lamps in one go. You should grasp it well. Danden reminded. Lu Ming activated the meditation with all his might. When the second lamp's flame reached its limit, the third lamp's wick also emitted flames. The flames were scarlet. Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Lighting 6 lamps had already reached the requirements of a true Ming refiner, but it was still not the limit. It was far from enough. The 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th lamps. All 10 spirit lamps were lit up. Haha, perfect, the first stage is perfect, it is indeed the core flowing flame. Danden laughed. The 10 spirit lamps burned with scarlet spirit fire. They burned fiercely. When the 10 flames burned to the extreme, suddenly the spirit fire of the 10 lamps all gathered on the first lamp, and the other 9 were all extinguished. The flame of the first mind lamp began to change, turning into an orange flame. Orange meant that Lu Ming had advanced to the second level. The mental fire of a rank 2 alchemist was orange. It was not over yet. When the orange flame on the first lamp reached its limit, the second lamp was also successfully ignited with an orange flame. Just like before, the third lamp appeared, then the fourth. Finally the 10th. The second level also lit 10 lamps, perfect. When the orange flames of the 10 lamps reached their maximum, they gathered on the first lamp again, and the flame of the first lamp turned yellow again. Yellow flame, level 3 alchemist. Just like before, after the first lamp was ignited, the second, third and fourth lamps were ignited. This time he lit up 6 lamps in one go. At this point he finally stopped and did not continue to light the 7th lamp. The energy of the core flowing flame has finally been exhausted. Amazing. The first 2 stages of igniting the mind fire were perfect, and the third stage has ignited 6 mind lamps. This is already very rare. Danden laughed out loud and danced with joy. Lu Ming's face revealed a happy expression. Within the same level, the more mind lamps one lit, the more vigorous the mind fire would be. This also represented that one's mind power would be stronger. Lu Ming was now a full-fledged third-level alchemist. Of course, he had only achieved the level of mental fire. However, if he wanted to become a real third-level alchemist, he still needed to practice inscriptions. He could only be considered a true alchemist if he mastered inscriptions. Kid, let me tell you, the strength of your mental fire is not even comparable to the half-baked 5th-rank alchemists here. The first 2 stages are perfect. Not many people can achieve perfection. However, it'll be difficult for you to reach perfection in your future cultivation. However, I still hope that you'll try your best to reach perfection in every stage. Danden said. Lu Ming nodded. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to work in the best direction. He would work hard. He also knew that Danden was right. An ordinary alchemist would only light 3 spirit lamps before advancing to the next level. Compared to such an alchemist, his spirit power was indeed comparable to that of a fifth-rank alchemist. Chapter 620. 620 Law of Inscription. Let's try to inscribe an inscription. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. He began to think of various ways to inscribe level 1 inscriptions. In his mind, there were more than 3 million ways to inscribe level 1 inscriptions given to him by Dandan. Every one of them was different. Inscriptions were like traces of nature, extremely mysterious. After a moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The mental energy fire circulated between his fingers and he began to inscribe in the void. As his fingertips swept across, a mysterious pattern appeared in the void. On it there was a burning aura. This was a level 1 inscription of heat. Buzz. The runes of heat flew out and were engraved on the wall. Then Lu Ming waved his finger and another inscription appeared in the void. This time it was filled with a cold aura. This was a level 1 inscription, the inscription of cold. With a flick of his finger, the cold rune flew out and was engraved on the wall. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his mental energy fire circulated. His fingers kept moving in the air and runes flew out continuously, shining with all kinds of brilliance. Whoa, success! It's still a success. It's a complete success. How abnormal. On his shoulder, Dandan's turtle eyes were wide open, looking dumbfounded. Lu Ming had lit 10 spirit lamps in the first stage. It was definitely easy for him to inscribe level 1 inscriptions. It knew this in its heart. However, it was Lu Ming's first time inscribing an inscription. Not only was his speed terrifyingly fast, but he also had a 100% success rate. This was too abnormal. From what he knew, even if he lit 10 spirit lamps, it should not be so abnormal. Could it be that this guy is a genius in inscription? Dandan thought in her heart. Ha, awesome, awesome. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had a feeling that he was completely in control. He felt extremely comfortable. As he waved his fingers, the speed of inscribing became faster and faster. In the end, only an illusion could be seen waving and moving in the air. A series of runes that were shimmering with light flew out. Lu Ming only stopped after half an hour. Brat, you seem to be very proud. Let me tell you, what are you proud of now? You are still far from it. At the sight of Lu Ming's smug and carefree expression, Dandan was unhappy and deliberately attacked him. Oh. Lu Ming was stunned. I'm telling you, the inscription you just inscribed is only a single level 1 inscription. If you want to refine weapons, refine pills, or even inscribe inscription arrays, you need to combine many kinds of inscriptions. Countless level 1 inscriptions need to be combined. Even low-level and high-level inscriptions need to be combined. It is countless times more complicated than inscribing a single inscription. Boy, you still have a lot to learn. Also, do you think that your inscription speed is very fast? Let me tell you, many true inscription blacksmiths can inscribe inscriptions in an instant. They can inscribe inscriptions with a raise of their hands. They are many times faster than you. Dandan spared no effort to attack Lu Ming. Not bad, I'm still far from it. When I have time, I need to practice more. Lu Ming nodded. It was rare for him to say something like that. No, it was turtle language. Dandan placed her hands behind her back and nodded, looking like a promising child. However, deep down she was still shocked by Lu Ming's earlier actions. What it said was something that others had to slowly master through countless efforts. Who could master it overnight? Lu Ming's speed was already extremely shocking. Kid, try the meditation now and you'll know how amazing it is. Dandan said. All right. Lu Ming could not wait to try it out. He closed his eyes and activated the meditation of the underworld. For a long time, Lu Ming felt as if he was on a mental journey, floating in the endless universe. Suddenly, a large river appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was unknown how wide and how long this river was. It was extremely vast and filled with an ancient aura. Lu Ming felt that this big river had a strong attraction to him, attracting him to approach it. Lu Ming slowly flew over and into the river. What is this? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that he had turned into a ball of fire, a ball of earth core flowing flame. The river was filled with endless mental fire, which was also the fire of inscription. Endless. The spirit fire of this river was endless. It was the color of chaos. Endless. The geocentric flowing flame that Lu Ming had transformed into floated in the air. All around him, wisps of mental energy fire gathered toward the geocentric flowing flame. At this moment, Lu Ming had a clear feeling that his mental energy fire was slowly growing stronger. It's so wonderful. Lu Ming sighed. A moment later he had an idea and the river disappeared. The underground cave was still in front of him. Amazing, I can feel that the yellow mind fire in my sixth mind lamp is more robust. Lu Ming muttered. Kid, did you see a huge river? Dandan asked. That's right. What's that? Lu Ming asked curiously. He realized that he knew too little. He did not understand this world at all. There are many laws in the world which represent the heavenly Tao. The river you see is the law of inscription, a supreme law with endless power of inscription. If you run the meditation, you can successfully communicate with the law of inscription and obtain the power of inscription to strengthen your spiritual fire. Your fire seed is the core flowing flame. With the addition of the underworld god visualization, I estimate that I'll absorb quite a lot of inscription power. In the future you can use this to cultivate and improve your mental fire. Dandan explained. Oh, I seem to have heard that this isn't how most inscription masters raise their mental fire. Lu Ming said. Nonsense, of course not. There are usually two ways for an inscriber to improve their mental fire, Dandan pouted. The first is through weapon refinement, pill refinement, inscription formation, etc., constant practice and constant use of the mental fire. This is equivalent to tempering the mental fire. The more it is tempered, the more the mental fire can be improved. However, the speed of improvement is extremely slow. Most of the inscription masters you've seen use this method to improve. There's another way, which is through refining weapons and elixirs. Those are refining weapons and elixirs beyond one's level. For example, if a level 1 inscriber refines a level 2 spirit weapon, the law of inscription will drop the power of inscription and increase his mental energy. Of course, if he refines a high-quality spirit weapon or elixir of the same level, such as supreme grade or peerless grade spirit weapons, the law of inscription will also drop the power of inscription. It can be done like this. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Of course, there's another way, and that's the mental fire cultivation method. It can directly communicate with the inscription laws and absorb the power of the inscription. This way the speed will be countless times faster. However, mental fire cultivation methods are too rare. Any low-level mental fire cultivation method will cause a frenzy when it's introduced. A low-level mental fire cultivation method can create a powerful inscription force. As for the underworld god visualization, it's the top cultivation method of mind fire. Now you know how precious it is. Dandan said proudly. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. Chapter 621. 621 Rapid Progress. Wait a minute, spirit weapons and medicinal pills, aren't high grade the strongest? Why are there supreme grade and peerless grade ones? Lu Ming suddenly thought of this problem. Bullshit, that's because those inscription masters are useless. They can only make top-grade weapons. That's why I said that your spear is a waste. If you let that old man make it, he can only make top-grade level 6 weapons. If it were a true inscription master, he could at least make supreme-grade weapons. Dandan said with disdain. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Suddenly his expression changed. Someone's coming down, we should leave. Lu Ming could sense that someone was coming down from above. After the earth core flowing flame was absorbed by Lu Ming, the heat disappeared. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the earth cave was dozens of times richer than before. Naturally, it aroused the curiosity of others, and it was normal for them to come down to explore. Lu Ming did not want to cause a commotion and had no intention of showing himself. His figure flashed, turning into a ray of light and rushing upward. He walked past a few young men, but they did not notice him at all. Soon Lu Ming exited the Earth Aeon cave and arrived at the palace where he found the flower pool. He then told Huaqi about the Earth cave. When Huaqi heard this, he was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. There was actually a spiritual eye under the earth cave. With this as a foundation, the Blazing Sun Empire would definitely have more and more experts in the future, and its national strength would also become stronger. Hua Qi immediately sent experts to seal the earth cave and then considered how to use it. Lu Ming chatted with Hua Qi for a while and left him some pills and secret manuals. Then he left the imperial capital and returned to the Lu family. From then on, Lu Ming's daily schedule was packed. Apart from comprehending the thunder mentality and cultivating the dragon god's 3 unique skills, he practiced inscription, the underworld god visualization, and improving his spirit fire. Time flew by and 2 months had passed. It had been almost 3 months since the great battle with the sacred constellation. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. The dragon god's 3 absolutes had already reached perfection and had been cultivated to the 6th level. He had also cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to the 4th step. Its power was equivalent to the 6th level of the heaven-level superior grade martial technique, which was equivalent to the 6th level of the dragon god's 3 absolutes. In addition, the 3 types of heaven and earth concepts were all at the great circle of level 1. Lu Ming's current combat strength was several times stronger than when he was fighting against the sacred constellation. Now, when he was up against the holy star, even without the help of the inscription formation, Lu Ming could easily defeat the holy star. Of course, the sacred constellation would also improve and not remain stagnant. This was another matter. As for the thunder concept, it had also improved greatly and was infinitely close to level 2. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the 2nd rank. It could not be done in a short time. There was a huge chasm between the 1st level intent realm and the 2nd level intent realm, and it was very difficult to cross. The fastest improvement was still the Tao of inscription. After 2 months of cultivation, Lu Ming had successfully lit up another spirit lamp. 7 yellow flames of the spirit color were burning fiercely. He was about to light up the 8th lamp. However, at every level, the higher the level, the harder it was to light up the spirit lamp. The first few spirit lamps were the easiest to light up. Lu Ming's speed of inscribing inscriptions had reached a terrifying level. On a mountain peak a few hundred miles away from Fiery Wind City, Lu Ming had been cultivating the Tao of inscription on this mountain peak. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he stomped on the mountain peak. With every step he took, runes would appear, emitting a bright light. Abnormal, in a short 2 months he has actually cultivated inscription to this level, this abnormal. On a blue stone at the side, Dandan was lazily lying on the bluestone mountain, basking in the sun. She was still chewing a spirit herb in her mouth, and as she chewed she was wailing in her heart. After 2 months, Lu Ming had finally reached the stage where he could inscribe inscriptions with his hands and feet. If it were anyone else, without 10 to 20 years of bitter cultivation, it was absolutely impossible. No wonder Dandan was wailing endlessly. Kid, you've barely passed the test after cultivating to this stage. When you become a 5th rank inscriber and your spiritual power can communicate with the power of heaven and earth, you'll be able to burst out with a terrifying attack. She would not admit that Lu Ming was perverted and would attack him. Otherwise, how could it maintain its lofty status? However, it had never been high and mighty in Lu Ming's heart. Let's go back. Lu Ming walked over, pinched Dandan's head and threw it on his shoulder. Kid, if you dare to pinch my head again, I'm not done with you, I'm not done with you. Dandan shouted hysterically. Lu Ming pursed his lips and rose into the air, preparing to return to the Lu family. At this moment, a strong sense of danger spread from his heart. His skin instantly tightened. Titi. In the sky, countless wind blades cut through the air and fell down on him. They were extremely sharp. Boom. Without any hesitation he used his 3 intense and true essence. Hundreds of spear lights shot out and clashed with the wind blades. Bang! Bang! In the sky, the sound of explosions rang out and the force shot out in all directions, destroying the mountain forest. Buzz! At this moment, a huge black wind blade fell from the sky. Wherever the wind blade passed, the space trembled violently, splitting apart like water waves. True dragon strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a three-colored true dragon flew out, clashing with the huge wind blade. The space trembled and the wind blade and the three-colored true dragon disappeared. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Although Lu Ming had not broken through to the peak tier king level, his combat strength was definitely unrivaled among kings. Now the person above his head actually had combat strength that was not weaker than his. Could it be a great expert of the spiritual ocean tier? No, he didn't feel the boundless aura of the spiritual ocean tier, so he shouldn't be in the spiritual ocean tier. Who's there? You're so sneaky, get out here. Lu Ming turned into a spear's gleam and rushed upwards. He thrust his spear forward and a dazzling spear's gleam soared into the sky. Buzz. At this moment the space trembled. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force acting on his body. It was as if his weight had suddenly increased by tens or even hundreds of times. But it was different from gravity. Lu Ming felt immense pressure on his body. He seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Chi. All around him the sound of air being torn apart rang out. Countless wind blades cut through the air and slashed at him. No, this wasn't a type of wind blade. Although it was similar, it was more wondrous and more dangerous than wind blades. Interesting. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The aura on his body grew stronger. Just now Lu Ming did not use his full strength. His true essence circulated rapidly and three intents wrapped around his body. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming turned upside down and took 4 steps forward. Boom. Boom. The heavens and earth went berserk and the space trembled. Lu Ming broke through the terrifying pressure. He rushed into the sky and pointed his long spear. On a cloud, a graceful figure stood facing the wind. Chapter 622. 622 Goodbye, Xianxia. This woman was wearing a black gauze dress. She was extremely beautiful and had the looks to topple cities and countries. She blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. Well, little Qing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the woman. He was overjoyed. This stunning woman was actually Xianxia, who had disappeared for more than a year. She had actually appeared here now. He almost thought that he was dreaming. Whoa, what a beautiful woman. He even forgot to chew the spiritual herb as he stared at it with wide eyes. Lu Ming, I thought I'd left you far behind. Not bad. I haven't seen you for a while and you haven't been left behind. Xianxia's crisp voice came out of his mouth. Little Qing, where have you been all this time? Lu Ming flew over. He was also very shocked. He had already sensed that Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak tier king realm. This was too terrifying. It must be noted that Lu Ming had many fortuitous encounters during this period of time, especially in the heaven realm. He had obtained a large number of profound meaning crystals and an incredible item like the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to soar all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. However, Xianxia's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, reaching the peak tier king level. His combat strength was also extremely terrifying, much stronger than the Holy Star realm. In the short exchange just now, Lu Ming did not use his full strength, but Xianxia might not have. How did she cultivate? What's wrong? Did you miss me? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with his big eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Of course, you and I have been husband and wife for a long time. When you suddenly disappeared, of course I missed you. I couldn't eat or drink at all and couldn't sleep at night. Lu Ming said with a smile. Damn, who's an old couple with you? You're taking advantage of me the moment we meet. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Her smiling face was flushed, but deep in her eyes she was also very happy. It's been so long since we last met. Little Qing, seriously, where did you go? His cultivation level was actually this strong? If I didn't work hard, I would have been surpassed by you this time. Lu Ming asked curiously. AI. Xianxia sighed and said, I went to a place I didn't want to go, so I found a chance to come out. Oh, did you miss me and come out to find me? Lu Ming chuckled. Who's missing you? Dream on. Xianxia's face turned red again and he glared at Lu Ming. Shameless, this guy is shameless. Beauty, don't listen to him. This guy says this every time he sees a beauty. At this time Dandan cried out, her pair of black eyes darting around. This little turtle? Lu Ming, when did you raise a little turtle? It's quite cute, isn't it? Xianxia looked at Dandan with his big eyes. Haha, beauty, listen carefully. I'm not an ordinary turtle. I'm the head of the top 10 battle beast. My combat strength is unparalleled. I'm proficient in astronomy, geography and the Tao of inscription. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. It just so happens that I'm lacking a servant girl. Nest kid, what are you doing? Dandan put her hands behind her back and looked very smug. Before she could finish her words, she was slapped back by Lu Ming. Brat, you dare to slap me? Preposterous. I'll bite. Dandan glared at Lu Ming and bared her teeth. Suddenly she pounced on Lu Ming, wanting to bite his finger. Lu Ming pinched Dandan's head with his fingers and lifted it in the air. Dandan's short limbs kept struggling in the air, and her eyes were about to spit fire. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Ming put Dandan down. Ah, kid, you're finished, you're completely finished. You actually dare to pinch this lord's head, you're finished. Dandan shouted non-stop. Sigh, I don't have many spirit herbs recently. I have to use them sparingly. Lu Ming sighed. Dandan's scream stopped abruptly, her eyes were wide open, and her turtle shell was moving up and down, obviously angry. Giggle. Xianxia laughed hysterically. Your pet turtle is really interesting. Xianxia laughed. Beauty, I'm not a pet. I'm fighting for the top 10. Before it could finish its sentence, Lu Ming took out a level 5 spiritual herb and threw it to it. It immediately shut up. Little Qing, how did you find me? Lu Ming asked. It wasn't easy to find you. I first went to the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and sparred with that old man Mu Zheng. That old man was stubborn and didn't say anything at first. Later on, when Jian Fengyun recognized me, that old man then said that you had returned to the Blazing Sun Empire. So I came to find you. I first found Hua Qi and he said that you were in the Lu clan. I came to the Lu clan and happened to see you here. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming laughed bitterly and mourned for Mu Zheng. It seemed like Xianxia had caused a lot of trouble in the Eastern Palace. Let's go back to the Lu family first. My parents miss you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Why do your parents miss me? Xianxia's lips curved into a smile, his eyes clear like autumn water. After 2 years, Xianxia was almost 20 years old. He was even more beautiful than before. The curves of her body were amazing. She had lost some of her youth and had a bit more mature charm. She was shockingly beautiful. She seemed to be even more beautiful than Mulan and Qiuyu. The two of them walked side by side toward the Lu clan. Lu Ming and Xianxia landed in the courtyard of the Lu family's manor. Father, mother, I'm back. Lu Ming shouted. Ming-er is back. Two figures walked out of the room. They were none other than Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. After more than 2 months, Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had completely recovered to the martial grandmaster realm. It had even surpassed his previous cultivation base and had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 7th grade martial grandmaster realm. Destruction before establishment. Lu Yuntian's talent had always been very high. After experiencing so many things over the years, his heart of martial Tao had become strong and firm. His comprehension of martial Tao had also become very deep. Naturally, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Lu Yuntian had comprehended the force of fire a few days ago. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's gazes swept across Lu Ming, then landed on Xianxia. The two of them were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. Miss Nianqing, it's Miss Nianqing. Li Ping shouted. Nianqing greets uncle and auntie. Congratulations, uncle, for recovering your cultivation. Xianxia saluted. He could tell at a glance that Lu Yuntian's cultivation had recovered. Ah, Miss Nianqing, you don't have to be so polite. Long time no see. I'll ask someone to prepare a banquet to welcome you back. Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. Thank you, uncle. Xianxia said. Why are you so polite this time? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia in surprise. She had never been so polite in the past. Xianxia blushed and glared at Lu Ming. None of your business. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. Li Ping's eyes scanned Xianxia's body from top to bottom, looking extremely satisfied. Soon the banquet was served. The four of them sat down and chatted while eating. Chapter 623. 623 Chaotic Astral Ocean. A day later, Lu Ming and Xianxia were standing side by side on Emerald Cloud Peak outside Fiery Wind City. Lu Ming, what are your plans after this? Xianxia asked. Leave the Tianxian region and go to the vaster world to train and gain experience. Do you want to come with me? Lu Ming's gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate through space and look into the distance. His eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, the Tianxian region was too small. The outside world was more exciting. On the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, there was only one saint planet in the Tianxian region, and it was ranked at the bottom. What about the other heaven's favorites? How powerful was he? How graceful was she? Lu Ming wanted to see how he could become stronger by clashing with those peerless talents. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the corners of Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "Sure, of course I'm going with you. I haven't even fulfilled the promise I made to myself." Promise? What promise? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I'm going to defeat you and trample you under my feet. You can't run away. Xianxia chuckled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This girl still remembered this. How long had it been? It seems that women are really narrow-minded. They hold grudges too much. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. However, he still felt a sense of urgency. Xianxia's improvement was too shocking. If he had been a little slower, he would have been surpassed by Xianxia. Moreover, during the time that Xianxia disappeared, the martial arts technique that he cultivated had changed again. Seemed to be even more amazing. Where did she go? Should she barge into a secret place or return to her own home? If she's from her own family, then her family background must be very shocking. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and pondered. However, Xianxia obviously didn't want to talk about her family background, so he didn't ask. What are you looking at? Xianxia rolled his eyes at him, then his eyes flashed as if he remembered something. Lu Ming, did you find the secret of the martial emperor's treasure that your father told you about? You mean this? A jade sword the length of a finger appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Xianxia's eyes lit up. A jade sword the length of a finger appeared in his hand. It was almost identical to the one in Lu Ming's hand. Buzz. Buzz. The two of them poured their Jin Yuan into the jade swords at the same time. The jade swords glowed and a map appeared on each of the jade swords. On the map there was a route that led to a destination. The two of them had the same destination. It seems like there are quite a lot of these jade swords. Lu Ming said. As far as I know, this jade sword should be the key to the martial emperor's treasure. There should be 9 of them and they are scattered all over the Eastern Barren Territory. Only when all 9 of them are gathered can we find the key to the martial emperor's treasure. Xianxia said. 9. Then we only have 2. It seems that we have no chance of getting the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Oh 9. 8 of them have already been born. Xianxia said. 8 swords? How did you know? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, don't you study this jade sword? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming, speechless. Ahem, I didn't really study it. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. He indeed hadn't studied it much. Before, he had been focused on improving his cultivation with the goal of defeating the sacred constellation. After that, he had been focused on studying the Tao of inscription and hadn't really studied the jade sword. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming speechlessly. Look, on the hilt of this jade sword, aren't there a few faint inscriptions? Lu Ming looked at it seriously and he really saw some faint inscriptions. There are 9 inscriptions on it which represent 9 keys. Now 8 of them are shining, which means that 8 keys have already been born and are in the hands of different people. And this map points to the end point. It's in the chaotic astral ocean. I reckon that the other people who have obtained the key will definitely rush to the chaotic astral ocean. Go directly to the chaotic astral ocean? Xianxia said. Chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The chaotic astral ocean is extremely famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was an inland sea, vast and boundless, more than 10 times larger than the Xianxia region. The chaotic astral ocean is filled with islands scattered like stars. Countless martial arts experts live in these waters. As its name suggested, Riot referred to the chaotic inland sea where countless evil people gathered. This was because this place was not the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect or the Sky Demon Valley. Even the Overlord forces would find it hard to conquer this place. Therefore, all the experts who have offended these Overlord forces hide in the chaotic astral ocean. No one will be able to find them. In addition, there are countless big and small powers in the chaotic astral ocean, making this area extremely chaotic and full of killing. It's common for people to draw their blades and kill people if they don't agree with each other. You're not afraid, are you? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with a half-smile. The chaotic astral ocean is just what I want. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. This place was most suitable for him. All right, when do you plan to set off? We'll set off in 2 days. He had been back for a few months. It was time to leave. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Xianxia bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Although the couple was a little reluctant to part, they were happy to have Xianxia and Lu Ming go out and explore. Only by adventuring together could they quickly increase their relationship, right? Buzz. Buzz. 2 rainbow lights streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Their speed was unbelievably fast and they arrived at Tianxian City in a few days. Given Lu Ming's current reputation, it was not an easy task to take the inter-province transportation array. 2 days later, Lu Ming and Xianxia stepped into the inter-province transportation portal. The inter-province transportation formation formed a huge whirlpool. With a flash of light, the 2 of them disappeared from the altar. The Cloud Peak area is a large area close to the chaotic astral ocean, and its territory is extremely vast. However, in this region, the power of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace did not cover the sky with one hand. Several powerful forces had established their own forces here, such as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley. They had also set up inter-province transportation formations. If you want to go to the chaotic astral ocean, you can only teleport here first and then fly there. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia had one more thing to do before they reached the chaotic astral ocean. To be precise, Xianxia wanted to seize a treasure from a force in the Yunfeng region. The inter-province transportation formation in the Detian Divine Palace of the Yunfeng region flashed and 2 figures appeared. They were Lu Ming and Xianxia. Whoa, this fee is too expensive. Lu Ming's heart ached as he shouted. The distance between the Tianxian region and the Yunfeng region was 23 large regions. The teleportation fee was 1.5 million supreme spiritual crystals per person. The 2 of them had a total of 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. In order to show that Lu Ming was a man, he had to pay out of his own pocket. In the end, he felt a great heartache. Now he was only left with more than 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. It looks like I'll have to find a way to get some supreme-grade spirit crystals. Otherwise, I won't even have enough to use, let alone break through to Peak-tier King. Lu Ming thought to himself. Chapter 624. 624 Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. The 2 of them left the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and turned into 2 rays of light heading west. The Cloud Sea Elixir Academy was extremely famous in the Yunfeng region. It was an extremely famous force other than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and a few other overlord forces. This force mainly focused on alchemy. They were very famous for their alchemy skills and the pills they made were also sought after by many. Most importantly, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution had a good reputation. Every month, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy would open its doors. Warriors who liked alchemy could enter the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and study there for 3 months. In these 3 months, the alchemy masters of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy would impart their experience and alchemy skills. Everything was free. It was because of this that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution was able to survive under the influence of the overlords. It was also able to live a comfortable life and become stronger. Their goal was to go to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and take one of their treasures, the Heavenly Demon Fruit. Cough cough. It doesn't seem very good for us to snatch other people's treasures for no reason. On the way, Lu Ming coughed a few times. Lu Ming was a man of principle. Unless it was an enemy, he would not snatch someone else's treasure for no reason. Furthermore, this power had a good reputation. I'm doing this for the people. Do you really think the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution is as good as the rumors say? That's just a trick the people of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy used to deceive the world. I've already investigated clearly. The things that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy has done in the dark can be said to be infuriating to both man and God. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light. What do you mean? Lu Ming said. Follow me, I'll take you to see. Xianxia said. The two of them flew and a few days passed in a flash. They were already within the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy's sphere of influence. The two of them landed on a mountain range and walked forward. There was a small town in front of them. Most of the residents were ordinary people, but there were also a few low-level martial artists. The two of them strolled around the town. How is it? Did you see anything? Xianxia asked. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room and his brows furrowed even more. The people in this town are very strange. Most of them don't have much vitality, especially the children. Lu Ming said. That's right. Do you know why? Xianxia asked. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. During this period of time he had made great progress in the Tao of Inscription. Naturally, his vision was different. He thought of a possibility. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Xianxia had already started explaining. That's because the people from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution often come here and secretly extract the innate blood qi of the babies. When the babies are born, the acquired qi is not strong, so the innate blood qi is the most useful. They use the innate blood qi to make pills. As a result, the babies who have their innate blood qi extracted will not live past 30 years old when they grow up. It's enough for the people of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy to live to 30 years old. They've already married and had children. Their children will end up the same way. Perhaps in the eyes of the people of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, these ordinary people are just some animals they raise or some human-shaped spiritual herbs. Beast? A human-shaped spirit herb? Lu Ming's heart trembled. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. If that was the case, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution was a group of greedy demons and scumbags. It's not just this town. All the remote towns and villages within 1,000,000 miles of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy are in a similar situation. Most of these villagers are ordinary people. The strongest are only warriors. They haven't traveled too far in their lives. They think that people will die at about 30 years old. Xianxia sneered. Lu Ming's expression was extremely gloomy. These people could have lived to 80 or 90 years old, but because their connate blood qi had been extracted when they were babies, their lifespans had been greatly reduced. They thought that everyone could only live to 30 years old. How sad was this? The Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy does far more than this in the dark. They use this infant's blood and qi to concoct pills and then sell them at a high price to some martial artists in the chaotic astral ocean who practice evil techniques, making a huge profit. Xianxia explained. He seemed to have investigated the Cloud Sea Elixir dispensary very thoroughly. Let's go. I'd like to meet this Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes had disappeared. However, his tone was very cold. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy was located on a magnificent mountain range. It was as beautiful as a fairyland, with a magnificent atmosphere and dense spiritual qi. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution was actually a family called the Yun family. Because they often opened their doors and taught alchemy to others, they were later called the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. It was said that the head of the Yun family was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Of course, Lu Ming and the rest could not just charge in like this. They planned to sneak in and check out the situation first. In the past few days, the Cloud Sea City in front of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy's gate had become lively. This was because the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy opened its doors every month to impart the art of alchemy. Warriors from all over the Yunfeng region who were interested in alchemy had gathered here. There were even people from other regions. The two of them came at the right time. Tomorrow was the opening day of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, so the two of them started to stroll around the Cloud Sea City. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many passers-by. It was mainly due to Xianxia's beauty. Such a beautiful woman was rare in the world. Young lady, are you also going to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy to learn alchemy? A slender and handsome young man walked over and asked with a smile. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia, revealing a trace of passion. Xianxia glanced at him coldly and did not answer. Miss, I am Gu Huaxu, the young master of the Gu family. This must be your first time in Cloud Sea City, right? If you don't mind, I'm willing to show you around Cloud Sea City. The young man continued, revealing his family background as he stared at Xianxia without blinking. As for Lu Ming, he had completely ignored him. Get lost. Xianxia frowned and coldly spat out a word. Gu Huaxu's face darkened. Xianxia actually told him to get lost. There had never been a woman who dared to speak to him like this. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Huaxu strode away. Before he left, Gu Huaxu shot Lu Ming a murderous look. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and was completely speechless. He didn't even say a word and was directly implicated. However, he knew Xianxia well. When the young man came up to greet him, he already knew that this would be the result. The two of them continued to walk around for a while. They found a restaurant to have a meal and then found an inn to rest. The next day, it was time for the opening of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Lu Ming and Xianxia left the Cloud Sea City and headed for the institution. It was easy to enter the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. You just had to fill in some basic information. Lu Ming discovered that there were about a few hundred people who had entered the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution to study. Chapter 625. 625 Yun Hai Tang. Everyone, you will be studying alchemy in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy for 3 months. You should all have the basics of alchemy. At that time, there will be an alchemy teacher in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy who will teach you. Of course, you can also exchange ideas with the teacher. A skinny middle-aged man appeared in front of the crowd and introduced them loudly. It's still early, so I'll show you the front yard of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. There are some finished pills there so you can learn from each other. The middle-aged man said. Then he led everyone to the back. Everyone followed closely behind. Lu Ming looked around and realized that there were hundreds of them. There were men, women, old and young. It was very diverse and they came from all over the world. The crowd followed the middle-aged man and walked around the front yard. The front yard was very large and was formed by several huge peaks. There were palaces and pavilions everywhere, and a faint medicinal fragrance could be smelled. In some places, there were even medicine fields with all kinds of spiritual herbs growing on them. These herb fields were all guarded by specialized people. These people were either skilled in the water or wood concepts. They were the most suitable people to cultivate spirit herbs. Lu Ming, there should be an assessment later to test your alchemy skills. Are you sure you can do it? Xianxia asked in a low voice. It's fine, right? Lu Ming said. In the Tao of inscription, there were different preferences and there were also a few major branches, such as those that were inclined to refining weapons, alchemy, or inscriptions and formations. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that one needed to use mental fire and inscriptions. During this period of time, Lu Ming's inscription had no problems at all. The number of inscriptions from level 1 to level 3 that he had mastered was enough to make those old monsters who had studied inscriptions for hundreds or thousands of years feel ashamed. However, alchemy not only required inscriptions, but also the identification of spiritual herbs and the prescription. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had learned more than 10 of the most common pill refining methods from Dandan. He had refined them when he had the time and his skills were quite good. As long as it was not too difficult to refine the pills, Lu Ming believed that it would be okay. Really? Xianxia was skeptical. In her impression, Lu Ming was a pure martial artist and did not cultivate the inscription Tao to assist him. Have you ignited your spirit fire? Xianxia asked. It was ignited a few months ago. Lu Ming answered honestly. How many months has it been? Xianxia pouted. However, the good thing was that even if he failed later on, he would not be chased out. He could still stay and study, but the treatment would be different. The group crossed a small bridge over a flowing river, walked past the pavilions and followed the middle-aged man to a large hall. The moment everyone arrived at the main hall, they could smell the medicinal fragrance. In the hall there were shilavares. On the shilavares there were some small jade boxes with pills on them. These pills were refined by the disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. You can take a look and compare it with your own alchemy skills. The middle-aged man said. Everyone began to look around in the hall. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also watching. The medicinal pills here ranged from level 1 to level 4. Each pill was full of color, round, and had a medicinal fragrance that made one feel comfortable all over. On the surface of many of the pills, there were fine inscriptions engraved on them, making them look very beautiful. Golden Crow Pill, Essence Enhancing Pill, Wood Returning Pill. Lu Ming saw at least dozens of different types of pills. These pills are full and round and their purity is very high. It's a pity that the inscriptions are still a little lacking, causing the fusion of the spiritual herbs to not reach a perfect stage. The medicinal effects are also a little lacking. Lu Ming picked up a vitality pill and looked at it. He muttered as he looked at it. This is still lacking? Is that true? At the side, Xianxia was speechless. Lu Ming had only been in contact with the Tao of Inscription for a few months. Could he really tell the quality of these pills? You're really full of yourself. Most of these pills were made by the elite disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Each one is full and the inscriptions are very profound. Each one of these pills is of high quality. Even if I were to make them, I would only be a little better than this. What do you know? A sarcastic voice was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a blue robe sneering at him. This blue-robed young man was Gu Huaxiu, the one who tried to hit on Xianxia but was rejected. Then Gu Huaxiu turned to Xianxia and said, Miss, your friend is really nothing much. He only knows how to talk big and has no real talent. Miss, I advise you to stay away from him as soon as possible. Xianxia glanced at Gu Huaxiu and said, What does it matter to you who I'm with? You really don't know what a good person's heart is like. A fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Gu Huaxiu snorted coldly and walked away. Lu Ming was a little speechless. This brother was really sick. Everyone watched in the hall for a while. After about half an hour, the middle-aged man said, All right, it's almost time. You guys can come with me. The group followed the middle-aged man to a square. Look, Miss Yun Haitang is here. At this moment, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and saw 3 figures approaching. In the middle there was a young woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s and was extremely beautiful. She wore a tight red chiffon dress that outlined her impressive figure. This was a stunning beauty. Most men would be moved by her. 2 elders stood beside the woman. They exuded a powerful aura. A late-stage king tier. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that the 2 elders were both at the level of a king's tier. However, the young woman was obviously the leader of the 3. The 3 of them landed on the square and the crowd was in an uproar. Most of the men, regardless of their age, were staring at Yun Haitang with burning eyes. I didn't expect that Miss Yun Haitang would receive us in person this time. Is she going to exchange alchemy knowledge with us this time? That's great. It is said that Miss Yun Haitang is not only the most beautiful woman in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, but also the most skilled alchemist among the younger generation. Her alchemy skills are already extremely profound, surpassing many of the older generation. This time I must have a good experience to learn from her. Hey, I think you're just pretending to ask for advice. You're really trying to get close to Miss Yun Haitang, aren't you? You're already so old, but you still don't have any self-respect. So what if I'm older? You can still have spring when you're older. The scene was noisy. These stinky men. At the scene, some of the women looked at the men with disdain. How is it? Isn't she beautiful? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and asked. It's very beautiful. Lu Ming smiled. Humph. Xianxia's lips began to curl up. However, compared to you, I'm still far from it. Lu Ming continued. Chapter 626. 626 Pill Refining Assessment. Xianxia's face turned red as a faint smile appeared on his face. However, if she's really in charge of leading our group, we can start with her. Xianxia continued. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Ming was a little curious. The two of them were speaking via voice transmission, so no one else could hear them. I've asked around. Some of the important treasures of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy are hidden in an underground cave in the back mountain. However, the underground cave is full of inscription arrays. Only the inscription tokens refined by the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy can enter. There are only 10 such tokens in the entire Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, and all of them are with some important figures of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Most of the important people are in seclusion, so we can't find them at all. But as far as I know, Yun Haitang has an inscription token. As long as we get the token, we can secretly enter the treasure land of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and take the heavenly demon fruit. Of course, it's also good to take some other treasures along the way. Xianxia smiled and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. He started to think about how to get the inscription token. Quiet down. Yun Haitang spoke. Her voice was so sweet that it could melt anyone's heart. For men, this was definitely a killer weapon. As expected, many people's eyes became even more heated. The fire in Gu Huashu's eyes seemed to be able to burn Yun Haitang. This time you'll have 3 months of study and I'll be in charge of it. Yun Haitang said, of course I also know that some of you are already very good at alchemy, possibly far better than Haitang. So I don't dare to say that I'm teaching you. In the future we can exchange our alchemy experiences and improve together. This is the most important thing. Yun Haitang smiled sweetly and spoke very politely. Miss Haitang, you're too humble. Everyone in the Yunfeng region knows about your alchemy skills. I hope that you can communicate more with Miss Haitang in the future. Miss Haitang, I am the descendant of the Lu family. I hope Miss Haitang can give me some pointers. Haitang, I am. Some young men with extraordinary backgrounds introduced themselves one after another, hoping to attract Yun Haitang's attention. But Yun Haitang only smiled and nodded, not saying much. After a long while, Yun Haitang spoke again. All right, according to the rules there will be an alchemy test. There is no other meaning. I just want to see everyone's alchemy standards and what you are good at. In the future it will be more effective to exchange ideas. Does anyone have any objections? No, of course I want this. Everyone shouted. Some of them had even begun to rub their fists and get ready to perform well to attract Yun Haitang's attention. Hee, this trash wants to attract Haitang's attention? He's a toad lusting after a swan's meat. In my opinion, no one in this group can compare to Brother Gu in alchemy. That's right. In a moment, Brother Gu will definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and attract Haitang's attention. In the future, even if Brother Gu returns with a beauty, it is possible. We are really envious. Beside Gu Huashu, a few young men started to flatter him. The Gu family was very influential in the Yunfeng region, so naturally there were many people who wanted to flatter Gu Huashu. Gu Huashu's face was filled with pride. In his opinion, these people were all half-baked, while his Gu family was a professional alchemist. In the Yunfeng region, their reputation was only a little less than the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. He had absolute confidence in his alchemy skills. The test is simple. You just need to refine a cultivation pill and hand it over to me. Yun Haitang introduced. Then the disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution presented an alchemy furnace to the public square. Everyone was given a spiritual medicine to make a Peiyuan pilch. Pill furnaces and spirit herbs were the same. Next it was time to test his alchemy skills. Lu Ming and Xianxia casually walked to the front of 2 alchemy furnaces. However, he realized that Gu Huashu had also come to their side. This guy was definitely doing this on purpose. He probably wanted to show off his skills to Xianxia and Lu Ming. Alright, let's start now. The time is half an hour. Yun Haitang announced after everyone had chosen their elixir furnaces. As soon as Yun Haitang finished speaking, everyone focused their attention and began to refine. In the square, wisps of mental energy fire appeared, and the heat began to rise. I didn't expect it to be to refine the essence cultivating pill. My luck is pretty good. Lu Ming revealed a smile. The vitality pill was a very common pill. It was a level 2 pill. Lu Ming happened to have the vitality pill among the pills he had. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to start refining. Instead, he scanned his surroundings. He realized that everyone was concentrating on controlling their mental energy fire and refining pills. This girl is actually a 4th-rank alchemist. I can't tell. Lu Ming noticed the green flame in Xianxia's hand. It flashed and disappeared. The green mental fire represented a level 4 alchemist. The cultivation of an inscriber was much more difficult and slower than that of martial arts. It was already impressive that he had become a 4th-rank inscriber at such a young age. More importantly, Xianxia's progress in martial arts was even more terrifying. Lu Ming realized that there was also a green flame in Gu Huaxu's hand. It flashed and disappeared. He was also a 4th-rank alchemist. No wonder he was so proud. Then I'll start too. Lu Ming smiled. With a roll of his quintessential essence, the lid of the alchemy furnace opened. Lu Ming patted the furnace and a wisp of yellow mental energy fire flashed and disappeared. It surged into the alchemy furnace and began to heat it. Just as Lu Ming began to refine the pill, Yun Haitang's expression suddenly changed and she looked in Lu Ming's direction. What a strong and pure mental fire. Although he's only a 3rd-rank alchemist, the fire seed he uses is no small matter. The number of mental lamps he has lit is no small matter either. He has at least 4 or even 5 in each rank. Yun Haitang's mind whirred. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Ming's side, and they were filled with wonder. However, he did not think that Lu Ming could have lit more than 6 spirit lamps at each level. That was because he was already a true inscription blacksmith. It was too difficult to reach that level. To become a true inscription refiner, it did not mean that one only needed to light 6 spirit lamps at a certain level. One had to light more than 6 spirit lamps at each level. Lu Ming did not know that he had attracted Yun Haitang's attention. He was focused on refining the pills. After a while, the pill furnace was heated up. He used his true essence to roll it up and began to put in various spirit herbs. The order in which the spirit herbs were put in was also very particular. The time and timing between each ingredient needed to be grasped precisely. Lu Ming put in the spiritual herbs one by one. When he had put in all the spiritual herbs, he closed the lid of the furnace and continued to input the mental energy fire to start the refinement. A moment later, a strong medicinal fragrance was emitted. At this time he could start to condense the pill. This was the most important step. To congeal the pill, one needed to use inscriptions. The better the control of the inscriptions, the more exquisite the pill would be, the better the fusion of the two would be, and the better the effect would be. Chapter 627. 627. A useless pill. Lu Ming's fingers started to inscribe runes in the air. The runes flew into the pill furnace and disappeared. Such exquisite inscription techniques. On the square, Yun Haitang's eyes lit up again. Lu Ming focused his attention and runes flew into the furnace. After a while, there was no longer any medicinal fragrance coming from the furnace. Success. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Then he opened the furnace, took out the elixir and placed it on a jade plate. Lu Ming looked around and realized that the others had also started to open their furnaces to take out pills. Ah, this is the pill you made. What kind of dog shit is this? No one would even pick it up if it was thrown on the road. At this moment, a sneer was heard. Gu Huaxu walked towards Lu Ming with a jade plate on which the pills he had refined were on. He looked at the pills on Lu Ming's jade plate with disdain and said sarcastically, "The color is uneven. It's obvious that you've placed the spirit medicine at the wrong time. Also, what the hell is this? There's not a single inscription on the pill and there's no medicinal fragrance coming from it. This is clearly a useless pill. Haha, don't tell me you don't even know how to write an inscription." Gu Huaxu laughed and revealed a look of disdain. His laughter attracted the attention of the people around him. They all looked at Lu Ming's pill. As expected, there's not a single inscription on it and there's no medicinal fragrance at all. It's indeed a useless pill. This person doesn't know how to refine pills at all. What is he doing here? He's probably some hedonistic son of some family. He's like a toad lusting after swan meat and wants to pursue Haitang. Hey, I've seen many people like this. How could Haitang take a fancy to such a person? The people around them looked at Lu Ming's pills and started whispering. Young Master Gu, this person is obviously a popinjay who doesn't know how to refine pills. How can he be compared to young Master Gu? That's right. Look at young Master Gu's elixirs. They are round and full with even colors. The inscriptions are exquisite, and the medicinal fragrance is strong. They are obviously the top-grade level 2 elixirs. No one in this group can compare with young Master Gu. Beside Gu Huaxiu, a few young men started to flatter him. Although they were flattering him, they were right. The Pi Yuan pill that Gu Huaxiu refined was indeed the best. When the surrounding people saw Gu Huaxiu's pills, they all shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't compare to Gu Huaxiu's pills at all. Lu Ming, ignore them. Xianxia walked over and looked at Lu Ming's pill. Her opinion was similar to the others. However, she knew that Lu Ming had only been in contact with the Tao of inscription for a few months. It was normal for him to refine a useless pill. After all, Lu Ming's main focus was on cultivating martial arts. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled. He did not say much. All right, bring out your pills and sign your names. Yun Haitang ordered. Everyone took the refined pills and put them into a jade bottle, then signed their names on the label of the jade bottle. All right, today you will follow Deacon Suifeng and find your own dormitory. Tomorrow morning you will gather here. Yun Haitang said. After that, everyone followed the middle-aged man and went to find their own accommodation. After the crowd left, Yun Haitang took out a jade bottle immediately. The name on the bottle was Lu Ming. Yun Haitang poured out the pills that Lu Ming had refined and observed them carefully. Haitang, this is clearly a useless pill. What is there to see? The two old men at the side said. A useless pill? Uncles, this time you've misjudged. Yun Haitang smiled slightly and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Oh. The two elders were a little puzzled. They observed the pills that Lu Ming refined in detail. After taking a closer look, the two old men's expressions changed. They became a little solemn and slowly their solemn expressions turned into shock. What a brilliant inscription technique, and what a pure pill! The two old men exclaimed in unison. Uncles, I'm sure you can tell that the color of this pill is not well proportioned on the surface. The timing of adding the spiritual herbs was not particularly precise. However, the pill is extremely pure and has almost no impurities. This means that the person who refined the pill has an extraordinary mental energy fire that can burn all the impurities and extract them. Also, this person's inscription technique is extremely exquisite. It's completely hidden under the surface of the pill and can't be seen from the outside. However, he has fused the pill perfectly and completely locked the medicinal effect. That's why there's no medicinal fragrance coming out. After saying that, a green flame appeared between Yun Haitang's fingers. A green flame represented a 5th-level alchemist. Yun Haitang was only in her 20s, but she had already become a 5th-level alchemist. It was shocking. The green mental energy fire flowed across the surface of the pill. Inscriptions appeared on the surface of the pill, intertwining with each other in a harmonious and beautiful manner. The two old men's eyes widened and their surprise became even stronger. This Lu Ming is interesting. A strange smile appeared on Yun Haitang's face, and there seemed to be a hint of greed in her smile. As for the other pills, Yun Haitang didn't even look at them. He was not interested. The Cloud Sea Elixir dispensary was huge. Everyone had their own small courtyard and the environment was not bad. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room in the courtyard. He activated the meditation and began to cultivate his mental energy fire. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation base had already reached a bottleneck while the Dragon God's 3 absolutes had been cultivated to perfection. As for the 5th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, it was too difficult and could not be achieved in a short time. The power of the fifth step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was equivalent to the 6th stage of a low-grade demigod martial technique. It was extremely terrifying. Martial techniques above the heaven level, even at the demigod level, were also divided into low-grade and high-grade. Only after the demigod level was the god level. Therefore Lu Ming spent more time on cultivating the inscription Dao. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The next day, everyone gathered in the square again. Lu Ming and Xianxia came together. Soon hundreds of people had arrived. In the sky 2 figures stepped through the air. A man and a woman. The woman was naturally Yun Haitang. The man was about 25 or 26 years old. He was very handsome and there was a faint arrogance on his face. He came side by side with Yun Haitang and landed in the sky above the square. That's the other peerless genius of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, Yun Zhou. He's extremely powerful in both alchemy and martial arts. He's the second most talented person in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, only Yun Haitang. Furthermore, his father is the head of the Yun family, a Sea of Soul realm expert. He's so handsome and has a good background. He's handsome and talented. If I can marry him, my life will be worth it. A young woman said as if she was smitten. Everyone. Yun Haitang called out and the crowd quieted down. I've seen all the pills you made yesterday. Sure enough, some of you are very good at alchemy. Even Haitang admires you. I don't dare to teach you. This time, we're mainly exchanging ideas and improving each other. Yun Haitang smiled and continued. This time Haitang has decided that the one with the best alchemy skills can enter Haitang's courtyard at any time and discuss alchemy with her. Chapter 628. 628 Embarrassing to the extreme. As soon as he said that, it immediately caused a commotion. Among their group, there was someone who had caught Yun Haitang's attention and was able to enter Yun Haitang's courtyard at will to discuss the art of alchemy with her. What did this mean? This meant that Yun Haitang had placed this person on the same level as her. More importantly, he could enter Yun Haitang's courtyard at any time. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If he came into contact with Yun Haitang more often, he might develop feelings for her. Most of the men, young or old, had eyes full of anticipation. Those who knew their own limits sighed inwardly, knowing that it wouldn't be them. Haha, I think Miss Haitang is most likely talking about you, young Master Gu. That's right. Among this group of people who has less alchemy skills than Gu. I'm envious. The few people beside Gu Huashu started to suck up. Hey, it might not be me. Maybe there are people who are better at alchemy. You should know that there is always a higher mountain. Gu Huashu said humbly. Although his words were humble, the pride on his face could not be concealed. Haitang, he must be talking about me. Could it be that he has secretly taken a fancy to me? Otherwise, why would he let me go to his courtyard to discuss alchemy? Haha, it must be so. Gu Huashu thought to himself. Congratulations, young Master Gu. You'll be returning with a beauty soon. Someone even whispered beside Gu Huashu, making him laugh so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Haitang, who is the person you are talking about who is so skilled in alchemy? Someone shouted. Yu Haitang smiled and said, this person is young and has a graceful bearing. He is a young man. Haitang, you're too polite. I'm not worthy of your praise. As soon as Yun Haitang finished speaking, Gu Huashu stood up and pretended to be humble. Many people also looked at Gu Huashu with envy. In their eyes, the person Yun Haitang was talking about must be Gu Huashu. However, Yun Haitang looked at Gu Huashu in shock and said, Brother, what are you doing? I'm not talking about you. The smile on Gu Huashu's face froze. The entire place suddenly fell silent. Puchi. After a while, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Gu Huashu's expression was too funny. Some people tried their best to hold it in until their faces turned red, while some people laughed out loud. The few people who were flattering Gu Huashu just now were also frozen there. Gu Huashu's body trembled and his handsome face turned red. It was embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. It turned out that the person Yun Haitang was talking about wasn't him at all. To think that he was still thinking about his own wishful thinking. He had lost a lot of face. And what did Yun Haitang call him? Brother? She didn't even know his name. Gu Huaxu wished there was a crack in the ground so he could just jump in. In the end he could only sit down with a red face. The few people beside him did not even dare to look at him. The hero I'm talking about is called Lu Ming. Yun Haitang smiled and continued. Lu Ming. As soon as he said that, the people around them looked at each other. Who is Lu Ming? How come I've never heard of it? Only one person widened his eyes in surprise. Lu Ming, she's not talking about you, right? Xianxia widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. She had also taken a glance at the pills that Lu Ming had refined back then. How was it possible? If there's no other person named Lu Ming at the scene who is equally graceful, then this Lu Ming should be me. Lu Ming touched his nose and said. Really shameless. Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming, but he was still very curious. Don't tell me that the pill you refined has some sort of skill? Hee, maybe Miss Yun Haitang has taken a fancy to me. Lu Ming chuckled. Shameless. Xianxia said in disdain. At this moment Yun Haitang's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Brother Lu, what do you think of Haitang's suggestion? Lu Ming looked around and finally confirmed that Yun Haitang was talking about him. He smiled and stood up. Thank you, Haitang. I think it's very good. Yun Haitang's face lit up with joy. Brother Lu's alchemy skills, this little sister admires you very much. In the future please guide me. Haitang, you're too polite. Lu Ming said with a smile. Impossible, how could it be him? Haitang, you must be mistaken. At this time a gloomy voice sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. It was Gu Huaxu. Oh, how did I get it wrong? Yun Haitang asked. Miss Haitang, the pill this man refined yesterday was not well proportioned in color and did not have a strong medicinal fragrance. It was clearly a useless pill. This man's alchemy skills are a mess. Miss Haitang, don't be fooled. Gu Huaxu shouted. That's right, Haitang. I also saw that this person basically doesn't know how to make pills. Yes, I saw it too. Around them many other people also spoke. Oh, don't you trust my judgment? Yun Haitang asked, still smiling. Miss Haitang, it's not that we don't trust your eyes, but I'm guessing that this guy used some method at the last minute to exchange for the pill. The pill he gave you was not refined by him at all. Gu Huaxu shouted. Initially, when he saw that Xianxia was with Lu Ming and Xianxia ignored him when he greeted him, he was already very unhappy with Lu Ming. Just now it was because of Lu Ming that he had lost all his face. Now that he had the chance to embarrass Lu Ming, he would naturally seize the opportunity and not let it go. Oh. Yun Haitang nodded slightly. A jade bottle appeared in her hand and she poured out a pill. Holding it in her hand she asked, Are you guys talking about this pill? This is the pill. Gu Huaxu was stunned and nodded. That's right, it's this one. The others nodded in agreement. That's good. I said that Brother Lu's alchemy skills are superb because of this pill. Yun Haitang said with a smile. How could this be? This is clearly a useless pill. Gu Huaxu's face was filled with shock. A useless pill? You guys watch carefully. The green spiritual fire on Yun Haitang's finger flowed through it. The next moment, lines of inscriptions appeared on the surface of the pill, intertwining with each other. It was extremely beautiful. The inscription was hidden and the medicinal effect was deeply locked. How was it possible? How is this possible? Gu Huaxu cried out in disbelief. After all, he was a level 4 alchemist born in the world of alchemy, so he had a good eye. Naturally, he could see the truth of the pill at a glance. The others also widened their eyes in shock. The inscription was introverted. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Only those who had a profound understanding of inscriptions and were proficient in them could do it. This represented a certain realm and only grandmasters in the alchemy world could do it. As far as everyone knew, there were only 3 people in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy who could do this. Chapter 629. 629 Weird Logic. Yun Haitang held the pill that Lu Ming had refined and explained. Under the effect of the inscriptions, this elixir combined all the spiritual herbs perfectly. It's also very pure and its medicinal effect is deeply locked. It's more than 30% better than the most top-grade level 2 energy cultivation elixir. Now, is there anything that you're not convinced about? Yun Haitang's eyes swept across the crowd. No one spoke. How could this be? You should die. Gu Huaxu roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Today he had really lost a lot of face. It was embarrassing before and even more so now. He sat down with a gloomy face. He was extremely jealous of Lu Ming. Not only was there a rare beauty by Lu Ming's side, but he also had the opportunity to interact with Yun Haitang. He was so jealous that his eyes were about to burst into flames. You bastard! Xianxia was speechless. She realized that he could never see through Lu Ming. Brother Lu, take this begonia flower and you can enter my courtyard at any time. Yun Haitang waved her hand and a begonia flower flew toward Lu Ming. It was a begonia flower sculpted from beautiful jade as if it was real. Thank you, Miss Haitang. Lu Ming reached out to receive it and smiled. Then he sat down with a smile. Pervert, you can't move after seeing a beautiful woman. You're indeed a perverted man. Xianxia snorted in disdain. You're not jealous, are you? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia blushed and pouted. Who's jealous? Don't be so smug. Who would be jealous of you? Go and find your Haitang girl. But let me tell you, this Haitang flower is very prickly. Don't get yourself into trouble before you get to take advantage of her. Don't worry. I'll get her token of inscription. Lu Ming smiled and sent a voice transmission. Everyone. At this moment, Yun Zhongxing, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. I also want to learn from Haitang and choose a person with great alchemy skills. He can come to me at any time to discuss alchemy. Yun Zhongxing's words made many women's spirits rise, especially some young women. They looked at Yun Zhongxing with burning eyes, hoping to attract his attention. Yun Zhongxing's eyes turned and finally landed on Xianxia. His eyes flashed with a fiery light and he smiled gently. Miss Xianxia, I admire your alchemy skills. You can come to my courtyard any time to discuss alchemy with me. How about it? The crowd followed Yun Zhongxing's gaze and looked at Xianxia. So it's her. No wonder she attracted Yun Zhongxing's attention. The same thought flashed through many people's minds. Xianxia's beauty was known to everyone. Other than Gu Huaxu, there were more than 10 other young men who tried to talk to Xianxia, but they were all chased away by Xianxia. Many girls looked at Xianxia with jealousy, but they also sighed in their hearts. They knew that they couldn't compare to Xianxia. I'm not interested. To everyone's surprise, Xianxia's reply was a cold one, no interest. The smile on Yun Zhongxing's face froze. He didn't expect Xianxia to reject him so directly. How could he get out of this situation? Miss Xia, please consider it. Yun Zhongxing's face turned cold. I'm not interested. Xianxia rejected her without hesitation. Yun Zhongxing's face darkened. He had heard from others that there was a beautiful woman in this group, which was why he had come out with Yun Haitang. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xianxia. Xianxia's beauty moved his heart. He had wanted to learn from Yun Haitang and let Xianxia interact with him more. After a while, how could Xianxia escape from his grasp? However, he didn't expect Xianxia to reject him so blatantly. Good, very good. Good, Yun Zhongxing said. A vicious look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he turned around and left. Xianxia pursed his lips and didn't take it to heart. Yu Haitang glanced at Xianxia. No one knew what she was thinking, but she smiled and said, All right, today I will be explaining some knowledge of alchemy. If Haitang says something wrong, everyone can raise it and we can discuss it together. Then Yun Haitang sat cross-legged on a futon and began to explain. Lu Ming also listened to it seriously. Although his mastery of inscriptions had reached a certain level, he was still a little rusty in alchemy. Otherwise, the pill wouldn't have such an uneven color. To be honest, Yun Haitang did have a deep understanding of the art of alchemy. Lu Ming was like a sponge, absorbing the knowledge of alchemy like crazy. Yun Haitong's lecture went on for 3 hours before she ended it. The crowd also dispersed. Lu Ming, when do you plan to make your move? Xianxia asked on the way. In 2 days, find an opportunity to take action and seize the token of inscription, Lu Ming said. Hey, I say, don't be unable to resist the temptation of beauty. Xianxia glared at Lu Ming and said worriedly. However, Lu Ming suddenly looked at her. Without blinking, he suddenly approached her and whispered, Don't worry, I can definitely withstand other people's beauty, but I can't withstand your beauty. You pervert. Xianxing's face turned red and he kicked out. Lu Ming laughed and flew back, avoiding the kick and moving forward. Hey, this guy, why is his luck so good? He can meet beautiful women everywhere he goes. I've never met so many beautiful women in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Dandan sighed repeatedly. She was jealous of Lu Ming. Soon they were close to the dormitory. A few figures blocked the two's path. Gu Huaxu and a few other young men. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It seemed that Gu Huaxu could not hold it in any longer. What business do you have here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What business do you have? Kid, don't you know what you've done wrong? A young man beside Gu Huaxu shouted. That's right. Today you've embarrassed young Master Hua. You've committed a heinous crime. Do you know your crime? Another young man followed suit. I embarrassed him? Ah, how laughable. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Kid, what are you laughing at? What's so funny about that? Gu Huaxu said coldly. Isn't it funny? Did I embarrass you? You asked for it, all right? In the beginning, before Haiteng could finish, you stood up by yourself. And later on, you were the one who stood up and said that my pills were not good enough. From the beginning to the end, have I ever said a single word? If you didn't ask for this, then what? Lu Ming said with a smile. How dare you? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have lost face in public. If it wasn't for you, the first place would have been me. Gu Huaxu shouted. Lu Ming was speechless. He really did not understand the logic of this brother. He didn't have the ability, yet he blamed everything on others. How ridiculous was this? This was akin to blaming others for their good grades when one could not be the top scorer. Lu Ming could not understand such logic. Chapter 630. 630 Chapter 630 Conspiracy. Lu Ming shook his head. He could not be bothered to say anything to such a person. Kid, kneel down and admit your mistake. Then destroy your cultivation and get out of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. If you do that, I can spare your life. Gu Huaxu said coldly. Idiot. Lu Ming sighed. Kid, what did you say? Gu Huaxu's face turned dark. I said idiot, get lost. Good dogs don't block the way. Lu Ming said coldly. Little bastard, you're looking for death. How dare you talk to young Master Gu like that? I'll cripple you. At the edge of the ancient flower void, a young man rushed out. He pointed his fingers like a sword and shot out beams of sword qi at Lu Ming's major acupuncture points. This young man had the cultivation of a level 5 martial king. If he was stabbed, Lu Ming's cultivation would be crippled. Bang. However, before his sword aura could even get close to Lu Ming, he was kicked away by Lu Ming. After flying for a few hundred meters, he crashed into a mound and dust filled the air. At this moment, some people in the surroundings were alarmed and stopped to watch from a distance. That Lu Ming seems to be quite powerful. He's just a 5th level lower tier king and he was sent flying with one move. I've never heard of him before. Could he be a genius from another region? In the surroundings, some people were whispering to each other. Gu Huaxu's face turned even colder. So you have some ability. However, this bit of ability is nothing in front of me. Die. Gu Huaxu's figure moved and he struck a palm at Lu Ming. The palm struck and the air rumbled with a sonic boom. The force of the palm was like an avalanche, surging towards Lu Ming. A king tier at the peak of the 7th level of the martial king realm. This was Gu Huaxu's strength. At this age, to be able to reach this stage was already very good. Unfortunately, he had met Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. Bang! The spear collided with Gu Huaxu's palm, and Gu Huaxu's body retreated rapidly. Lu Ming and Wei Ran did not move. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming holding back his power. Otherwise, Gu Huaxu would have been blown up by the spear. Lu Ming did not want to reveal too much of his power and attract the attention of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to obtain the heavenly demon fruit and the other party would definitely be more vigilant. Lu Ming suppressed his strength to be slightly stronger than Gu Huaxu. Damn it, kill! Gu Huaxu roared in anger and charged at Lu Ming again. His palm turned red and gold. One palm print after another landed on Lu Ming. The violent palm force shook the space. Lu Ming's long spear vibrated and shot out rays of spear radiance that clashed with Gu Huaxu's palm force. With every spear radiance, Gu Huaxu's palm print crumbled. Lu Ming strode forward and closed in on him. Lose. In the end, Lu Ming shouted and whipped his spear at Gu Huaxu, sending him flying. Gu Huaxu struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he glared at Lu Ming with hatred. Kid, just you wait. After saying that, Gu Huaxu ran away. This Lu Ming is so strong. Not only is his alchemy technique brilliant, but his cultivation level is also very strong. He's a pretty good genius to have reached the late stages of the king tier at such a young age. Let's try not to provoke him in the future. The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming with fear and left one after another. I thought you would kill him in one move. Xianxia said. It's easy to kill him, I'm just afraid of alerting the enemy. Lu Ming smiled and the two of them returned to the dormitory. As night fell, two figures were discussing something in a luxurious courtyard of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. This was Begonia Courtyard. These two people were Yun Haitang and Yun Zhongxian. Hehe, that Gu Huaxu actually made a move. That saved us a lot of trouble. I was planning to send someone to test Lu Ming's strength. Yun Haitang picked up a cup of red wine, took a sip and smiled. Lever 7 King Warrior is not bad, but he's not a threat to us. That B/Tsage Xianxia actually dared to reject me in public. Damn it, she's just B/T/ she's just putting on an act. I'll make her beg for mercy in my bed one day. Yun Zhongxian said coldly. His voice was ice cold and his eyes were filled with lust. Don't touch that woman for now. At least don't touch her before I get my hands on her. Otherwise, what if my prey is scared away? I feel that Lu Ming's mental energy fire is extraordinary. It must be delicious. As she spoke, Yun Haitang stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Her eyes were filled with greed. This action was extremely provocative. Yun Zhongxian swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he watched. His eyes were burning and his abdomen was burning. What's wrong? Want to come? I'll accompany you. Yun Haitang licked her lips and looked at Yun Zhongxian with a seductive gaze. However, Yun Zhongxian shivered and his body shrank back. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes as he smiled and said, Forget it, I still have things to do, I'll be leaving first. After he finished speaking, Yun Zhongxian left Begonia Courtyard as if he was escaping. Lu Ming. Yun Haitang murmured and the greed in her eyes grew stronger. For 3 days in a row, different people explained the art of alchemy to them every day. Lu Ming's understanding of alchemy improved by leaps and bounds, and his alchemy skills also improved a lot. During this period, Lu Ming also tried to refine a few pills. He could clearly feel that every time he succeeded in refining a pill, the law of inscription would drop a trace of inscription power, strengthening his mental energy fire. However, the level of the pills he refined was lower than his inscription level. The flame of inscription that dropped was very little. Only by refining high-quality elixirs or elixirs of a higher grade than one's own would the inscription flames descend from the inscription laws be more. It would be of great help to the cultivation of mental energy fire. However, to reach that level was not something that could be achieved in a short time. For the past 3 days, Lu Ming did not look for Yun Haitang, and Yun Haitang did not send anyone to look for him. On the 3rd day, as night fell, a figure appeared in Lu Ming's dormitory. It was Xianxia. Lu Ming, I'll bring you to see something interesting. Xianxia said. Interesting things? Lu Ming was stunned. Follow me. Be careful. Xianxia said. Then the two of them concealed their auras and left the Cloud Sea Elixir dispensary. Soon, A few figures in black robes leaped out from the other side of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and flew into the distance. "Let's go, we'll follow," Xianxia muttered as the two of them followed the black-robed men and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, a few black-robed men suddenly landed in a small village. "We need to hurry up. We must collect the 99 innate blood qi by tonight," one of them said. Lu Ming found his voice somewhat familiar. "They are indeed here to collect the innate blood qi." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Chapter 631. 631 Killing Yun Songxing. A total of 3 black-robed men silently rushed into a wooden house. In the wooden house, there was a young man and a young woman who were not even 20 years old and an infant. The black-robed man waved his hand, and 2 streams of Jin Yuan poured into the bodies of the young man and woman, causing them to fall unconscious. Then the 3 black-robed men carved runes on their hands and inserted them into the baby's body. A blood-red gas was slowly extracted from the baby's heart. "Damn it!" Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold murderous intent. Although he had heard about it, he still could not control the murderous intent in his heart when he saw it with his own eyes. Extracting the connate qi of infants to refine pills was a brutal method that took away one's life. Ta! Lu Ming did not hide his aura anymore. He strode into the wooden house. "Who is it?" The 3 black-robed men immediately noticed someone and shouted. "The person who will kill you." Lu Ming walked into the wooden house with a cold look in his eyes. Xianxia followed suit. "It's the 2 of you. Since you've discovered this, I can only send you on your way. I originally wanted to let you live for a few more days." One of the black-robed men sneered. "Yun Songxing." Lu Ming's gaze flickered. No wonder he felt that this person's voice was familiar. At this moment he guessed that it was Yun Songxing. "Hee, that's me." The black-robed man took off the hood on his head, revealing a face full of killing intent. It was Yun Songxing. Yun Songxing's fiery eyes fell on Xianxia and he sneered, "Bitch, you actually dared to reject me in public. Do you know that it's your fortune that this young master has taken a fancy to you? Today I'll cripple your cultivation first and then let you enjoy it, hee." "Lu Ming, leave this guy to me." Xianxia's voice was cold and emotionless. "Of course you can." Lu Ming had already mourned for Yun Songxing in his heart. "Just cripple their cultivation, I want them alive." Yun Songxing waved his hand. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time, Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated from the wooden house and flew into the sky. "You want to leave? Don't even think about it." Yun Songxing and the other 2 chased after him and reached a high altitude. "Leave? Who wants to leave? It's just that it's more convenient here." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Do it. I'll leave this kid to you. I'll personally serve that bitch." Yun Songxing sneered and released a powerful aura. He was at the peak of Level 8 Martial King realm. Yun Songxing had actually reached the peak of Level 8 Martial King realm. No wonder he was so arrogant. Boom. Boom. The other 2 black-robed men's auras also burst out. They were also at the early stage of the Level 8 Martial King realm. Both of them pounced toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. Whoosh. Before the 2 black-robed men could reach him, their throats were pierced by the 2 spear lights, and they even let out a scream. Lu Ming's body flashed past and devoured their blood essence. The storage ring was also in his hands. This. Yun Songxing's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Wasn't Lu Ming's cultivation level only slightly higher than Gu Huaxu's? How did he suddenly become so strong? 2 Level 8 Martial King realm experts were killed before they could even react. Hiding his abilities. Lu Ming must have hidden his abilities earlier. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, Yun Songxing turned around and ran. To be able to kill 2 Level 8 Martial King realm experts so easily, her combat strength was definitely above his. "You want to leave?" Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He raised one of his jade-like hands and pressed it in the air. An invisible force field was created, and Yun Songxing's body was frozen in the air, unable to move at all. What a wondrous martial technique. Lu Ming was shocked. He had already experienced this martial arts technique before. It was indeed extremely powerful. He had asked Xianxia about it and learned that it was called the Sky Demon Force Field. However, Xianxia had only just started learning about it. She had come to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution to obtain the Sky Demon Fruit to cultivate the Sky Demon Force Field. With the Heavenly Demonic Fruit, her Heavenly Demonic Power Field could be upgraded to a higher level. Xianxia was extremely frightened and tried his best to stab the needle. However, with his cultivation he couldn't break free from the restraint of the Sky Demon Power Field. Let me go, what do you want? My father is the head of the Yun family, a Sea of Soul Realm expert. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you off. Xianxia shouted in fear. Lu Ming, wait for me here, he said. Xianxia waved his hand and flew away with Xianxia. Not long after, Xianxia's shrill screams could be heard. Lu Ming couldn't bear to hear them. It seems that it's better to not offend women in the future. Lu Ming could feel his back sweating profusely. After a moment the screams stopped and Xianxia flew back alone. Let's go back, Xianxia said. Dead? Lu Ming asked. Xianxia nodded and flew forward. Lu Ming caught up and said, Yunxi's death will probably cause a commotion in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. We'd better keep a low profile. Xianxia nodded. With their current battle power, it would be very difficult for them to fight against Sea of Soul Realm experts. The Spirit Sea Realm was much stronger than the Martial King Realm. An ordinary peak tier king, an expert at the first level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, could kill a group of them with a single slap. The two of them returned to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution without anyone noticing. In a mountain range hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, Gu Huaxu sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Damn it, that brat, if I don't kill him I'm not a human. Gu Huaxu roared in a low voice, his face filled with hatred. Hee kid, you want to take revenge? Stop dreaming. If I'm not wrong, Lu Ming didn't use his full strength when he fought you. You can even say that he only used a little strength. Suddenly, a dry and unpleasant voice sounded. This voice was extremely sudden, but there was clearly only Gu Huaxu here. Gu Huaxu didn't seem surprised at all, he just frowned and roared. Are you saying that Lu Ming did not use his full strength? You should die. That's right. If I'm not wrong, that Lu Ming definitely has the combat strength of a peak tier king. And that young lady gives off a very dangerous feeling. She's probably not weaker than that kid or even stronger. The shriveled voice sounded again. Damn it, how did this happen? Then wouldn't I be unable to take revenge? Detestable. Gu Huaxu roared. That's not for sure. You should have prepared the things I told you to prepare, right? As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that your cultivation will skyrocket in a short time. It'll be more than enough to defeat the man and woman. The shriveled voice said. I've prepared everything, but I can really defeat Lu Ming in a short time. You said just now that he has the combat strength not weaker than a peak tier king. Gu Huaxu was in disbelief. Chapter 632. 632 Rapid Improvement. Brat, you're short-sighted. What's the big deal about defeating that brat? In the future your cultivation will continue to soar, and it will be easy for you to enter the list of top 1,000 talents. At that time, Yun Haitang will throw herself into your arms, and you can have as many beautiful women as you want. The shriveled voice came out and painted a beautiful future for Gu Huaxu. Gu Huaxu's eyes were burning with passion. All right, senior, I'll listen to you. Gu Huaxu gritted his teeth and a wine jar-sized jade bottle appeared in his hand. The jade bottle contained a dark green liquid that gave off a nauseating smell. Gu Huaxu frowned. Boy, this strange medicine is my life's work. Although it stinks, it's only temporary. A great future awaits you in the future. Drink it quickly, the shriveled voice said. All right. Gu Huaxu gritted his teeth, picked up the jade bottle and gulped down the entire bottle of dark green liquid. Good ha. The voice laughed excitedly. After a while, dark green lines appeared on Gu Huaxu's abdomen. They covered his entire body and started to gather towards his head. What's going on? Why do I feel like I can't use my Jin Yuan, I can't even use my intent, and I can't even move my body? What's going on? Gu Huashu called out in panic. Ah, the heavens are on my side, the heavens are on my side. I can finally be resurrected. The shriveled voice let out a maniacal laugh. Then a shadow flew out from Gu Huashu's body. It looked like an old man and his eyes were filled with excitement. What are you trying to do? Gu Huashu finally felt that something was wrong. What do you want? Of course I'm going to use your body to come back to the world. All my efforts were not in vain, huh? The old man laughed wildly before turning into a ray of light and entering Gu Huashu's forehead. What are you doing? Get out. And NBC, arg. Gu Huashu hollered. His face was extremely vicious and he was struggling like he was fighting with something. However, half an hour later, Gu Huashu's voice became softer and the light in his eyes dimmed. He closed his eyes, but in the next moment his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a look of excitement and joy. Ah, I finally seized this body and returned to the world. Good, very good. Moreover, I've made it in time for the Battle of Kismet, and this body just so happens to meet the requirements. This time I'm going to seize a great opportunity. Gu Huashu laughed. To be exact, he was no longer Gu Huashu. Gu Huashu, I'll use your identity for now. However, your cultivation is too weak and needs to be improved first. Also, there seems to be some good things in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. You must get them. And NBSP, Gu Huashu grinned and then sat down to cultivate. As he cultivated, the spiritual qi in the world started to gather in Gu Huashu's body. His aura also started to increase. Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. As expected, from the second day onwards, Lu Ming and Xianxia felt that the atmosphere in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution had changed. It had become a little heavy. Moreover, there was no one to give lessons to them. Lu Ming and the rest suddenly became idle. Yun Haitang had also disappeared. She had not shown her face and did not come to look for Lu Ming. Lu Ming knew that something must have happened to Yun Zhongxing, which had alerted the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Many of the things that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution had done couldn't be exposed. They were afraid of attracting the attention of the major forces. He believed that during this period of time, they would not dare to go out and collect the innate blood qi. Since he was fine, Lu Ming simply stayed in the dormitory and cultivated in peace. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. There were some strange metals placed beside him. They were all refining materials. With a roll of his essential core, a piece of dark golden metal appeared in front of Lu Ming. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A yellow flame flew out, wrapped around the dark golden metal and began to burn. Lu Ming's mental energy fire used the geocentric flowing flame as its kindling. Its temperature was terrifyingly high. In a short while, the dark golden metal had completely turned into a pool of liquid. It rolled in the air and sizzled in the flame. One could see wisps of black flames floating upwards. These were the impurities in the metal that had been burned. After a moment, Lu Ming added another piece of metal and continued to condense it with his mental energy fire. Just like that, Lu Ming added 6 types of metals in a row. The 6 types of metals turned into liquid and fused together. Slowly, the liquid metal turned into a long sword with strange patterns on it. The blade was extremely sharp. However, it was only a semi-finished product. When the long sword was formed, Lu Ming began to inscribe rapidly in the air with his fingers. Lines of inscriptions flew into the sword and disappeared. The aura on the sword grew stronger and stronger, giving off a sharp feeling. The speed at which Lu Ming's fingers inscribed the runes was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that only a bunch of shadows were left. Ooh. Half an hour later, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and stopped inscribing. He also kept his mental energy fire. The long sword landed in Lu Ming's hands. Buzz. Buzz. Lu Ming picked up the long sword and waved it a few times. There was a sharp sound of the sword cutting through the air. A 3rd-level upper spiritual weapon. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up into a smile as he felt the inscription power from the inscription law. This was Lu Ming's first time forging a weapon, and he had already forged an upper third-level spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was already quite satisfied. This was related to Lu Ming's previous 2 levels, where he had lit up 10 mental lamps in the state of perfection. As long as Lu Ming was familiar with it for a period of time, it would not be too difficult for him to refine third-level exquisite or peerless spiritual weapons. He could even refine 4th-level spiritual weapons. In the following period of time, other than taking some time out every day to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth and the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming spent most of his time cultivating the underworld god meditation, refining pills and refining weapons. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that he was more talented in refining. Under Danden's guidance, Lu Ming managed to forge a superior 3rd-level spiritual weapon 3 days later. 7 days later he managed to forge a peerless 3rd-level spiritual weapon. 12 days later Lu Ming successfully refined a lower 4th-level spiritual weapon. If one refined a high-quality spirit weapon or a spirit weapon that was beyond one's level, the power of inscription from the law of inscription would increase greatly. It was much faster than cultivating the underworld god visualization. Lu Ming's mental energy fire was improving very quickly. In just half a month, Lu Ming had successfully lit up the 8th spirit lamp and was close to the 9th. Lu Ming's goal was 10 mind lamps. It was only possible for him to possess the underworld god visualization and be able to forge spirit weapons above his level. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to think about it. The atmosphere in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy had been very strange for the past half a month. However, as time passed, it slowly returned to its previous state. On the 16th day, an elder finally came out to give a lecture. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss Haitang would like to invite you to Begonia Courtyard for a chat. At this moment, a young maidservant came to Lu Ming. Chapter 633. 633 Begonia Courtyard. It was finally here. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Your good fortune is here, you must grasp it well. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and said in a strange tone. Lu Ming smiled wryly and winked at Xianxia. Then he followed the maidservant and headed to Begonia Courtyard. Begonia Courtyard was located on another mountain peak with beautiful scenery. Although it was a courtyard, it was built in a luxurious way and occupied a large area. It could be said that this entire mountain peak was Begonia Courtyard's territory. There were even stone palaces built in the middle of the mountain. The maidservant led Lu Ming around the place and arrived at a stone hall. This stone palace was built in the middle of the mountain, so light couldn't directly shine in. The walls of the stone palace were inlaid with some luminous stones, making the stone palace look hazy. In the stone hall there was a jade table and a few jade stools. On the jade table there were already some spirit fruits, wine and food. After the maidservant brought Lu Ming here, she left, leaving him alone in the stone hall. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings with great interest. Then he picked up his glass, poured himself a glass of wine and finished it in one gulp. Good wine. Lu Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. This wine was rich in taste. After it entered his stomach he felt warm all over and it had an endless aftertaste. Since it's good wine, Brother Lu must drink a few more cups today. A sweet voice was heard and Yun Haitang walked in. Today, Yun Haitang was wearing a black gauze dress and looked very beautiful. To be honest, Yun Haitang's figure was extremely impressive and was only slightly inferior to Mulan's. Any man would be tempted. Lu Ming was a normal man. Yun Haitang sat on the stone bench next to Lu Ming and smiled. Brother Lu, I gave you the right to come to Begonia Courtyard to find me at any time, but you didn't come after such a long time, and even asked this little sister to send someone to invite you. That's not very kind of you, you must drink 3 cups as a punishment. Yun Haitang poured a glass of wine for Lu Ming. She smiled sweetly and her voice was so sweet that it could penetrate one's heart. All right, you deserve to be punished. Lu Ming smiled, picked up the glass of wine and drank it in one go. Then Yun Haitang poured another glass of wine for Lu Ming. Just like that, Lu Ming drank 3 glasses in a row. I'm really impressed by Brother Lu's Tao of Inscription. I feel that even though you're only a 3rd-rank alchemist, your spiritual power should be on par with some 4th-rank alchemists. Could it be that you've lit 5 spiritual lamps at every rank? Yun Haitang blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. Not bad. I'm lucky to have lit up 5 mental lamps in the first 2 levels. As soon as Lu Ming said this, Yun Haitang's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a flash of greed in the depths of her eyes. Brother Lu's talent is really admirable. Come, let me toast you. Yun Haitang picked up the glass and drank it all. After drinking the glass of wine, Yun Haitang's face immediately flushed red, making her look even more alluring. At this moment, a maidservant hurriedly walked in. Yun Haitang's face immediately darkened. Can't you see that I'm drinking with young Master Lu? What are you doing here? Miss. The maidservant's face paled and a hint of fear appeared on her face. However, she still walked over and whispered a few words into Yun Haitang's ear. Yun Haitang's expression changed slightly. You may leave. The maidservant immediately took her leave. Brother Lu, I have a small matter to deal with. Wait for me here. Yun Haitang said in a sweet voice. It's fine. Haitang, please do as you please. Lu Ming smiled. Yun Haitang stood up and left. Lu Ming picked up the glass of wine and took another sip. Then he stood up and started to inscribe in the air with his hands. Runes appeared one after another and entered his body. This was an inscription formation that had been inscribed before to conceal one's aura. Although this formation wasn't very advanced, it had a unique effect in concealing one's aura. According to Dandan, this was its own creation. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even a Sea of Soul Realm expert would not be able to sense his aura. Runes appeared on Lu Ming's body and disappeared in a flash. The aura on Lu Ming's body also disappeared without a trace. It was much more effective than him circulating his cultivation to hide his aura. Then Lu Ming moved and left the stone hall. He passed through several corridors and secret rooms before he saw another stone hall. A voice came from the stone hall. Lu Ming dashed into the stone hall silently and hid in a corner. This stone hall was even bigger than the one Lu Ming had been in earlier. A young man was sitting at a table with Yun Haitang. Haitang, I haven't seen you in a while. I've missed you so much. You see, I came to see you as soon as I finished my business. The young man looked at Yun Haitang, his eyes burning with anger. You really missed me? You're not allowed to lie to me. Yun Haitang smiled and poured the young man a cup of wine. Of course it's true. Sai, if it weren't for the problem with my cultivation of mental fire recently, not only not making any progress, but also constantly regressing, I really don't want to leave. I want to stay here and accompany you. The young man said. Your family's elders didn't find out the reason for your mental fire's regression. Yun Haitang's eyes flashed as she asked in a sweet voice. No, it's really strange. The young man mumbled. Then his eyes fell on Yun Haitang with a burning desire. I don't care. If my mental fire has regressed, so be it. As long as Haitang is here, even if I can't cultivate, it doesn't matter. As he spoke, the young man put his arm around Yun Haitang. The two of them were entangled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He did not expect to encounter such a scene when he came to check on the situation. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Ming had seen such a situation. He touched his nose and watched with great interest. The young man's breathing became heavier and heavier. A moment later, the young man let out a low roar like a wild beast. At this moment, a scene that shocked Lu Ming appeared. 3 green spirit lamps appeared above the young man's head. On them were green spirit fire. This meant that the young man was a level 4 inscriber. Above Yun Haitang's head, a spirit lamp also appeared. There were 5 green spirit lamps. But at this time, Yun Haitang's spirit fire had actually gathered into a poisonous snake. It opened its mouth and sucked. The young man's spirit fire was absorbed by the poisonous snake and turned into Yun Haitang's spirit fire. Chapter 634. 634. You're making me very awkward. The young man was currently immersed in happiness and did not notice his own abnormality at all. Yun Haitang's eyes flashed with crazy greed. That poisonous snake kept absorbing the young man's mental energy fire. The flames of the young man's 3 mind lamps quickly dimmed. especially the flame of the third lamp, which was on the verge of being extinguished. It was no wonder that the young man had said that his mental fire was weakening and that his cultivation of the mental fire was not advancing but regressing instead. He played this game with Yun Haitang every day, so it would be strange if he didn't leave. Moreover, he had not noticed it at all. Yun Haitang was using this method to cultivate her mental energy fire. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. This process only took about a dozen breaths of time. The mental energy fire above their heads had hidden and disappeared. The young man was like a pile of mud lying limply on the ground. You rest here for a while, I still have something to deal with, Yun Haitang said to the young man. The young man nodded. At this moment, Lu Ming quietly retreated from the stone hall and returned to the stone hall from before. He poured himself a glass of wine and slowly sipped it. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Yun Haitang had returned. Brother Lu, sorry to keep you waiting, Yun Haitang said in a sweet voice as she walked over. Lu Ming could not help but shiver at the thought of the scene just now. He was not in the mood to admire it at all. He only said perfunctorily, I didn't wait long, you're pretty fast. He did feel that the old man was quite fast. Yun Haitang smiled faintly and sat down beside Lu Ming. She poured a glass of wine for him and another for herself. Brother Lu, I'll drink a cup as punishment. Then he picked up his wine cup and drank it all. After putting down the wine glass, Yun Haitang blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming. After a while she said, Brother Lu, I've invited you here today because I have something to tell you. Oh, what did he say? Lu Ming said with a smile. Yun Haitang's face blushed as she inched closer to Lu Ming and placed her hand on his shoulder. Actually, the first time I saw Brother Lu, I thought you were the man I've been waiting for my whole life. I've been missing you a lot recently. With that, Yun Haitang was about to sit on Lu Ming's lap. Her fragrance assailed his nose. No man would be able to resist the temptation of such a rare beauty like Yun Haitang. If Lu Ming had not seen that scene just now, he might have been tempted. But at this moment he didn't feel anything at all. He said indifferently, In my opinion, you don't miss me but my mental energy fire. His calm and indifferent voice made Yun Haitang's movements freeze. Her body, which had almost sat on Lu Ming's lap, froze in the air. There was an ugly smile on her face. She looked at Lu Ming and said in a tender voice, Brother Lu, what are you saying? I don't understand what you're talking about. There's a problem that I have to correct you. I'm younger than you and you're calling me little sister. It's embarrassing. Lu Ming said very seriously. Hee, so it's little brother. I thought you were older than me. Yun Haitang's face froze for a moment, then she smiled again. One more thing. After you left, I was bored, so I walked around and happened to see the wonderful scene between you and that young master. I wonder what will happen if this scene gets out. Lu Ming chuckled. Yun Haitang's expression changed completely. She became extremely gloomy, and her eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. Little brother, it's not good to walk around in other people's territory. You'll have to pay with your life. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Haitang's fingers were like sharp swords, aimed at Lu Ming's throat. Her hand was originally on Lu Ming's shoulder and they were too close. Yun Haitang was 100% confident that she could kill Lu Ming with this move. However, the next moment her 100% confidence turned into zero. This was because Lu Ming's hand had already grabbed her wrist. She did not even know how Lu Ming had managed to grab her wrist. Even with her cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial King realm, she did not feel anything. Kill. In an instant, a short sword appeared in her other hand and she slashed it at Lu Ming's throat. However, at the next moment her hand was grabbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed her wrists and a terrifyingly powerful vital essence surged into Yun Haitang's body. Yun Haitang's body went soft and her vital energy dissipated. She had no strength to resist. Her heart sank. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Yun Haitang cried out. Lu Ming's cultivation level was too terrifying. It was far above his. Nothing much. I just want to take your inscription plate. If I can get rid of evil for the people, I don't mind helping you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You killed Yun Xian, didn't you? Yun Haitang asked. It can be considered so. Lu Ming nodded. Why? The Yun family's ancestor won't let you off if you do this. Yun Haitang called out. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and murderous intent filled the air. Miss. At this moment, a few maidservants heard the commotion and rushed in. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear's gleam shot out, piercing through the maidservants' stanchions and crippling their cultivation. He also sealed their ability to speak, preventing them from speaking for the time being. Feeling the cold killing intent from Lu Ming, Yun Haitang was scared. Her face turned pale and she begged. Lu Ming, brother Lu, I'm begging you, please let me go. I can give you anything you want. Furthermore, I'll serve you well until you're comfortable. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The implied meaning was self-evident. I don't need it anymore. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With that he moved like the wind and pointed at Yun Haitang's dantian. Yun Haitang's breathing current collapsed and she fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Her eyes were filled with despair. Then Lu Ming tapped Yun Haitang's glabella a few times. 5 spirit lamps appeared above Yun Haitang's head. The spirit lamps swayed a few times and then collapsed one by one. Yun Haitang's cultivation and Tao of inscription had been completely destroyed. Lu Ming used his essential core to take Yun Haitang's storage ring and held it in his hand. Lu Ming, kill me if you can, otherwise I won't let you off. Yun Haitang let out a venomous cry. You will never be able to pose a threat to me. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Yun Haitang, his tone full of confidence. Yun Haitang was nothing to him. Furthermore, she was a person who had lost her cultivation and her Tao of inscription. With a flick of his finger, a burst of vital essence flew out and sealed Yun Haitang's acupuncture points, making her unable to speak. Then Lu Ming left Begonia Courtyard in a flash and went to Xianxia's dormitory. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.